the fact that we were engaging in a genocide seriously. You still, to this day, don't take it seriously.
Another pathetic deflection.
You, my friend.
That's why I say you don't care about these people. They're an ornament to you. Their dead bodies are an ornament to you.
Conveniently enough, as soon as we get into some drama fucking cringe slop that you care a lot about, or some guilt by association Valley Girl fucking politics drama, then you are animated and you're shouting all that. But as soon as you are asked, what's your policy on immigration? As a left-winger, then suddenly you get tired. Americans cared more about fucking eggs than they cared about Gaza. I'm sorry, America, and that's not even unique to Americans. Most people care most about their own country and their own neighborhood, right? Okay, hello. Hey, whoa. Gonna have to get used to this fucking different lighting, am I? Look at it. So cute. Ooh, still not decided. I feel like it's a bit too shady. Heh. But we'll make it work. Okay. Every day and you like, well, it is now, yeah, because we're kind of being forced to experiment with shit not working. Okay. Man, I'm just gonna have to fire into this because this is like a really long bastard of a video, isn't it? 3 hours and 14 minutes. Oh my god. Oh, do you think we're gonna do it? I think we're gonna have to just fire in. Is there anything else we're missing? Huh. It will fly by. It'll drive by. Boom. All right. Oh. Are we starting with the Slop? I think we're only doing Slop. Man. I thought I was doing all right with the with yesterday, but my god, man, it's just I'm gonna empathize. I'm probably gonna take Vadim's side today just because of how fucking awful my sleeping has been lately. Damn. Epic crash out. I've been crashing out for like 2 months now. It's fucking mental. But whatever. That's not your guys' problem. Oh! Whoa. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be this direction. Okay. Okay. Alright. What are you doing not giving Hutch $5? Hutch? Don't be encouraging the competition, okay? Goal. Yeah, okay, let's do it. Okay, new goal. Alright. Are we ready? Are we strapped in? It's Slop. Oh! Clock, get fucked. You want deep, insightful research, political analysis? You've come to the right place, okay? Because we got two fucking communists, educated men who are here to set the liberal tards straight, okay? What better? Through the medium of live debate. What better way to know what's what in the world?
Tell me in one breath that Donald Trump is a fascist, and then in the next breath tell me, but I'm going to stop short of endorsing the only person
what a
that...
fucking incredible start. I have no idea what's being said. It's above me. It's too highbrow. Yes, but I feel smart listening to it anyway.
Don't tell me what I think!
There have been multiple independent organizations that have done their own estimates about the projected death toll from USAID cuts globally over the... You can Jesus Christ. Don't moralize to me about Gaza and imply that I don't give a fuck about like people dying or whatever. If you're going to poo-poo and hand-wave the current
you, dude. You, all right?
Relative primacy fallacy. What the fuck? Damn.
You guys need to stop treating these elections like it's a fucking game. The outcome of the election is so
oh my god, shut
enormous.
He has made too many points for me to effectively hit, okay?
Go ahead. Is the idea supposed to be that as long as the party...
Shut the fuck up, dude.
I made 2 points.
He did more to educate about the dangers of Trump than your bald ass did.
You gotta, bro. Take your hat off. Take your hat off. Take your hat off.
Hold on, guys, man.
Take your hat off.
Let's not do it. Hang on.
No. Come on. Take your hat off, bro. Take it off, bro.
Call Hutch bald. I think you have to take the hat off.
Take the hat off.
No, I'm good.
Did Ogre Boy call... Ogre Boy's a baldy, isn't he? Oh, do I know? I think he is bald. What's he do? What the fuck?
This Epstein stuff. Let me tell you, some of the files are really fucking suspicious. And oh wait, is that one of our topics, by the way?
Sure. The Epstein
Get in
files
there.
are always.
Get in there.
I think you'll find. Oh man, Ogre Boy should have accused Hutch of a tu quo que fallacy there. He calls Hutch bald, and Hutch is like, you're bald. He's like, excuse me. The fact that I'm bald does not negate you being bald, dick. Let's go. Fuck. Maybe he does do it, and Hutch clipped it out dishonestly because he couldn't handle that caliber.
Because I do want to have a couple. I have a couple little thoughts here. I think that people are perhaps drawing the wrong conclusions from these different files. I don't really know what I'm talking about in terms of what conclusions those are, but it feels like everyone who's saying that Pizzagate has been corroborated, they're like probably the farthest away from correct. I think that there's some fucked up shit that happened, but I just don't trust. I think that there's a wide scale manipulation happening from everyone right now. And so I'm just on guard right now for a lot of these narratives. And particularly the administration right now, their posture on some of these files has been completely contradictory. And we just had, I don't know, Guy, if you saw this, Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie come out after them having access to some of these redacted files, that they're straight up like redacting the names of people who are prominent, people who are accused, even though that's not one of the bases of redaction. So I think it's unfortunate, and Democrats should bounce.
They said there's 6 guys who had their photos redacted or something for no reason with no explanation. So clearly something has gone wrong here.
Well, it's funny you talk about the Pizzagate corroborated, and it's like you read, it's like, see, look, they ordered pizza.
They said pizza.
Look, they ordered walnuts and almonds, and this is code for like children of this like flavor or whatever. And to be fair, it could be the case, but then you read the emails, and it's like, hi, I really like that 10-year-old you sent me. And it's like, well, okay, like they're not talking in code. Like they just had sex with children. Like,
but I mean, also Kash Patel came out. I think the story hit AP today, basically saying like, no, we looked into it and there's no evidence of any kind of sex ring, so it's fine. Like everybody can go home. It's fine. There's nothing to see here. Move along.
He said there was no evidence that he trafficked minors to other individuals. That's, I think, what Kash Patel said, like basically on the information
I've been quite curious what these guys are going to say about the Epstein files, because the problem with the Epstein files is it's just like, again, it's like raw data put in the hands of lunatics, and lunatics will make a lot out of fuck all. They'll make a lot out of nothing. But it's interesting now how just like every fucking person they find who they also incidentally don't like already is a Man, I was hearing people are linking Ezra Klein and saying that he's like a I swear I heard Majority Report basically like in a fairly roundabout way more or less implying that he's either a nonce or he's too friendly with nonces. But I think the people who he's friendly with who make him a nonce are also people who are also too friendly with a nonce. Like it's just like fuck me, man. Fuck. As far as I know, there's no actual criminal smoking gun anywhere. That's why the normal fucking media, the mainstream people, the people who are actually professionals and have standards, have to say, oh yeah, groundbreaking new emails, the Epstein files. Also, just to be clear, this is not any indication of wrongdoing. We are not alleging any crimes here. We're just acknowledging that someone sent an email to Epstein at some point. Shit. Worse, it seems like, bro, it seems like most people will just be, in most cases, it's the problem is that you got some people who are saying that they didn't talk to Epstein or they didn't like him, and the emails, they're glazing the fuck out of him. And it's like, okay, wow, that's crazy. A millionaire, a businessman, an aspiring dipshit wants to get all cozy with a guy who can offer them something, but he's also a nonce, so he doesn't want the public to know. That's a huge story, man. That's fucking mental. Interesting. The only stuff that's actually like spurring any serious investigation though is the Russia connection, isn't it? Like Donald Tusk or not being the only country actually where they're kind of interested in how close he was to Russia. But that it's interesting that that's the one that's probably spurred the most actual action so far from relevant parties. But people don't seem to care about that. No one gives a fuck that he's a Russian asset, potentially. They're more interested in the Israel shit or, I don't know, Chomsky, I guess, to pick your poison.
He knew. And a lot of people are looking at that and saying, well, A, did he couch it in enough qualifiers to be free from any kind of perjury charge in the future, saying, well, I didn't see that information. But at a bare minimum, the sort of optics and the PR shit has been disastrous. And yeah, there's blood in the water here. And there's something fucked up about it. I don't know that everything inculpatory is being said on email, but it doesn't seem like everyone has the same level of OPSEC, given some of the suspicious shit that's being sent.
I mean,
well, and then
oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, how can we? I'm not necessarily. No, I am very skeptical of what Kash Patel is saying. I'm basically just asking how on earth can we trust of all people that guy and his word? Is like, are there? Did you say something about how Ro Khanna actually saw unredacted files?
Yeah,
okay,
they saw.
That's news to me. So what has he said, and what exact? I mean, obviously, there's way too many things to go over. He's only
yes. He's only been there for correct. Yeah, so there's only limited ways in which they can access it. And someone, I don't know if this is really good pencil math, but someone's it would take 7 years to comb through all these based on the systems that they've given us to do. I don't know if that's true or accurate, but it is true that the system, according to them, is archaic and odd. And so they're dropping some innuendos that one of the redacted persons is a very prominent person, but we don't have a ton yet. It's taken a lot of time. These are millions of files. We don't understand that it is a shit ton of work to consistently redact even 8 to 10,000 files. That's a huge fucking job. We are talking about millions of files, and a lot of the redactions are inconsistent, and people are drawing the wrong conclusions from certain documents. So it's going to take people, if they want to go to the redacted files and find some shit, it's going to be a huge fucking job to do that. And in the meantime, the unredacted files, people are drawing wild conclusions. For example, the email that came out, or the draft document that announced his death or whatever. It was a day before.
Loner's lacking. Come on, Loner, pick it up. What do you want me to do? What the fuck? I've already talked quite a bit, and we're only 5 minutes into this video, and a minute of it was a trailer. What are you talking about? The fuck? I'm just listening to the dialogue, the discourse. It's going to take them 7 years. 7 years to comb through all of this crazy ass info. What the fuck? Guys, you know who's not doing great is you guys. There's a goal. There's a 0 out of 10 goal, okay? It's only been up for the 10 minutes, okay? But you guys are lacking, okay? That's what's happening there. There's not enough fuel in the tank. And by fuel, I mean hard cash.
Well, sorry. If you work in a law office, if you ever worked in law, whatever, you work off of templates, and it's totally plausible that the person used a template from the day before, or the template didn't update. And so, yeah, it's going to take a lot of work to get through all this shit. And they're not
guys, this needs to go to that note. For any conspiracy, ask yourself, are they this fucking stupid? Right? Yeah, we killed Epstein, we orchestrated it all, and we had months to redact all the files, but we really forgot about the one that said when he died, the one where we that completely shows that we killed him. Come on, please. The conspiracies happen, but if you can ask a question that just completely blows it up in 10 seconds,
these people are pretty stupid.
Please
though.
Pause twice % and send interject.
They haven't even read theory
for analysis.
They don't even think it's a genocide. Jane Socks after $10. Thank you so much.
Obviously are stretching, and that one is one of the dumbest ones I've seen.
What do you guys think of the what I would call flowchart bullshit from
not the flowchart.
Mehdi Hasan and the I've Had It podcast lady who complained that Biden...
Mehdi Hasan getting attacked on the Live and Learn podcast. Oh, fuck. He's probably going to get defended, though.
And Merrick Garland had this for 4 years and didn't do anything about it. Peace, I'm curious about your thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, that's so fucking dumb. I hate it because, on the one hand, you have some evidence that they were actively looking into it during that time period, and on the other hand, I think that this is not a matter for the Department of Justice to handle in the main course of things. This is a political decision that needed to be made, and I don't agree that the Biden administration should have tactically deployed the Department of Justice to, I don't know, get 500 attorneys to do this kind of work, to release documents for a particularly political message. I think it's a disgrace. That would be political interference to the Department of Justice. And it's exactly why I respect Biden's decision to appoint Merrick Garland. And so anyone who's talking about that shit, they had the files the whole time, I think they just don't have a respect for the rule of law that I do, or they don't think it matters, and I of course think it matters.
Well, they don't appreciate the president keeping a distance from the DOJ and letting the DOJ speak through indictments only, which is how the public trusts them in the first place. They're completely ignoring what we talked about at the end of the last podcast, that the public needs to trust what the DOJ is saying in the first place.
And also, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
and I know I'm speaking a lot.
We're not in the right environment.
There just isn't a smoking gun proof that shows Trump's criminality in all this. There isn't. And the stuff about his connections...
My fucking cable was tangled in my chair, so I literally just headbutted my microphone. Nice one. Rock and roll.
Epstein, we knew about right before the election. Like, it was known that he was genuinely aware. Like, he gave that comment to the New York Post or New York Magazine or whatever, which, come on, what did that comment mean? We all knew he was best friends with Epstein. And so there's just no smoking gun here in terms of the inculpability of specifically Donald Trump. And so I think...
Pisco being lib-pilled. Being grounded. That's the lawyer brain. Hell yeah. Okay. I appreciate it. It's true. There is no smoking gun, really.
It's a gross departure from the standards of the DOJ to do this.
I have to just interject here because just so much is redacted. How can you really make that determination from what we haven't seen?
Things being redacted is an indication even more that there's no smoking gun, right? Like it's you can't just say there's lots of redactions, therefore we're just going to fill it in with a smoking gun. What the fuck? Like it makes it maybe doesn't rule it out being impossible, but okay.
Well, wait, no. Sorry. Wait. I just want to address that. So the claim
we saw one of the redactions that was accidental, right? Like they accidentally did it through the PDF reader in Adobe, which means you could actually unredact it just by highlighting it and pasting it. But what we saw there was the names of companies for, I guess, like protection or whatever, because they hadn't done any wrongdoing, but they were just named in the file, so it wouldn't be good for them to have their names showing up in a fucking nonce dossier and a noncier.
Is look at all this shit that Biden had. The claim is being made from these people. We've seen all this stuff. They had it, and the fact that Merrick Garland didn't release it shows their incompetence. But of course, I'm judging that claim, the claim that there was something advantageous for them to drop in that moment and that it wouldn't have been a breach of norms. I'm not speculating as to what's not revealed. I'm speculating on the actual comment made by people on the basis of what has been revealed.
I mean, at a certain point, though, aren't you also talking about a matter of priorities or prioritizing? Yeah. It seems like if you did have a guerrillion documents and the potential there to stop like truly bad people, you would think, even if it was just at the DOJ level, there would be something there you would want to shift into that and persecute it like just a little bit further. Like I haven't heard what I've had it podcast said about this. I understand the general theme of, why didn't they move on it more? It does seem like any leader, you can still essentially be hands off in trying to insist that someone takes that kind of a direction, but at the same time, you can make sure that people are actually looking into criminality, right?
Wait, so what does Biden do? Biden says, "Hey, Merrick, go release all the documents that are bad about Trump." Like, what did you want him to do?
Well, it's not. No. It's not a matter of like make sure you're looking.
These guys do not give a fuck about how what any of the norms and standards are in American democracy. I think that's probably exactly what they would want.
Specifically, into the thing about Trump, but like if. The inverse of that would be to basically say like, don't touch it at all or something to that extent. I'm just saying.
Well, you don't have evidence that happened. That's a problem, right? Like,
no, wait.
It's still, it's not a matter of no evidence at all. It's still one of the most like notorious international sex criminals, trafficking rings in the history of the modern era. Why wouldn't
we're losing the thread here. Hold on. Their complaint was not that Biden refused to investigate Donald Trump or Merrick Garland refused to investigate Donald Trump.
It's they didn't tell him to release stuff.
Yes, their complaint was that he didn't just release it to the public for political reasons to tank Donald Trump's chances.
Am I having a short memory here? But no, I'm not. I don't know why I would even ask that. People didn't really seem to care all that much about the Epstein files until Trump made it a thing when he was already in office, or like when he ran on it. It was when he got fucking libs of TikTok and all those fucking mouth breathers to pose with their releases of the files, even though it was all redacted. I thought it was MAGA that decided that there's a whole bunch of new crazy shit in the Epstein files, probably because they thought that Clinton was named enough times that it would affect him or the Democrats. But gosh,
winning.
And the question is, what does that look like? Hey, can you tell people to go release documents that are bad about Trump? Like, that is what your people, not you specifically, we're commenting on other people. Well, I don't know if you guys have this opinion, but like, what does that communication from Biden look like? I want an answer to that question. What does that communication from White House to DOJ look like?
I think just by
the perception. Oh, can I just add? Because like the perception is like, why was Trump impeached for the first time, right? It's like, oh, hey, give me specific documents that specifically implicate my political opponent, and I want to release these, and also I'm using my position of power to levy that, right?
Yes,
right.
That is the basis for the first impeachment.
Right. So
that's
it's like
not quite how that went, though.
I think just
that's
by
exactly how that went.
I'm sorry,
go ahead.
Vadim, go ahead.
I know it's not the same.
I think that just by whipping up more,
because he used quid pro quo or because he used threats. Is that the difference? You're still not supposed to do it, though. You're not supposed to. The DOJ is not. The Attorney General is not supposed to be your fucking personal lawyer, or you're definitely not your fucking political campaign lawyer. Like,
or discussion of the situation. There's still such a close proximity that he had. There's a lot that he clearly was in on. I think that at the very least, it would have just generated a lot more like terrible word of mouth and just like shat on his reputation all the more in the lead up to the election. So maybe it would not have had that desired consequence of like, just providing a, what's the like catching him red-handed, but still, like, I think it could have done a lot.
But what's the communication, Vadim?
And then lastly, I think that like I find it really hard to believe, maybe I'm wrong, that he could not have found a way to cut through a significant amount of that red tape. And even if you take Donald Trump out of it, it's still this matter that involves so many other people of consequence that deserve to.
Right, but that's not the no video. I grant that this is important. I think there should be a fucking special counsel or whatever. Yeah, if you want to grant that, but there's some reports that they were still investigating, and that in fact Trump shut down aspects of the investigation in one of their memos. But that's not the claim that I think people are pointing to. That I've had it, even though I haven't heard that statement or the Medi one. But I have heard this style of thing, which is they fucked over the election. They didn't really think that Trump was a fascist threat, because if they did, they would have released this information, which presupposes that there's like insanely inculpatory information here about Trump, which there isn't yet so far that we've seen, other than what's already been known about the nature of their friendship and connection. And then two, that there ought to have been some sort of communication between Biden and the Department of Justice on this area. So I'm going to ask for the second time, what would you guys, if you agree with this position, what is that communication?
I don't know what Mehdi Hasan said about the Epstein files in particular, but this tweet just fucking completely floored me, man. I have a feeling that a lot more Muslims around the world would support the Iranian protests for freedom and democracy if so many members of the pro-regime change Iranian diaspora weren't such raging Islamophobes. Dude. I was kind of stunned by this because I had learned from Mehdi Hasan that we typically blame the bigotry on the religion of the offending party, right? The offending part, like if there's anti-Semitism in the West, I thought we said, oh yeah, it doesn't really help that the Jewish state with the Jewish flag and the Jewish star is doing all these bad things. Imagine if, bro, how would Mehdi respond if someone said this about fucking Palestine? Does he deny that the Free Palestine movement is full of fucking anti-Semites, like people who are like believers in the protocols and like Jewish conspiracies and shit like that, and Hamas supporters? Like, what the fuck? How can you hold this double standard? Oh, because you're a fucking brain rotted hack. Fuck. Anyway. But I don't know what's this fucking community now? It's actually Islamo-trauma shaped by decades of violent enforcement of Islamic rules, including the killing of civilians for non-compliance. Opposing clerical coercion and theocracy reflects lived trauma under religious rule. That's funny. Okay.
from the White House to the DOJ look like?
I don't think you have to actually even mention Trump's name at all. That's the point, right?
I'm asking what it looks like. Can you give an example of like what you would say if you were in charge? Like, hey, Mr. Merrick Garland, now we heard about this Epstein stuff. Release stuff. What does it look like?
You can simply just ask for an update on the progress of processing that information and pursuing any related any found criminality. I mean, it literally can be that simple.
Wait,
you don't have to go. You don't have to turn around. Well, no, hold on. You don't have to turn around and basically say like, find the Trump dirt and process it and get it to me now. Everybody basically knew that he was friends for a long time. The idea that it has to be some sort of very illicit, get my political enemies taken care of thing. That's not. I don't think that's.
But
really
that is what you're asking for, right? Like with a wink, wink, nod, nod. You want them to.
No, I want every last one of the Epstein billionaire class, regardless of whoever they're friends with. I want all those motherfuckers behind bars.
Well, first of all, these documents were sealed by the courts, is my understanding, through September 2024.
The
correct?
Epstein billionaire class. I'm really transcending material conditions there. There's an Epstein class now. There's proletarian, bourgeoisie, petty bourgeoisie, lumpen proletariat, and the Epstein class. Hell yeah!
No, that's just a small clutch of them. I mean, the department. It is yes, yeah. I mean, it is the case that the DOJ could have released a lot of this information, but the truth is, like, that's not what they do. The Department of Justice is not just supposed to dig up embarrassing information, bad information, and release it generally. This is a matter of public interest, and now it's a political matter. I do want disclosure. And yes, Biden could have ordered his Department of Justice to like disclose a bunch of stuff. That is true. But the implication is he should have for purposes of damaging Trump politically. And that is improper.
What are the odds? What are the odds that Biden was even vaguely aware of the contents of like any of these Epstein files? Like, what are the odds that he was calling Merrick Garland and asking him for updates on individual prosecution? Zero, like literally zero. So the idea that
can I jump in?
Because what people were more interested in from the Democrat side, and rightly so, because I think it's more relevant to like the state of American democracy, was Trump's crimes with regards to January 6th and with regards to election denial and him trying to fraudulently send false slates of electors to get himself picked, even in states like New Mexico where he wasn't even properly asserting voter fraud had taken place. Okay.
Again, that's not really...
Wait. Well, Overboy, I want to say this, because this is, I think, supporting maybe a little bit of your side of the argument. Sure, I'm not saying that they need to talk specifically to the DOJ and say, hey, do a hit piece on Donald Trump, a la impeachment 1. However, with how much Trump and the campaign is hyping this up as, I'm going to release Epstein files, Democrats are coming for your children, I think it's kind of weird that they didn't press this just as a talking point more, just to say, hey, you were best friends with this guy. Hey, like, you're not pressure. Like, you clearly stepped back and said, this is a different claim. But I am saying, like, if we're going to criticize the Dems a little bit, which I'm always open to doing, I do think they should have pressed this issue a little harder, given how big of a platform it is for the Trump QAnon base to say, oh, we're coming after the pedos. The fact that clearly this is like the one thing that really has seemed to distance people from Trump. I think if you ever could divide MAGA, this is the closest we got. I think Democrats failed to capitalize on that during the election.
I mean, if Trump was able to hint and make innuendos about it in like the 2016 election, then it was very obvious that everybody else also knew about his connections to Epstein. It doesn't, like I said, it doesn't have to be a matter of political targeting or political assassination or whatever, but it could have been something to take away the fuel that Trump would have had going into 2024, like exactly what Soy is saying.
The only reason these files are released now is because Trump himself and his surrogates made this #1 issue in the minds of voters. This is a monster of their own creating, and we're kind of diving.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but that's the point.
Just let me, hold on,
that could have been something that the Dems pushed.
Okay, hold on. So we touched on this last week, but I think that if you are interested in upholding what I believe to be like really important principles of this democracy, then I think it's a good thing that it probably didn't even occur to Biden or Merrick Garland to act in a way that would have been explicitly, overtly corrupt. The idea that we would selectively release documents pertaining to some kind of investigation that did not result in criminal charges. You say what you want about like everybody that was involved in that case, but I think it's a good thing that in this country, if the DOJ investigates you and they don't find enough evidence sufficient to charge you with a crime, they don't make it a habit of going out there and saying, well, we're going to release this information to the public anyways for like political gain. As soon as you start advocating for this to be the standard moving forward, you're just like, I just feel like you're hastening the demise of the republic by doing this kind of shit.
Not to mention, I don't think it is this political benefit that Soypil is really talking about there. I don't really believe that this was a major campaign issue. It was a major campaign promise to stir up the crazies in the MAGA sphere, but I don't think that a focus on Epstein was, or a lack of focus on Epstein was a significant reason why Kamala lost the election. And two, you have to imagine, right? You have to think about it. These people don't trust the Department of Justice in any respect. They are now in control of the Department of Justice. They have their people, Kash Patel, etc., who was at least in the helm of one of the major investigatory units, and they have, their president in, occupying the Oval Office, and they don't trust half of these disclosures coming out of the Department of Justice. So to the extent that anyone's major issue is Jeffrey Epstein, you are not going to capitalize on that by putting out releases of documents which are going to necessarily be taken as incomplete from the perspective of those people.
Real quick, wait, Pisco, I need to address Pisco because I think you misconstrued what I said. I'm not saying this was a major platform that the Democrats should have run on. I'm saying rhetorically, you could have used this to divide and have less turnout for the MAGA base by pointing out this and like making this a talking point and making them focus on it. Like, hey, you're calling me a groomer? Like, you're best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, that's it. I'm not talking about that.
I almost think the vulnerability arrived like recently with like the way Ossoff is talking, which I agree is very good, is the debacle of how they've promised and now fucked up that promise. I'm not so sure that the vulnerability existed as in 2024, but you guys could probably disagree.
I think I agree with what Pisco's saying here. It doesn't seem like the Epstein files it's funny. It's interesting. It really was introduced or reintroduced, I guess, into the zeitgeist it was brought to the agenda by the Republicans. Democrats just weren't thinking that much about it. And it wasn't even really like a very obvious attack line either because Epstein was dead. It felt like stuff was kind of said and done with him. And fucking Maxwell was prosecuted under Biden. Didn't she? She got her sentence under Biden in 2022, 23. So they couldn't have done anything before that because that was when there was still litigation happening. And you obviously releasing files and publishing stuff when there's pending litigation is a problem. So, yeah.
Also, there's a distinct possibility that doing the Jennifer Welsh, / Mehdi Hasan strat could have easily blown up in their faces and made Trump a martyr to normies because they would have come out and they would have correctly said the FBI, the DOJ, who has a strict policy of keeping this kind of information private, decided right before an election to release a bunch of evidence that all it is just hearsay and there's and the blah, blah, blah. And they could have easily capitalized on that and correctly pointed out, I might add, that this would have been insanely corrupt for them to do that.
You don't have to look at it exclusively through the lens of like, well, Lefty, you don't had this particular take on it. There's ways to take their existing. Well, that's why you brought it up. Flowchart shit that I've had it and Mehdi Hasan are doing. The idea being is that you can take somebody else's idea and figure out a way to make it a little bit better. You don't have to make it a targeted thing, like I said.
Make it better. Make it better.
It could be just purely from the perspective of wanting to see abject criminality be pursued.
That's why we have a DOJ. That's why we have a DOJ. You don't release it to the public to establish criminality. You have a DOJ investigation.
Do you think there would have been any merit to or interest to the public good to finally maybe say one day release the information related to the JFK assassination?
Dude, they should have got fuck it. They should have done one criminal investigation, okay, and it should have been against Chomsky. Chomsky's email to Epstein does kind of just look like he's giving him advice on how to deal with the bad press, which is quite funny, but.
Think that
there is
figured out. Do you think
wait, was I muted for that entire thing or did it just okay, whatever.
Do you really think that people would not have figured out that you were doing it for political reasons? You really don't think they would have connected those dots?
So
they would have absolutely
like, oh, we're just trying to help solve crime.
It would be political.
Also,
but Ogre's saying, isn't there a public interest sometimes in releasing investigations? Yes, sometimes there is. Yes, sometimes there's an interest in public releases of information. No doubt about that. But part of that public interest now is in correcting a lot of misinformation that occurred. And again, you're speaking about the context of an election season.
Fuck off, chat. Fucking dye your hair red. Boof Clouds, thanks to 1790. Sorry, Father, please don't scream at me. That's all right. Yeah. Godzilla, thanks to 5 Canadian. You'd get more donations if you took off your wig, bald box. Okay. One day.
The rush in that respect. What's the rush in that respect? You talk about abject criminality.
It could have been something done in year one.
Abject criminality. Where is your evidence that the Department of Justice under Biden wasn't investigating this as crimes? You are undermining the possibility of criminal charges by doing document dumps to the general public.
Yes.
Do you understand that? This is undermining the potentiality for good criminal investigations. Witnesses are going to go stale. They're going to be able to corroborate their stories. And so all of this shit. If your goal is maximal criminal punishment, this does not accomplish that. The reason this is happening is because nobody trusts the people making those decisions. It presupposes lack of trust in those very institutions. And that is just by consequence of the fact that everyone has already made up their mind that there is the maximalist version of the Epstein story that corroborates, the wide sweeping criminality that they all think
But you're talking about like
happened.
Schrodinger's box of Epstein files, right? The idea that the
Schrodinger's what? Rent free. Josie, thanks for the $10. Really appreciate that. That's so kind of you. Wow. Could have been higher though. And more people. Fuck.
evidence isn't there until we see it, but if it's not released, we'll never know if it's there or not. That sort of shit. And again, like I said, there's an element there of basically it's always going to be the thing that can be used against the Democrats until it's proven that the people involved aren't Democratic elites and things of that nature, right? So there could have been an element there that basically clears the party's name.
Some of them are Democratic elites. I'll list them. Some of them are Democratic elites. Some of them have close connections to Obama, worked in Obama's White House. Bill Clinton, obviously, to say nothing
some
of
them are
Democratic fundraisers.
Some of them are Noam Chomsky, you fucking retard.
You want to make sure that you know that these people come to light, right?
All I'm trying to say is we have a wealthy criminal person, a sick person, who absolutely has connections with a bunch of different individuals. I'm not seeing.
To be fair, listen, Lolita would go hard if it was a Ezra Klein audiobook, right? His voice with that that slightly overcompressed audio. I mean, it would be much more listenable than the Jeremy Irons one. I'm just saying, the Jeremy Irons one is a crime, fucked up.
And that should be investigated, and that should absolutely be pursued to the furthest extent that the law allows for. What I'm not seeing is evidence of Democratic negligence in failing to use the fact of these connections and all these open questions for their political advantage in 2024. And that, crucially, is the claim being made by so many. It's like, look at how fucking incompetent they were. They couldn't even use the Epstein story in 2024. It's post hoc, and frankly, it is corruption.
Hey, thanks for the $10.
Any way you want to slice it, if it was a wink, wink, nod, nod, what people are asking for is for the Democrats to wield politically this, and cynically, the existence of these questions to crush Trump in the polls when there's no evidence of what happened.
Couldn't it have imperiled the case against Ghislaine Maxwell? Couldn't it have harmed their case against her if they would have?
She was sentenced in 2022. It would have probably before. When was Ghislaine Maxwell sentenced? 20 years in June 28th, 2022. It's the day before my birthday. That's how you know I'm innocent, guys. You know that they sentenced her a day before my birthday as a consolation for me. You know, it made me feel better that people were safe from this monster. Fucking man, I watched the Maxwell documentary on Netflix. It's fucking mental, man. She was such a like, her initial story is quite sad, but then later on you're just kind of like, whoa, she really wanted Jeffrey to take care of her. Fuck. she went pretty far to secure that goal. Damn. Victims were as young as 14 years old when they were groomed and abused by Maxwell and Epstein, both of whom knew that their victims were in fact minors. Wow.
Release this kind of information.
That was done and dusted. I think in 2022 they had a conviction there. They were appealing some issues.
No, but he's saying do it year one. I mean, wasn't part of that evidence overlap? Wouldn't that have hurt their case against her if they would have
trial? The trial, I think, happened in December 2021. So there was an ongoing trial happening with Ghislaine Maxwell at the time. Yeah. It's only recently that her appeals to the Supreme Court have been exhausted.
Oh,
Right. I'm saying, wouldn't it releasing this?
She would have been still appealing. But does that matter as much? When did Maxwell's appeals end? Her main appeal ended on October 6th, 2025. Right. There was also one that got rejected in 2024, September. Okay.
This information in the way that Jennifer Welsh and Mehdi Hasan are advocating for, couldn't that have hurt the DOJ's case against?
I don't really think it would have. To be honest, I don't really think it would have. But it just more of the interference aspect of that. I do find that it's corrupt, and there's not a real good even the way you crafted the communication over, because you didn't really. It's like, hey guys, can you just give me an update on stuff? Like, what the fuck do you think is going to happen after that communication? They'd be like, all right, sir. Well, this is a case against Ghislaine Maxwell, and this is the evidence we have, and these are our conclusions. It's not going to give you what the Mehdi Hassans, if he said that, are asking for.
They were asking for a document dump. They were asking for to release the files, just like what they did, what Congress mandated that they did.
At the end of the day, the idea of at least sticking to the norm that I'm blanking.
Sorry, boss. Democrats were busy doing policy. Democrats were busy getting legislation passed. Fuck me.
His name at the moment, the 7-foot-tall former attorney general. At least that Comey, yeah. Comey doing what he did to Hillary. As much as I didn't like her ass, basically was like, I don't want to see anything like that. I'll give you that easily, right?
Yeah.
Like that sort of shit, that's not what I'm speaking to. I'm talking about just in general during that 4 years, I can at least sympathize with a little bit of the frustration of not coming out with this information.
I'm gonna say something crazy. This is gonna cancel me, all right? This is gonna cancel me.
Oh.
I think it would have been more justified for Comey to release his statement than for the various different innuendo leaks relating to Trump. And I'll tell you why. At a bare minimum, with the Clinton case, there was a closer approximation in case for criminality in the context of the email dump and when they received it relative to when they announced the end of the investigation, which was a ripe investigation. At least there was a closer connection there and a genuine concern for James Comey, which I disagreed with and I thought was completely bullshit. Here, it would be the pure exercise of a cynical political interference by the president to the Department of Justice, which is exactly what we accuse Trump of doing.
Pisco, but the Comey thing was...
Every time this fucking Ashley Stone person says something about Vadim. Good one. Good memes. 10 out of 10. Holy fuck.
Like a week before the election, reopening it, knowing that they were not going to convict. That's purely political.
No. Hang on. He didn't know that they weren't going to convict. So first of all, he did break from norms by doing that. His logic was he was trying to.
It's the fact that some people in chat are thinking it's real. Vadim is saving it. Well, this person is real. Yes. And they are boss.
One thing that Dems need to be louder on is Trump's accommodations to Maxwell. More people talk about Clinton's than Maxwell herself being awarded a minimum security prison transfer.
King Vadim, thanks for the $10, Bad Company. I really appreciate it. King Vadim versus a bunch of libtards. The returning debate champion Vadim don't need to talk. Vadim is the one who knocks. Vadim is saving his strength. It's actually a very smart debate tactic. Yeah, that person's real. There's no one more real.
Disagree with his actions.
Yes.
But according to him, he was trying to protect the reputation of the FBI because his logic was if it came out after the election, the Republicans would discover that this tranche of emails would have been found on Anthony Weiner's laptop. And if the Republicans that were in Congress at the time had discovered that Comey didn't come forward, he was concerned that they were going to spin that into Comey did that specifically to help Hillary Clinton.
Hide it, yeah.
So that was his thinking. I still totally disagree with his decision to do that. He completely broke with norms, DOJ policy.
Yeah, it was fucking
I think it's within, is it 60 days or 90 days? It's either 2 or 3 months before an election.
The number I remember is 90.
They don't do any kind of announcements like that for fear of the perception of them trying to be politically influential.
But here it's like, what crime are we accusing Trump of doing? I mean, like, seriously, what has been released from these documents that closer establishes a crime from Donald Trump than Hillary Clinton with respect to the classified document statutes in the National Defense Act or the whatever, national security. Like, really, like, yes. Is there innuendo? Is there shit that looks bad? Is there shit that makes Trump look like he obviously knew the reputation of Epstein? And is the cover up right now from Trump look really awful? I totally grant that there's fucked up shit, and they knew that they were underage people. So I totally grant that. But specifically, what criminality relating to Trump are people accusing him of doing?
I don't think it even needs to be that granular. I mean, at the end of the day, in the interest of the public good, wouldn't it benefit the American normie populace to know that the person they're potentially considering voting for is a fucking
that's political. That's political interference.
You know,
You're trying to dress it up in flowery language and be like, well, actually, it's about the public good. But really, what you're talking about is selectively releasing information that should be private.
No, hold on. We're arguing past each other. I'm not saying selective. I'm saying fucking everybody, like the whole thing.
No, but the point is,
caboodle.
No.
You're trying to granular, like drive it back down to be like, once again, the radical leftist.
I'm talking about Jennifer Welsh and Mehdi Hasan's. They were not talking about like justice for the victims. They were talking about they should.
I'm saying the argument should 100% be dumping the whole thing.
It's it's such a hindsight thing. Like, was anyone talking about this before the Republicans brought it up after they'd won the election? No, I don't. They were all talking about, we know this because the only thing that they were talking about in the entirety of 2024 was Gaza. No one was talking about Epstein. No one gave a fuck. It was all done. It was all done and dusted. He was dead. Like shit.
Whole thing. You're wanting to argue with someone that's not me after you guys have been talking
You're
about
the one that defended their position, bro. You're the one that defended their position.
Defend their position a little bit more, actually, if I can.
Let's go.
So, and this isn't to fully defend their position because I haven't heard what Mehdi Hasan has said.
Pay attention.
I think that he in particular is someone with a good head on his shoulders and usually comes like from an informed place. Maybe it's not in this case. And I also, to like what Pisco is saying, I think it's important in the face of conspiracies and just situations that are rife for speculation to have a degree of keeping your head on your shoulders and whatnot. But at the same fucking time, I mean, like, if any situation is like a situation in which I think people should be expressing these sorts of things, whether or not they're like even correct at a moment like this, like, I just feel like we know that this shit was not properly prosecuted by like a long shot. We know that so many people are still being protected. We know that so much injustice that will more than likely never be what's the word? Just adjudicated or taken. That and it won't. Yeah.
What is he referring to? What is he referring to? That all these people are that are being protected. What's that referring to? Like, is he saying that people were being protected, but we know who they are now? Or
adjudicated? I'll just say that because I can't think of the other word. It's just not. It's probably not going to happen. We hope it does, but it probably won't. So I don't know. I kind of give them more grace inside the situation. That's not to say
we like Mehdi.
What?
We like Mehdi. I mean, I like Mehdi Hasan, and I grant that there's bad steps.
I mean, if you're just in American domestic politics, you probably mostly like Mehdi. Yeah.
Prosecution has taken with respect to Epstein. I have a problem with the deal that Acosta offered Epstein, and as well with the Florida federal non-prosecution agreement. I have problems that they didn't follow up on leads there, but that is a problem that is I think principally addressed to the U.S. Attorney's Office under the leadership of Acosta. That's number one. Well, and I think the agreement happened while Bush was in office. That's a problem perhaps with the Department of Justice allowing for these sort of investigatory leads to fester or whatever. It's not a democratic criticism. It is not a democratic criticism. It's important, I think, to maintain the political independence of the Department of Justice. And that's one of the things that I'm proud of supporting Joe Biden for, is not interfering. Now, I criticize him for his pardon, but at a bare minimum, he did not order, for example, this special counsel that was looking into his son to not look into his son. If he had done so for political reasons, none of us would have any problem calling that corrupt. This is just the inverse of that, saying that we would hope our democratic political leaders to selectively release these documents, it's like saying we should act like Nixon. It's saying we should act like Trump. And that's the ground on which I disagree with it. And I do think it's an example of like the Democrat, what would you call it, Hutch? I always forget your term for it. The funnel chart, the flow chart. Because here we have a perfect example of Trump malfeasance, of populist rhetoric that people can achieve to build. And instead, we're attacking Joe Biden for doing something honorable, which is not interfering in the Department of Justice.
I just rewatched the clip, and Jennifer Welsh, she talks at the front about like, not only is it the right thing to do to like get all these pedophiles, but she does stress the point, and I think this was her primary point, that democracy was on the line, and they should have taken extraordinary steps to, release this information to selectively release this information to harm Donald Trump politically, to help Kamala win that election. And I'm sorry, like, you can't say in one breath that you understand that kind of logic, and then in the next breath, and I'm talking to you, Vadim, tell me that you're not going to judge people who didn't vote for Kamala. It's fucking ridiculous. It's inconsistent.
Well, I mean, I have a lot to say about matters having to do with that, but I kind of...
Oh no, he has a lot to say. Oh shit. He's gonna come down on you like a ton of sleepy bricks, buddy. Fuck.
We'll get into that at the appropriate time.
Before we go into that, I have one last question. Just because in general, like I really would like to hear the thought process on it. Would you still give Democrats credit for how much they've fought to get the files released now versus that you think it's a good idea in general that they didn't press to get any of this released during Biden's administration? Because that was one of the things last year. That was one of the things last year specifically, and leading in the last like 6 months or so. I know, especially from this podcast, overall, the entire thing was, look how much of a fighter and how much backbone they're showing in trying to get these files released. Why wasn't that something that was even remotely touched on during Biden's administration?
Because this came from
Trump
Congress.
Changed the ground. Trump changed what's going on. His behavior changed. There was everybody's acting like there was an appetite for the Epstein files to be released in 2024. Nobody gave a shit about the Epstein files. In fact, there were 150 names released due to the civil cases in January of 2024, and nobody cared at all. So the idea that would have even impacted the election, I find ridiculous. People wouldn't have believed it. They would have said it's partisan. Trump would have been a martyr. Anyways, we had three other cases against him that were way more serious.
Lots of people were talking about it.
Hold on, I was still talking.
I just have to.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Throw that in. I'm sorry, but like a lot of people.
He's been sitting there saying "fuck all" for the entire half an hour. No, and Vadim's just like, "Listen, know your fucking place, bitch."
Talking about it, and there's an argument to be made that like that the the media kind of purposely did not go into it as much as they could have for all kinds of reasons. But anyway, go ahead.
Nobody
that's
cared about the
not
Epstein
true.
Files. Hold on. I got cut off. Fuck that. Nobody gave a shit about the Epstein files until Pam Bondi screwed it up with her influencer drop that went nowhere. And then the real catalyst was...
I feel very validated by Ira, because he's actually one that follows the things. he'll know. If he knows, I was kind of vibing when I said that earlier. I wasn't actually 100% sure, but no, that is kind of the impression that I got from... I was doing quite a bit of American politics in 2024. Yeah. That's about what was happening. Yeah. Fuck.
Elon Musk tweeting that Trump is in the Epstein files. Until then, nobody cared about the Epstein files.
So as long as conservatives set the tone.
That is a pretty fly comment. That is, that's good. Yeah. That is a pretty fly reality dose right there from this guy who is white.
For us to react reflexively to it?
No, it's their behavior in hiding it that has changed the tone and caused the public to give a damn. And Democrats have led the charge in representing the public, and a lot of conservatives too, saying it's time to release them now. Now you really can't mess around.
Because the way you're selling it is...
Wait, can I respond? I want to respond to the guy because I don't think that nobody cared. I think there was this kind of apathy of no one's going to do anything about it because there was this thing since 2019 where it seemed like no matter what happens, no one's actually going to prosecute. We're not going to see what happens. This guy already got his plea agreement. They killed him. They're going to get away with it. So I think already there was an appetite from the right, which I think that's why I was saying the Democrats, even just rhetorically, could have capitalized on that.
I think he's being hyperbolic when he says nobody cared about it. I think what he's saying is that Donald Trump and Pam Bondi and the Trump administration pulled off maybe the biggest example of like a Streisand effect of all time. Like with
I completely agree with this.
Their actions that thrust it into the mainstream, and then all of a sudden everyone was talking about the Epstein files because they were just making the situation worse for themselves at every step of the way. Much like Hasan Piker with his shot collar.
One additional thing too, I want to address Vadim's, you're castigating the media a little bit here.
Oh, no.
And I don't agree with that. I mean, the second indictment of Epstein was itself part of a reaction to the Miami Herald reporting in 2018. Mm-hmm. I mean, there has been a great deal of media coverage over this, and even into the lead up to the 2024 election. There was Daily Beast articles, release of an Epstein conversation with who's this guy who writes all the Trump books. So there has been a great deal of media coverage on Epstein related matters. There just has been. There was an entire trial of Ghislaine Maxwell that happened during Biden's administration. The truth is, and unfortunately, I agree with Hutch, I agree with Soypill, that the spotlight this has had, the corruption of the current administration, has now generated an inflection point where people are like, oh, look, this looks fucking fucked up. It has generated new attention for it. The Democrats are capitalizing on it. But let's be honest here. This is not the deciding factor in the election. This is not the issue that most Americans care about in terms of who they're going to elect for president. It just is the case. And so selling this as a big sort of...
Isn't it? Sorry, this is so basic. This is Trump in 2024. We know that he raped fucking Jean Carroll with his fingers, and New York was like, oh, that's technically not rape because your fingers, but you're still liable for it. You still did it. Yeah, whoops. We know that he used to barge into fucking little dressing rooms with little teenagers for the fucking beauty pageants. We know about grabbing by the pussy. We know that he is a racist fuck who took out that fucking... pages of that newspaper to get the Central Park Five fucking killed after they were exonerated. We know that he abandoned the Kurds in Syria. Even we know that his no new wars thing was bullshit because he was actually quite hawkish even in the first term. We know about that he was fucking ranting and raving about Haitians eating cats and dogs on a debate stage with Kamala Harris. And they're like, oh yeah, wait. We know that he was best friends with Epstein. We know that he spoke about his fucking daughter in relation to sex all the time in a fucking weird ass way. We know that he said him and Epstein like him young. He said they were best friends. And now they're like, oh yeah, wait till these new Epstein files come out that show Trump being, friendly with Epstein, but with more photographs. Like, what the fuck, man? What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Oh, really? The Trump voters were going to draw the line at that, were they? The Trump voters are going to draw the line now that fucking... Oh, that person who you said you were best friends with and you both like him young and you fucking barge into beauty pageants with fucking girls in the changing room when they're underage. Oh, but also you were best friends with Epstein with additional photography. Fuck off. The fuck? What is Mr. Hutch looking at here? Is this the debate from Vadim's perspective? What's going on here? Oh, they have a Vadim dodge counter. What the fuck? Did someone make this? I think this is like no. Did someone edit that? Is he watching an edit? Yeah, he is. Okay. Hi Baldy. Hi chat. Okay. Damn, dedicated.
Either active decision that Democrats are taking to hide the files or to not take advantage of a wellspring of political opportunity, I think is running into the lack of importance that this issue had in the 2024 election. And also, I think the fact that it would run up into the norms that we tend to respect in this country between, interference in the White House and the Department of Justice, or at least I hope we would respect.
Okay, fair enough. But just real quick, I just want to say that I sort of feel like a little inadequate inside this conversation because there's so many aspects of this that I that you're
He's hiding his power level. That's what that is.
Speaking to that I would want to kind of look into before having like a real conversation like this. So I'm not going to sit here and heavily dispute anything that you're saying. However, I will recommend, if you guys are up for it, there is a really wonderful creator who's a good friend of mine, Chill Goblin. He's a leftist, but he's done a lot of videos on Epstein and whatnot. And I'd be interested in seeing you guys have a conversation like that, because he is someone who could definitely kind of not only come in with a very informed perspective about like all of the history and whatnot. He knows like crazy shit about it, but then also
this is his go-to, because whenever he talks to Hutch about fucking Israel-Palestine as well, even though Hutch is not necessarily like, no disrespect, he's not like a fucking, that's not his special interest. It is Vadim's, but still Vadim has to go and tell him to watch Chris Kunzler and shit like that. What the fuck, man? Is that his entire strategy? Like, just, I'm going to come in and talk about this thing, but also please talk about my friend who is, it's just another YouTuber. You're not even recommending an academic or something like that. You're just recommending another YouTuber. What the fuck?
In with an informed leftist perspective on this, which I don't have, and I think that probably Ogre has a little bit more than I do. So I'll let him say what he was right about to go into right now.
I was just curious why it has to be the binary of attacking it from the purpose of I agree. If you think it's going to be like a October surprise type thing, that's dumb. I'll concede that. That's not anything that I've been arguing. But the notion of, like I said, everybody thrives on conspiracy theories. Fucking Area 51. JFK, all this different shit. This was going to be something that people talked about probably for decades more to come in some capacity. Was it the thing that cost the election? No, but I don't really feel like anyone's serious, and I'll include the I've had it gals. I don't think you have to look at them as like serious in this particular
So where's the
capacity.
negligence, Ogre? Where's the negligence?
I'm not saying
why even point at the Democrats as if they did anything wrong here? It's outrageous to me. It's that flowchart nonsense.
Why would you? If you had the ability to highlight a group of people that were involved in, even if it doesn't meet textbook, like we've run investigations and trials and et cetera, et cetera.
What was it we came up with was it Dan and Smugbug, the Barnacles, the Barnacle left? I think that's a good one. The Barnacle left. It's a lot more visceral than the fucking flowchart. Because flowcharts are nice. Everyone likes flowcharts. So it's a bit too elaborate. He's called them barnacles. Everyone knows what a barnacle is.
Why not at least show that, like, for sake of highlighting people that are basically using the rules in their favor, flaunting their wealth to that degree, people that have that level of outreach to where if you gave a fuck, like the degree that Epstein was flaunting Palantir and shit like that to other...
But Ogre, what does that look like?
So much of this is like,
seriously.
why would that...
Ogre, what does that look like from the Democrats' perspective? So I want you to follow that chain of logic. Okay, they should have revealed information, not necessarily just about Trump, but about all these actors using the rules, using the fact that Epstein talked to the Palantir people, that he talked to okay, whatever you want to say there. What does that look like? A Democratic strategist gets on the phone for, Kamala for America, or whatever the fucking the PAC is, or the organization says, this is a really valuable opportunity. Now follow that communication line.
You're just
follow
back
it.
onto the
Follow
exact
it.
same thing. I'm not saying do it as a campaign stunt.
So no. What does the Department of Justice have a meeting and say, how can we get Kamala elected? Starting wherever you want to start it. How does this idea? Ogre, stop.
Why are you bringing that up again?
Ogre, you can start it wherever you want to start it. It can start in the halls of the Department of Justice. It can start in the White House. It can start at a super PAC. Where does the idea take hold? And now follow it to the action. That's what I want you to do.
You already started off earlier. You conceded. You said it was not a bad idea, or it's a very true thing that a lot of times, especially for something related to like the JFK assassination, that there can be this thing that captures the public imagination, and therefore it's something that's kind of beneficial to answer a lot of questions and put people's mind at ease.
Beneficial in what way? What do you mean beneficial?
Why do you think people want to know what happened in the JFK assassination?
I'm just asking you to put it. I'm just asking you to put it in words.
Like intellectual
I'm asking you what you mean when you say beneficial.
No, it's asking you what you mean.
It's restoring faith and transparency about these things that people are curious about that are happening at that level. When there's the
one way you do that is not in one way you do that is you don't interfere in what the DOJ is doing. Okay, you're saying you're not saying that. You're saying don't do that. And so your response to how does this idea take hold that you can use is you should have already been doing stuff anyway. Right? That's what you're saying? Did you say that?
I mean, basically, sure.
Okay, so they were doing some stuff. They were prosecuting Ghislaine Maxwell. They were undergoing an investigation which at least alleged. So,
well, hold on.
Who decides?
Hold
Hey,
on,
let's
quick.
release information.
At a bare minimum, if the Democrats
Stop
release
listing
it first,
stuff.
doesn't that take away something that Trump's using as his big campaign thing?
Sorry.
Minimum.
I just want to be very clear about what I'm asking here. I'm asking the way in which the idea comes to light and how it gets channeled for the Department of Justice to do a thing. That's what I'm asking.
Also, this whole thing about you've got this criminal, even if they are a very prominent one, the idea of just releasing all the files, that's a very unprecedented thing to do. And even this full release, as it was voted for in the Congress, came about, it was because of this kind of drip feed that they were doing, wasn't it? Because first of all, it was that we're going to release these waves of the Epstein files to these fucking retarded troglodyte influencers like libs of TikTok, and it's all going to be stuff that's already known about and is mostly redacted. And then people are like, what the fuck is going on? And then the Republicans are playing a big role in this from within, who are just saying, yeah, this is not good enough. We want more. We love this conspiracy. Like, you guys can literally give us everything and you're not doing it. What the fuck? And then Republicans have their own fucking civil war about it as well. And it builds up to this thing that has to get introduced to the Congress and then passed by pretty much everyone at that point. But I'm sorry, this was not like a normal thing to do. This was not just like an idea that was just fucking at the front of people's attention before 2024. This built up over time, courtesy of the Republicans. Whatever. Fuck.
Would it have been helpful if X? I'm asking you to provide us with a plausible way.
Is Vadim's camera switched to his personal perspective? Is this what he sees when he's trying to? I'm sorry.
In which the idea takes hold, it takes root, and then it gets enacted into action such that it would call into question democratic, negligence, that kind of stuff. So please tell us.
But also just to piggyback off what Ogre Boy just said, why would it even enter Merrick Garland's mind to try to take away a potential political thing from Donald Trump? That's not the Attorney General's job. He's not thinking about how do I help Democrats win elections.
Right. That's not the DOJ we want. There could have been
something more along the lines of a mass call out for the release of those files on behalf of the Democrats years ago. That's the point.
Okay, so you want the Democrats to pressure their own DOJ, right? So you want the Democrats, the politicians, to come out and say, hey, Merrick Garland, we want you to release these files and to really take ownership of that issue and to put it forward. And here's the issue with that, Ogre. What is the risk of that? And hopefully you're seeing it right now based on what's going on with the Department of Justice. For the Democrats to undermine their own Department of Justice and call for the release of, because you know what happens after that, Ogre? Oh my God, the Democrats themselves are calling Merrick Garland corrupt. They're hiding it to protect all the fucking Schmetaphiles. Look at what they're doing. Let's say for whatever reason, Merrick Garland, I don't know, wants to take wants to take a week, 2 weeks to. No. Oh no. Good. Yeah. Awesome. Why no?
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be the argument doesn't have to be that he's corrupt or that he's hiding something. It's a
not what it has to be. What it will be. What it will be. They'll say the Democrats themselves are acknowledging.
Okay. Why would the Congress have to compel him if he wasn't like hiding it improperly?
It's not a. Why would they release it if not for some manner of demand? I don't understand why it has.
We're talking about the political benefit to Democrats deciding if you're saying, okay, it doesn't originate in the hall of the White House because you recognize that would be corruption. That would be like what Comey did, right? That would be interference in the political process.
Don't make it an October surprise. It doesn't have to be anything more complicated than that.
So you would be okay with Biden, let's say at the start of the year, saying, "Hey, you want to find some files that might help me?" And this is kind of fucking tricky.
I'm just asking for like
why does it have to be something that specifically helps Biden?
I think it would have undermined public trust in the DOJ because they would have been limited in what they can release, and it would have made people trust them even less, and it would just cause more problems for the Democrats.
DOJ wouldn't have actually gone along with the existing law that Trump's DOJ is not following.
If there wasn't a law.
It wasn't the law. It wasn't passed by Congress. You're talking about the DOJ. They don't understand how the system works. They don't know anything about how the system. It's the same thing as Republicans. They don't know. They don't know anything about the system that they criticize. Like, they love to talk about material analysis and fuck these institutions. Yeah, of course you hate the institutions. It's because they confuse you because you don't know anything about them. You look at them. You're like, you have to read a paragraph about how it works. You're like, the Department of Justice. Okay, this is okay, you've got the Attorney General and there's the FBI, DOJ, Deputy Attorney General. Fuck this, man. Let's just go and shoot someone. Like, that's their thought process. They're like the guys. There's like the comedy sketch where they're. This is how they engage with their own theory as well. Where is it? This is how they engage with their own theory. Okay. Let's go, comrades. Let's fucking ram. Chapter 1. The wealth of those societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails presents itself as an immense accumulation of commodities, its unit being a single commodity. Our investigation must therefore begin with the analysis of a commodity. A commodity is, in the first place, an object outside us, a thing that by its properties satisfies human wants of some sort or another. The nature of such wants... Okay. I'm going to tweet at people. I'm going to call them fascists and genocidaires. Fuck.
You can release anything,
Holy
anytime.
shit.
Yeah, but you skipped Pisco's point. You just skipped it.
Do you understand how bad it would look for Democrats to pass a law compelling their own? You realize that's a huge negative against Trump, that they had to pass a law to get the DOJ to even partially comply with what people
watch a YouTube video, guys. Come on.
are expecting with respect to transparency of the Epstein files. It wasn't a political benefit. This entire issue has not been beneficial to Trump. It's been negative to him. That's why I'm not understanding the people who are saying, oh, this would have been so beneficial to Biden if he just released it all. One, I think it presupposes corruption, but even if not, it looks horrible.
But it's only negative because of Trump's behavior since he took office. None of this would have happened the way it's happened if it weren't for Pam Bondi and Trump and their behavior.
Okay, well, I mean, that being the case, to me, then it doesn't come across like the Democrats should be getting some kind of like brownie points for being like ferocious fighters in this particular.
Why?
This particular topic.
They got the Epstein Files Transparency Act pushed to the forefront. It passed 427-1 unanimously in the Senate. Every Republican coming out. It sunk Marjorie Taylor Greene. Her career's over, and it's going to take out more people. And you say the Democrats accomplished nothing, all from the minority.
No. It's not a matter of accomplishing or not.
What is this? Is this real? Tehran official. This is the thing. This is their actual pay. It's so hard to tell because there's so much fucking astroturfing and shit. In this year, February 22nd, March, we will use both. Fuck off. It's nonsense. Okay. Fuck off.
Not accomplishing. I'm just not going to go out of my way to give a huge standing ovation for something that if the goal was to get the files released ever, if it was ever a good idea, then it was always a good idea.
That's not true. I mean, that's just a
well,
silly
they
thing.
would have never been.
I don't agree. Sorry.
That's crazy.
Okay.
If it's ever a good idea, something, it's always a good idea to do it.
No, circumstances.
You don't believe that.
Make it a
yeah,
good
obviously.
idea.
Correct. And when Biden's in office, at that moment in time, I just think that like any kind of request or demand is gonna, unless it's funneled, like you say, from the Congress people or from like a groundswell of Democratic activists, the very Democratic activists who I think sometimes don't want to take any responsibility for their coverage, et cetera. But unless that happens, it's gonna be corrupt. And if it does happen that way, it puts the Democratic administration in the position of on the back foot, right? When they're supposed to be concentrating, I think, on making the American people's lives better, et cetera, they're now dedicating hundreds of people to redact all these files. Like it's crazy to me. We have like 500 plus U.S. Or assistant U.S. attorneys and staff reviewing all these files under the Trump administration. That is a crazy amount of capacity in this time.
And by the way,
actually, wait, Pisco, I want to say something.
Thomas Massey said. Well, I just want to say real quickly. Thomas Massey said a private organization with 5% of the resources of the DOJ would have met that December 19th deadline.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I want to say, Pisco, to your point, because I was a little skeptical of your guys' side of this, but what you just said kind of convinced me where, yeah, if the Democrats had decided to do this during their administration, the amount of time and effort that they would have to redact, because guys, redactions for the Epstein files, some of them are clearly like, all right, why did you do this? But a lot of them are very legitimate, like protections of certain things and private information. That would, I think, probably have been used against them in the same way it's being used against Trump now, to say like, hey, sure, the Democrats are releasing the files, but they're just hiding all the stuff that makes them look bad, right? And I can kind of see how that would have hurt during the election.
To piggyback off of what Ogre Boy said, I do think you should give the Democratic Party right now a lot of brownie points because they're fucking demolishing Republicans politically and electorally. Like they are.
Nah, that's all just Republicans doing it, fucking smacking themselves in the face, right? That's all just internal. Actually, it's Zohran Mamdani's responsibility.
Annihilating the Republican Party right now.
Yeah, but Republicans are annihilating themselves.
Hey, all roads lead to fuck the Democrats. Well done, Vadim. Well done. So fucking predictable. Fuck me. Yeah, that was my other question.
In some cases, I think Democrats are doing active things to facilitate that, but in some ways, they're just like fucking getting out of the way and allowing.
Really? I totally disagree. I mean, they presided over the longest shutdown in government history. They emerged from that shutdown, the clear winners of that shutdown.
Are you fucking kidding me? Like, what
are you basing the idea that they lost that shutdown fight? Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers. The number of Americans, the percentage of Americans that blame correctly, the number of Americans that blame politically the Trump administration and Republicans for those tax credits expiring, which now everybody is paying higher premiums, is like 50-55%. The amount of people that blame Democrats is like 20-25. They had like a 25-point lead in that respect. That is a political fight that they fought and won clearly. And right now, we're in the midst of another negotiation, a budget negotiation, where the administration themselves are signaling that they are prepared to make concessions on ICE. That's because the Democratic Party are pouncing and using this moment right now to actually push. That's not them just standing back passively. They are.
Let
me respond.
He kept on trying to interrupt me, bro. I was almost done making my
point. Talk for a while. Go ahead.
What? That was like 30 seconds cumulative.
All right, you know what? Let Ogre Boy go, since I was trying
after you spent I don't know how many weeks with your main question that you asked people was to say, well, I think they could have waited like 3 more days before they waved the white flag and showed their bellies to the Republicans. I don't understand how you turn around and have this notion of like they're gonna fucking they kicked ass last time and they're gonna kick ass again.
That live in a world. Me saying that they could have optimized a little bit more. To be clear, my podcast co-host will corroborate this. I never said. I said that they got close to having like maximal gain. I think maybe they could have stretched it out like 1 or 2 more weeks. That's been my position the entire time. But that doesn't mean that they didn't clearly win that fight. That doesn't mean that they clearly didn't win that fight.
We're arguing about optimal gains. So you see me and Hutch fighting about. Yeah, they should have. I think that they should have be willing to do an indefinite thing. Hutch doesn't think that. We obviously fought about that a lot. But I come out of that fight thinking Democrats are better off for it. In general, it's just a question about like lost, opportunity cost. That's the debate. And I do think, by the way, I probably agree with you that Ogre, that I don't like our leadership right now in either Congress. But it's not the case that like I would say shit on Democrats who aren't doing anything. They are doing stuff, and they're fighting, especially on the state, the state level.
I mean, sure, but at the same time, even in this moment where they're talking about concessions and everything, wasn't it? It was maybe Friday. Schumer's already making concessions on his own concessions that he's asking for. Like he's turning around and basically, he was turning around and saying that when it came to the masking, that no masks, but unless if a terrorist group put out somebody's picture, then maybe we could do them. He's already giving up on the things that he's asking for before it's even been like agreed upon in press conferences and shit.
And some of these things
there's rare exceptions. That's what he said.
And some of these things that are being asked for are actually like a decent amount of them are just not wins. Like it's not a win to ask for for cameras to be on constantly. Like that is
what cameras? Like surveillance cameras or I mean cameras? Okay.
There is. First of all, they have control over the cameras themselves. I wish that I kind of recalled more, but there was an interview on Democracy Now! With someone who kind of was like a well-versed with all this stuff, who kind of goes into the reasons why
he's the author of propaganda.
So again, summarize what you learned then, you fucking retard. Like, I want to know why is Vadim here? Why is he here? He's not even good by the standards of tankies. Like, Ogre Boy is 1,000,000 times more fucking capable than Vadim. I don't know why is he here. Teuton mugs both of these people, by the way. But wait, why is Vadim here? Why? What's he doing? Why are you there to say, oh yeah, watch this fucking video on YouTube? What's in the video? Okay, what's the contents? What's the summary of the material? Dude, can you just watch the video? Can you just think for me? Can you just process information on my behalf? Fuck, what?
What's that? Yeah, it's the author of propaganda. Exactly.
Propaganda, yeah.
Oh, this is the actual Justice Warrior shit, right?
Yeah.
What's your argument for the cameras being useless? Who cares what someone else is saying? What is your argument?
Well, I mean,
IRI, yeah, taking the words right out of my mouth. What a guy. What a fly guy. Damn.
That it is used as like a means of like unfair surveillance. The historically, the use of camera footage is always curated by in most cases by the police, because that's most of the situations in the past where we've had
and Vadim, it's not just this guy. It's like this, the Democrats have said this, and this is very reasonable. It's the camera is not a win unless you attach the caveat of you guys can't control what footage comes in and comes out, and you can't be using this for mass surveillance purposes. That's of course the argument. Not that the camera's always on.
And they're going to go ahead and do those things whether we like it or not. It's just not the win that
you could attach criminal penalties. You could attach criminal penalties if the federal law enforcement officers
seems like research is mixed, but I'm guessing it depends on how it's enforced, because I think when it came to the Breonna Taylor laws with body cams, the one of the important things was making sure that the body cam was turned on a certain period of time before the operation starts, and it was left on a certain period of time after it ends with no pauses, because obviously tampered or paused or interrupted body cam footage can just completely compromise the situation. But again, you can probably, that would depend on internal policy. This is from, where is this from? University of London. The presence of body-worn cameras, this is in Brazil and the US, is it? Reduced use of force by approximately 60%. Body-worn cameras present a promising intervention, reducing police lethality, increasing visibility of certain crimes. It just depends, because it depends on if the cop understands that he's going to get in trouble if he misbehaves while his body cam is running. Because obviously, if the body cams are there, but the cop knows that he's going to get protected by his agency or protected by his fucking by his compatriots, then it's going to not be worth shit. But that's nothing inherent about the body cam itself. Like, a body cam is a tool, but I don't know what you would gain from getting rid of the tool.
Disable their camera right before they do a raid or something like that. You can codify that into policy, into law, right?
Well,
are they doing that? I don't think they're doing that.
If everybody knows these guys are wearing cameras, then they know the footage exists. So if they try to delete it, it's going to look terrible. And the only reason
6 body cameras on when they killed Petty or Petty, right?
Yeah, but we have other footage.
The footage is helpful.
And I was actually going to make that point. Is the official narrative, if it weren't for camera footage from those 2 incidents with Renee Good and Alex Preddy, would be these were 2 domestic terrorists who went there to kill ICE agents. In Renee Good's situation, she went there to run them over after they broke down in the street. And Alex Preddy was a would-be assassin who came to
remember, contrast Trump's and Pam Bondi's and Kirsty Noem's retelling of what happened in the ICE shootings compared to the video footage. If the video footage wasn't there, they would just have control over the narrative, like, completely. What the fuck?
Maximum carnage. That would be the official narrative if it weren't for video.
About people's iPhones from down the block. I mean, like, there were actual body cams on some of the ICE agents. And
you don't think that if they were wearing a body cam when Renee Good was killed, that would have been really helpful, especially in the context of, like, did he get hit? Did he not get hit?
Yeah, maybe a year from now when it finally got ordered to be released. Sure.
You actually don't. You don't think we should have body cams?
No. Oh my God.
You're missing the point entirely.
I'm asking the fucking question. Answer it.
Stop. Pisco, stop. What he's saying is that if they have control over what body camera footage is released, to IRI's point, is that the official narrative doesn't get debunked until they release the footage. So it doesn't matter that they had body cams. We never saw the Preddy body cams.
But they respond to political.
Wait a second.
Did they respond to political pressure, bro? Why do you think they released? Why do you think they released the footage? The guy that shot. Hold on. The guy that shot Renee Good. He was filming that with his phone. They released that the next day because political pressure went through the fucking roof. And the same thing's going to apply to body cameras. I think these 2 guys are.
Hey, Kalinda Raiders, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Like the stream, doesn't cost you anything. Also donate. Wow, sick.
Horny to not acknowledge like a clear Democratic Party like win or potential win.
That's
so you're
possible,
preemptively.
You have to acknowledge that the Preddy thing would not have blown up the way it did if we had a delay in the release of whatever body cam footage, or if the body cam footage didn't see so clearly what we saw on that iPhone camera, which was they gunned this guy down in the back.
No, it's always better. It's better. I agree. It's better to have
you guys. I'm just kind of amazed here that all of you guys expect the like ICE to be so forthcoming and so honest with what they volunteer and what they don't, given like their entire fucking history and what we've seen within.
You're missing the big picture.
That's not the expectation. This links back to someone saying that body cam footage should be there. It should be available. That's one step towards you should release it when there's a dispute. What the fuck, man? Wasn't this like one of the very few achievements that actually stuck from BLM as well? Was body cam requirements through the Breonna Taylor laws? Wasn't this a whole thing? I don't think it went through the Congress, but I think it went through various states. No? I thought body cams were like a big part of that. That they had to be filming the entire time and for a set period before and after the operation.
Sure, you're missing
right now.
You're missing the big picture.
For the next 3 years.
Sorry, shut the fuck up, Ogre Boy. You guys are missing the big picture. One, I want an actual answer from you, Ogre, before I go on. Ooh. Do you support them mandating body cameras or not? I want to answer that.
Obviously.
You do support that happening. Yeah. Okay, cool. So we're on that. So the question is...
Vadim's just fucking sandbagging him here by doing this whole nuanced bro shit. Actually, they're quite useless. It's just you'll always get these fucking theoreticians who just need to make something bad out of everything. Because, I think this was actually one of the few achievements from the BLM protests that actually stuck, as opposed to all the defund shit, right? Dan Backslide, thanks for the $10. Really appreciate that. Wow.
I don't know. Shit, is there? You're not sure if you do. Okay, well, let me.
Because look, I might, but I would want to investigate more of the kind of arguments about mass surveillance and the way that it would be used, and I would want to investigate that and make sure how I feel about that before kind of signing off to it.
Well, hold on. To answer both yours and Pisco's points.
At the end of the day, who's being mostly surveilled by body cam footage? Who stands to lose the most from body cam? It's probably cops, isn't it? It's a body cam. Okay.
first of all, they're using their own phones anyway. Like, that's for starters. They're shoving phones in people's faces, saying that basically that you're now on a registry whether you like it or not. So the idea of people's rights being violated, it's already actively being done anyway. But the other aspect
you're
of this
missing the point. You're missing the point. The point is you need to bog them down.
I had one more, and it was going to speak to what you're wanting me to address.
You don't even know.
The other aspect of this is like, yes, body cams are obviously a good thing, but at the end of the day, you're talking about a delay, a dice roll as to whether or not that information that's on the body cam ever ends up being something that the public has access
picture.
to.
No. You're missing the big picture. Are they going to abuse and selectively release and withhold stuff, whatever? Of course they are. They're already doing that with tax information. They're already doing that with everything they have access to. The point of this opposition, this resistance against the administration, is to bog them down in procedure and bullshit issues that they have to go into court to argue. The more little latches you have on about, did they release the footage? Did they not release the footage? Those are ripe opportunities for us to go into court, issue a fucking FOIA request, ask for an injunction, release this information. They're withholding the information. The more you can bog them down in fucking court and paperwork, the better. That's why this is obviously good. I know we're going to have people with cameras there. We already expect people, patriots, that do their First Amendment jobs and record people. So it's not like the footage is necessary to investigation. I don't think that it's generally going to like dissuade conduct anymore. It's to bog them down in procedure and give opportunities for us to hold them to account, including this whole will they or won't they release the image? They're being corrupt. They're not releasing it. It's all about that.
Pisco, just to make sure we're not talking past each other, I think Ogre Boy's obviously said, and Vadim as well, for the most part, that body cameras are good, right?
No, he hasn't. He said they're fucking a tool of mass surveillance. What the fuck?
The problem is, to see this as a huge win, when what you just said, it's going to bog them down in some sort of bureaucratic, thing where we can attack them here in these courts, that versus having transparent body camera footage of them doing something viscerally wrong and releasing that the day or the day after is such a bigger win compared to what you're describing as like not a bad thing, but I don't think would have nearly the same amount of public outrage, the same amount of support for ICE plummeting, the same amount of pressure that allowed us to push the ICE out of Minnesota. I don't think that would have happened without the camera footage of this person recording. And if that wasn't fair,
they're just going to break the law. So they're just going to break the law. I mean, you can't trust them to follow the law even if you were to pass it. Like, you're talking about an administration that is completely lawless and shit. Yeah, no, I agree. Would it be better if you like mandated after every shooting all the body cam footage gets released? No doubt. Would I be okay with them arguing from that position? No doubt about that either. All I'm trying to say is this is good. This is what we want. And we want also the headline being Republicans bent to Democrats. Republicans saw that this was bad because guess what? That's blood in the water. That's blood in the water that invigorates us. That to know, for example, another example of this is when they left, quote unquote, left Minnesota. Even if they didn't, right? Even if they didn't, that headline by itself is fucking helpful. And so I have no problem whatsoever for us taking this W. I do think that, and you guys heard me, right? I was mad about Schumer, or it was Jeffries, about the whole citizenship thing. And so there are plenty of things I think you can fault Democrats in terms of negotiations, but not this, in my opinion.
Okay, guys, I have actually the transcript of the interview that I was talking about with, his name is Alex Karaken. I'm not going to try. Complicated last name. So
why do people like this feel like they need to be a voice publicly, like to be a Twitter user or a YouTube content creator? If you literally watch this thing and you can't even summarize what's being said, and you go look at it and you go to find the transcript to jog your memory, but you're just looking and reading through the transcript. Like, what the fuck? You're useless. You're literally like, your role is just, oh, go watch this video, please. You're just recommending other YouTube videos. Like, what the fuck? He does this all the time as well. It's not even a first. Hutch was asking. I remember Hutch was asking Vadim what's wrong with what his issue is with me, and he goes and tells him to go and watch a Chris Kunzler video about me. Like, what the fuck? And he can't even name like one critique from the video that's actually repeatable. Man, the fucking state of this person, man. I think he's just there to get bullied, though, right? Like, I don't know why. Ogre Boy tries, he makes the effort, and he can speak in succinct sentences and shit like that, and he can have some through line, even if he's a fucking moron as well. But fuck.
Read what he had to say here, and I think it's worth hearing, so here I go. If I have to say one thing in this moment, it is, do not become distracted by meaningless and counterproductive so-called reforms. Everybody who studies these questions understands that body cameras are not a reform to any form of police violence. There has been overwhelming research, there's so much research and overwhelming consensus on this question that even the federal government's own position for a decade or more has been that body cameras do not reduce police violence. Okay, that's a consensus. So you have to ask yourself, in the wake of
That's not what I read. Even from the American website, it seemed to be that they were saying that there were mixed findings. So far, is there even an argument for why, like where the flaw there is, or that's not an argument? So maybe he's not finished.
outrage over police violence, why are so many public officials, particularly Democrats, pushing body cameras? I mean, after all, the person who shot Renee Good filmed himself in that interaction. When what we know from all the data is that there was a moment when the police were so desperate to get body cameras, so were prosecutors. They badly wanted them to dramatically increase their surveillance capabilities, to link facial recognition software. There was billions of dollars at stake in cloud computing contracts for the tech industry and the surveillance policing industry. The prosecutors wanted them so they could prosecute in higher volume, low-level cases against the most vulnerable people in our society. There were all these reasons that they wanted them. They wanted them for crowd control. You're seeing now with ICE, when they go out on the streets, they have these cameras. They scan the crowd. They're mapping people's faces. The policing industry wanted body cameras. They wanted them so badly that before they got public funding for them, they were getting private donations from people like Steven Spielberg because they were so desperate to get these cameras. Now, there's probably a lot more here that is worth reading, but it goes on for several paragraphs, and unfortunately I haven't read through it.
Yeah, unfortunately, you've watched this video and you haven't fucking absorbed dick from it. So again, that's not actually, so none of that really is much of an argument other than, so there's overwhelming research that doesn't bring down violence. That's not, anyone who says there's so much research, there's overwhelming research, look at all the, that generally suggests that they are inflating their hand completely. Like they're trying to puff themselves up. Like that's just not true. It took me 5 seconds to find research that showed the opposite, that actually violent interactions were reduced. It could be the case. I don't doubt it actually, because I've seen that before, that actually sometimes police do advocate for body cams for reasons that were met, like because it's easier to do like crowd control or to identify people, or even because they feel like they want to have camera footage to show that they were in the right if they shoot someone, right? So, but again, that's not logically consistent. Like, let's say all the cops want body cams. Let's say Steven Spielberg wants body cams. That does not necessarily make them bad. It's not a zero-sum game. There can be something that cops want, but also the public wants, and they can benefit both parties. That's, if a cop thinks they're honest, and they think that if they shoot someone, it might get left up to speculation. They might think, oh, a body cam would have showed how violent this black bastard was being, whatever the fuck cops say. Like, yeah, then maybe that doesn't necessarily make it bad either way to have body cams, just because cops benefit from it. But this is why he just heard someone talking a little bit sophisticated, a little bit flowy, and it's just really impressed the fuck out of him. There was no argument there. There's no content in that position. All the research, like where? Name some of it.
But I think that just from that alone, we're starting to see this expert's very clear opinion that these conditions that they're holding out for are, according to him, like just meaningless and in many cases counterproductive. So I'm going to go with this gentleman's point of view because I think that he knows more than all of us combined.
Who is this person? So like I don't trust this bear search. You say you trust this person on the basis of his expertise. What is this expertise? Off the top of your head, you know?
He's the author of Propaganda. He is someone who speaks very often on myths about immigration, crime, and policing.
You're not talking about his
and the last thing that I'll say.
So he's a writer. Who wrote Propaganda? Alec Karakatsanis? I don't know how you say that. Oh, so he's an abolitionist for one. He's not like a slavery, like a police abolitionist. Okay, a prison abolitionist. Nice. Okay, good. Well, no wonder you're gonna fucking hate everything that's to do with police. Founder of Civil Rights Corps nonprofit org. What's his expertise? He studied ethics, politics, and economics. Critical social theory. Doctor of Law. What is this expertise to do with policing and body cams? This is just a... Okay, he shifted his focus to criminal defense. Harvard Defenders. Yeah, this does not make him like a top authority on fucking policing and body cams. And also, he's clearly, if he's got an agenda, like of course he's not going to be, of course he's going to be dismissive of reform. Because people who are abolitionists think all reform is basically just polishing a fucking piece of shit. It's like perfume on a pig or whatever the fuck they call it, right? God.
also is that democracy now, I mean, like, I would like to be able to give you more in the moment about this particular person, but democracy now is excellent journalism. They like they are very discerning with the people that they have on. And
they're literally an alternative media platform that is geared towards far left and populist left politics. They obviously have what the fuck are you talking about, man? You know, academics are pretty mixed on every fucking issue that comes across you, not least of all fringe academics who push for very, very fringe politics and very, very fringe conclusions. He's literally doing the thing. Oh my God, he's the meme. He's doing the meme.
Yeah, well, my expert would totally oppose that.
Who is your expert?
I have no idea, but I can get one by this afternoon. You see, the thing is, you have spoken to the wrong expert. You've got to ask the right expert.
It's just... God.
Experts that they choose to speak to on topics like this.
But so, I have an even better idea. I have an even better idea. Okay,
this is what I don't even know. Like, I just feel like a bully. I just feel like a bad person. Like he's a cognitively fucking impaired human being. He's just a very dumb person. He's like low IQ, no critical thought. Basically devotes most of his attention to fucking high school fucking Valley Girl politics on Twitter. Like, oh, you're friends with this guy, therefore this guy. I'm supposed to be a content creator, but I haven't made any content in fucking 10,000 years. I can't even speak half the fucking like, come on. What is this? Fuck.
We'll encourage all of our protesters not to take videos either.
Vadim or Nick Shirley. Bro, Nick Shirley put the fucking work in. He made an original investigation. It was dog shit, but he did the fucking work. He put the effort in. Where's that clip from? It's from the thick of it.
No one will take videos. Wait a second. Let me finish my thought.
Okay.
Well, okay. So no one will take videos. And because you agree, right? If people are like taking videos with their cameras, all these different angles, that's going to be these tech billionaires like fucking Elon Musk, they're going to be able to use all of that data to put it into their Palantir systems, right? Mm-hmm. So we should encourage all people not to record, correct?
No, because first of all,
why is the framing disingenuous, Ogre?
First of all, you're talking about average citizens versus the state, for one.
I know I'm talking about that. Why is the framing disingenuous? It's called the fucking comparison.
Well, so I think because they're not saying we shouldn't record. They're just saying this is lackluster compared to what they really want.
No. Sorry. Sorry. I just responded to a fear regarding tech surveillance and using facial identification, to identify people related to crimes in these networks. That would be true both of body-worn camera footage and freely published imagery and videos from people who are recording on the scene. Correct. Soy pill. This is the soy pill. This is the soy pill.
Yeah,
that is correct. That is true of both examples.
In the Democracy Now! Interview, I think that was the closest that AJW got to implying that these people don't want body cams. But I think the overall point is
AJW was on Democracy Now! Wait, what? Is that what? Wait, what? He must have been there in like a debate capacity, right? Whatever. I know he debated Sam Cedar a while ago. Or are they just talking about two separate things? Because AJW is very much his initial claim to fame was very, there. It was very, this black person got shot. Let me tell you what that guy was up to.
He's saying is, and what the Democratic politicians in a subsequent article that he posted that also disagreed with this point was not that body cams are bad. It's that body cams is a platitude in their opinion. This is not what I'm saying, but they say body cams are a platitude. It's a meaningless win if they can control what footage comes in and comes out, and if they're just using it to their advantage and not to your advantage.
But they can't. No. I'm speaking. So you wanted to zoom out. So I don't know why you want to zoom out. I'm talking about something specific, which is a particular fear. Yeah. The particular fear being that this data actually gives a lot of weapons to the administration.
Data mail.
You know what? To be honest, it sometimes does give weapons to the administration, but it's overdetermined because people are freely publishing these videos because they're on the scene. Notwithstanding that, our intuition isn't that we should stop doing that because we think that there's value in that being available.
My answer to what you're saying is that, like, yes, we should absolutely be concerned about that. We should be, as a society and also just political content creators on the internet, my opinion is that we should be speaking up about these issues so that hopefully mass surveillance doesn't get to the point where every single time that we shoot like some video, it's just going into the Palantir system. Now, we might get to that point, and even if we do get to that point, I would argue that it is still better for civilians to be shooting people because, again, we have that matter of like, are the authorities going to actually be forthcoming with the footage that we want them to? No, of course not. So it is still a net win for people to be shooting what they can, because then they are kind of like more in a position where if shit goes pear-shaped, they can fucking do something.
What about Palantir? What about the threat?
Peace go. We got 30 minutes left, and I do want to take a step back and talk about, because Josiah actually have a perfect super chat to transition to this for the last half, because this is the main reason Ogreboy and Vadim are on. He said, definitive answer from both of you. Vadim, you can go first. Would the country be better under a Kamala presidency?
Oh, absolutely. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah.
Okay, Ogreboy, yes or no?
Both of you vote for Kamala?
Wait. Let Ogre. We'll get that after. Yeah.
I was telling people prior to the election that they should be voting for her if that was something that, if they were coming to me for advice on electoral politics specifically, I laid out the issues, and I still said ultimately that Kamala would have been better than Trump, and that they should vote for Kamala.
Yeah, okay. I mean, what I wanted to kind of launch into before we kind of
hold on, real quick, super quick, Vadim. Is there something wrong with your eyes, Hutch? You seem to be blinking a lot.
I just emote a lot, I think.
Okay. I'm not used to that. Go ahead, Vadim.
Wait, that's a lie, right? Wait, hang on a second. That's a lie, isn't it? Ogreboy, you just lied?
Yes or no?
Wait, Ogre, did you just...
I think he was just commenting on Hutch's reaction to something.
No, I just wanted to know, was that a lie? You just lied, right?
It was being hyperbolic and sarcastic.
But it doesn't answer. Did both of you vote for Kamala? I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm just curious.
Yes, I did, but actually, I mean, there was something that I kind of wanted to launch into.
Hey, Sigurd Carlson, thanks for the 499. Body cams came from Ferguson in 2014. People wanted more accountability, and the Obama admin leveraged it across the country. Okay. 2 more for the goal, guys. You guys are doing pretty well today, though. I'm impressed. Nice.
In the remaining time that we have, won't be able to get to everything, but we could get to one conversation that I very much wanted to have with all of you, and so did Ogre, that is just basically directly connected to that. So I was told from Soypill that I'd have like an opportunity to kind of like read a little something that I think kind of like is a springboard into that conversation.
Keep it
is that
okay? Not the whole manifesto, but like, your introduction to like.
Well, I mean, this is
brevity is the soul of wit, as they say.
Okay, well, I think that this will. Here we go. Okay, we'll just go ahead and read it. So
it is really. I don't know why the fuck these two are too fucking cowardly to talk to me, but if they're going to go on these shows, it's good. I think it's good that people get exposed to this, because Vadim is cognitively challenged. Okay, big deal. Ogreboy is not really. He's not actually all that different from most of these like communist debaters. Actually, if anything, like he's probably slightly more confident debating than other ones, because he does it more often. It really does show, it's really interesting to just see how lacking in like information these guys are compared to the rest of the show. And I think this really does show you why a lot of these fucking debate hating fucking far left communists like bastards are like, why they don't do this kind of thing, like why they really hate being having their theories and their ideas held to account or held in front of people who actually know the facts of what they're talking about. This is why they all used to come on the Hippy Dippy podcast, and then every now on those panels, and then one by one they just started saying, oh yeah, debate's actually useless, it's not good for anyone, it's all just rhetoric and sophistry, because none of them could do it, none of them could cope. Like they always just got caught out being uninformed or believing in bunk information or being inconsistent. Like it's always the same shit. Like, yeah, they can't do it, they can't defend their positions because what they're believing is indefensible most of the time. Fuck.
This was supposed to be said at the top, so okay. So I said a big part of what brought me here today is summed up in this Twitter exchange that recently popped off and sparked a wider conversation on Twitter. In response to several centrist libs voting in favor for ICE funding, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib tweeted the following out. She said, "Shame on every single House member, including the 7 Dems who voted to fund this killing mob, cold blood killing in our streets, some even clapping and cheering. I'm so sick of fake-ass people who say they uphold our Constitution. No, you don't if you fund this madness." And that provoked political consultant Neera Tanden to quote tweet her and say, a lot of people can criticize the members here, but the last person who should do that is a person who helped Trump win when she could have supported the Democratic presidential candidate. So here we go. And I just have like a few more paragraphs to read. I wanted to say that I personally think the purpose of a statement like this from Tandon is more or less akin to a thought-terminating cliche. She's falsely attributing blame for Harris's election loss here. And just to provide necessary context for everybody out there.
I'm so mad. Listen, maybe this is PTSD, okay? But the fact that I'm hearing about thought-terminating cliches from people who spent the last 2 years coping with their fucking lack of intelligence and lack of knowledge and lack of understanding with "it's a genocide." My God. Anyway.
In regards to Tlaib, she vigorously spoke out against Trump and the threat to democracy that he represented, but due to the ongoing genocide in Gaza, she decided to refuse to explicitly endorse Kamala Harris as a matter of principle, and also in the hopes that doing so, along with others, might have provoked Harris to do more for the situation. She was holding out for concessions. Now, I want to say that personally, I and Ogre Boy as well encouraged others to vote for Kamala Harris in the lead up to the election, in spite of feeling the same way, in spite of believing that Harris was not acting on something such as in spite of believing that Harris not acting on something such as this would have inevitably helped to provoke a great disinterest and apathy amongst voters that spread far beyond that of leftists to potential voters of all stripes everywhere. And again, I encourage others to vote for her, but I absolutely, and I believe that Ogre did as well, but we absolutely respected those who held out for concessions because we knew their conscience, not only that their conscience would not allow them to do otherwise, but also because it was a very worthwhile tactic that was attempting to coerce Harris to take necessary action in order to ensure a victory. This is almost over here. Anyhow, in my opinion, the
sliminess of this as well, because people look at polling from a few months after Trump won and compare it and mistake it for polling that was taking place before the election. Because before the election, people were still fairly divided on America's position on Israel, like divided enough that you wouldn't really know whether, and I do know, because of just how people work in general and how the discourse works. I hate it that they have done the thing that we want them to with something that would have secured a victory. I don't know. These people have convinced themselves that had Kamala just reversed decades of congressional practice and done a sudden arms embargo on Israel or boycotted them or whatever else, or brought in the fucking Leahy law, that would have secured a victory. It's so fucking annoying. Like, there's no guarantee it would have done that, because that would have also meant them coming into bed with people who are literally waving fucking Hamas and Hezbollah flags and talking about fucking globalizing the Intifada. Really, you think they would have only gained voters from behaving like that, for appeasing that crowd of fucking animals who spent the fucking year running at cops with shields made out of fucking bins and terrorizing fucking people and annoying people and just making a fucking nuisance out of everything, boycotting Starbucks because they were annoyed that a group of union workers put out a pro-October 7th tweet. Like, what the fuck? You think they would have only gained voters? They would have never lost voters. And all this vice president, she could have done that. Fuck me, man.
Sorry, I miswrote here.
Getting deported. Anyhow, Phaser Kun, listen, I'm sorry to introduce you to the concept of time. They got deported, or they got threatened with deportation after the Democrats lost. After the Democrats lost. In no small part, okay? Again, because people who should have been supporting them were not supporting them. Not saying that caused them to lose completely, but it did not help. It didn't help. Didn't fucking help.
My opinion, Neurotandon's sentiments here provides an excuse to just throw out not just what she was quote tweeting from Tlaib, but anything and everything she would ever have to say of political value, because if she's complaining about something, she's supposedly to blame for it. So fuck her. Now, obviously, this mirrors exchanges that are had all the time between tons of people like ourselves in all sorts of ways. So I'm hoping a productive conversation could be had with all of that as a springboard.
And scene.
There you go.
If I can, oftentimes in online politics, people will craft analogies. Let me try to craft an analogy here. Let's say that you have, a village of people. It's 2,000 people. The number
is one of these fucking sections called Vadim Gets Tired. Oh no,
it doesn't matter. And they have
what's the analogy? Go on.
Oftentimes in online politics, people will craft analogies. Let me try to craft an analogy here. Let's say that you have, a village of people. It's 2,000 people. The number doesn't matter. And they have some kind of a barricade around the village that they live in. And the barricade is somehow threatened by something. Let's say like water, let's say like the oceans rise, right? And it's established that the people that live in this village, they have to reinforce that wall. Otherwise, the ocean's going to come in and just like drown everybody and destroy the village. Oh, no. And let's say you have somebody that's in that village talking a lot about the threat of the ocean and the water and all that. It's just like, this is really bad. There's water coming. But then let's say that person doesn't help reinforce the wall and then the wall collapses. Do you think that the person who didn't help potentially, or not potentially, do you think that the person who didn't help could have helped to like stop the water coming and killing everybody?
Ogre, you want to take that?
No. I asked you, Vadim.
I'd like to go over to Ogre because I just
can I actually jump in? I can already see.
I've read my manifesto. Okay, fuck stage 2.
I can already see you guys. Wait.
What's the analogy there? Is the analogy that you should vote? Okay.
I can already see you guys talking past each other, and what's going to happen is. Tell me if this is wrong, Vadim and Ogrebug. This is my position, but tell me if this is a good steelman of what you guys are saying. The people that were holding out for concessions were not thinking that with their help, they would have stopped Trump. Their thought is, if you don't listen to me and concede to my argument on Gaza, you will lose. So it would be, and it's
no, to be more specific, if you don't do the thing that I want you to do, I will help Donald Trump win.
Sure, I understand the framing. I just
no, that is not helping. Yes. They are already trying to do something about an apathy that is going to be there whether you like it or not. I very much like Ogre because I know Ogre Boy has a lot to say about this.
Well, the problem is that you guys are purveyors and merchants of that apathy. When you guys say that there's not much difference between Biden and Harris on Gaza and on Iran or whatever else, then yeah, you are producing apathy. You are creating apathy where there need not be apathy. It's not anyone's fucking fault. It's not Harris's fault that these guys completely fucking ignored Biden's record versus Trump's record on Palestine and Gaza and fucking Iran or anything else. It's not their fault. You guys chose to do that. You chose to engage in this disinformation or selective lack of information. You did that yourselves. You're guilty of that. General Grievous, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that.
I said a mouthful, and he can talk very capably about this.
Ogre Boy, I thought you changed your mind about like voting for Kamala, and you think that would have been the right thing to do. Didn't you tell me that?
The discussion in the moment is still the same. The idea of what a lot of people were trying to do in 2024, it was akin to yelling at the main character inside the movie theater while you're watching a horror movie, trying to tell somebody that
It's not. It's saying
United States.
We've seen the exit polls. We know that foreign policy was not a top issue for the overwhelming majority of voters. It's not. You were upset because they weren't doing the thing that you want them to. That's it.
Representative who has a tremendous amount of influence in the state that she serves, which happened to be a battleground state. And she could have, at any point, told her supporters in no uncertain terms, the threat of Donald Trump is real. He is going to probably be worse than the first term. Everything that they're threatening to do in Project 2025 sounds like it will do a lot of damage. It will kill a lot of people. We can get into the USAID cuts, but I feel like that point has been made 1,000 times. And nobody forced her. You say holding out for concessions. I don't know what that means. Like, through the election? What does that even mean?
What do you mean you don't know what that means?
What does it mean to hold out? Was she hoping for a concession the day before the election?
It means we're not an outcome determinative group. We're not going to determine the outcome. It's not going to be our fault if you lose, but also we're going to withhold our vote to get concessions from you. Fuck me.
Hoping for a concession on the day of the election?
Looking for her to either do a weapons embargo or to...
And that didn't happen.
Just acting like it's so fucking easy to get a weapons embargo. Dude, like, she's the vice president. What are you going to... That's a congressional thing. That's so many different people in the House and in the Senate with different interests and with different perspectives. And also, sorry, if what you're asking for is fucking retarded, then no, people shouldn't do it. Politicians are not just there to listen to the whims of the fucking mob. They're not just delegates, right? They're also trustees. If a politician understands that, what if some of these weapons, first of all, Biden was withholding certain arms, especially the ones that actually were linked to a lot of the damage that was going on in Gaza, like the 2,000-pound bombs. But why are you going to withhold, like, why should they withhold fucking the Iron Dome just because a bunch of fucking college retards think that it's like actually a bad thing that Israel can intercept rockets and fucking ballistics from Iran? Why? Why is that bad? Or really, like, if Israel wants precision munitions, because that's one of the things that they get from American funding, is precision munitions. Oh, actually, no. Well, because the leftists are really upset at you, you're just going to have to bomb them with fucking dumb bombs. More dumb bombs, please, actually.
ceasefire. Hopefully,
and that didn't happen.
And
But
that would be right. If she had done that,
10 million people are going to die from USA ID cuts, and it's partly her fault. It's partly her fault. Yes.
Vadim, what he's asking is, yes, holding out for concessions are valid. He understands the concept of, hey, I don't really want to endorse until you do this. But once it becomes clear this is not going to happen 24 hours before, because she's not going to pass that in 24 hours, why not at that point then endorse?
Because it's a fucking genocide.
Is Donald Trump is he a fascist?
What's that?
How did they make such a fucking joke out of such a horrible situation? It's a fucking genocide. Like, what is this fucking Valley Girl Intifada? Like, what the fuck, man? It's a fucking genocide, sister. Like, Jesus.
Donald Trump a fascist?
Donald Trump is a fascist, and that's why. As I said,
bro, if you're Israeli, like if you're an Israeli right winger and you want to radicalize your population, just show them this shit. Like just blast every fucking building in Tel Aviv should just be like have projections of these people talking about your country. Like, fuck me.
It's a fascist movement.
Throughout her campaigning, spoke to that constantly.
You're not. You seem to be just breezing past the responsibility that people have to use their influence to affect the best possible outcome. Okay, if you are a sitting representative,
the best possible outcome.
You don't need to interrupt every time I speak, Vadim.
Yeah, but you're speaking like
let me speak. I am not long-winded like you. I can make my point in 10 seconds without 50,000 qualifiers.
Go ahead, then Vadim respond. Okay.
You seem to be of the mind that people don't have a responsibility to use the influence they have to affect for the best possible outcome. You think that people...
General Grievous, thanks for $5. Leftist, how could you blame sweet innocent us for Kamala's loss? Ooh woo. Also leftist, yeah, we made Kamala lose and we'll fucking do it again. It is weird how they are just kind of doing that. I've noticed that. That was also Vanguard. It sounded like they were doing that as well. Yeah. It's disgraceful. I don't understand. Yeah, fuck.
No, I'm saying that this is the way that they are.
It's worse than that, though. It's worse than that. It's not even that they believe that that they made Kamala lose. It's that they genuinely believe that their ideas are so resonant and so popular that they just know that turnout they wouldn't lose voters. One, if Kamala was somehow able to secure an unprecedented, so an arms embargo and a ceasefire, which I'm guessing is unilateral. I don't know how they think she's getting Hamas to ceasefire. So they get the arms embargo and the ceasefire, which again, these people would not be happy with. They would not be content with that. They would not change their minds. We know that because look at Trump's ceasefire. They don't even think it's called a ceasefire. The death toll is dropped. The death rate is dropped by like fucking 99% or whatever. They still don't think it's a ceasefire. They think the genocide's continuing because occasionally some people will cross the fucking yellow line and get shot, or because Israel will fucking find some like Hamas guy in a building and shoot him with an airstrike or a drone, or even worse, like occasionally, like sometimes they'll just fucking kill. Like I think there was like 2 kids who got killed for being too close to the yellow line, which is fucking disgraceful on the part of the IDF. But again, compared to what was happening before the ceasefire, the death rate is plummeted, and these guys are still just saying it's the same shit, same genocide. Fuck. It wouldn't even an arms embargo and a ceasefire wouldn't have been enough. They'd have complained that Israel's not withdrawing from Gaza. And then after that, they'd have complained that they're not doing enough about settlements. And after that, they'd have complained that they're still in Lebanon. And then they'd have complained that they're still in Syria. Like, they would have never stopped. I don't know why they think that they were demanding the impossible. They were demanding the impossible and the retarded at the same time.
You seem to think that people can just absolve themselves of any responsibility that they have. She's a United States representative. You cannot tell me in one breath that Donald Trump is a fascist, and then in the next breath tell me, but I'm going to stop short of endorsing the only person that could beat her.
Tell me what I think.
I'm telling you what you're telling me, bro. No. You're saying that she didn't have any responsibility.
Let me leave.
You know, you shaved your head, and I think maybe you have like some sort of
let's not do this.
Don't go there.
Confidence that gives you like psychic powers now. Black hair allows you to pierce my brain and know.
You need a nap. Just say you need a nap.
Wait. Let him respond. Let him tell you what he thinks.
Okay, let's go.
I think that they were using their influence to the best of the ability that they could by holding out in order to get something which they knew was the only thing that would win the election. Them kind of saying
this fucking disgusting. The only thing that would win the election was how much do you have to underestimate the fucking selfishness of the American voter? These people who are screaming about eggs Americans cared more about fucking eggs than they cared about Gaza. I'm sorry. America, and that's not even unique to Americans. Most people care most about their own country and their own neighborhood, right? Americans cared more about eggs than they cared about Gaza. They cared more about the wall and the border than they cared about Gaza. Apparently, voters cared more about Haitians eating cats and dogs than they cared about Gaza. They cared about things that weren't real more than they cared about Gaza. Every fucking exit poll shows that on the list of top priorities for voters, you've got immigration, economy, fucking Medicare, all the way down the list is fucking foreign policy. It was not a top issue for voters. It was a top issue for a very small, incredibly loud, obnoxious, social media fucking dominant group of educated middle-class college dipshits, white boys in keffiyehs. No one else really gave that much of a shit. Oh, Dearborn, I guess, right? Fuck. One swing state.
This scenario in which they kind of bit the bullet and did some sort of like please vote for her. Like I know like it's a genocide and they've like completely ignored us. They didn't listen to us at the they kicked us out basically at the DNC, and they are just kind of like shitting on us by like funding a genocide of our community. Like, please just go ahead and vote for
our community. Are we going to say that Palestinian Americans were the decisive vote now? Like that's actually the reason? That had all the Palestinian Americans been persuaded to vote Democrat, then that would have saved Harris? How much power? How many are there?
Her anyway. Yes, maybe in some cases that would have gotten a few more people out to vote, but that would not have created the sort of groundswell of support that would have occurred if they were successful.
Okay, I follow you. So if they don't have influence sufficient to make any kind of meaningful impact on the election, why were they making demands?
Well, because
pause on that for a second.
Okay.
What leverage did they have? You're saying
because they know the American mind, they know the American brain better than any of the pollsters. They're a small group who can't sway the election, but for some reason they also know that other people who are not them and not part of their movement will still come out for Harris if she arms embargoes Israel. Okay.
It couldn't have really made a difference. Then what doesn't that annihilate the very premise? Like it's absurd that they would be holding out for concessions because what leverage do they have?
What other options did they have other than trying to appeal to the representatives?
There's also another aspect of this, which is just kind of like at a certain point, people do have certain kind of like principles that they like are going to like hold to, and that's is there no situation where you guys would where you would respect someone who did the same if like
there are some situations. No, there are some situations. It's just they didn't present themselves.
Well, if there are some situations,
Vadim, for example,
I've very often said, of all things, a genocide. I'll
tell you why.
If you're going to have,
I'll tell you why.
If you're going to just last sentence, okay? If you're going to have the cutoff at some point, then like why is like a genocide not the point where you start doing that?
Well, I give this example a lot. Wait, I want to respond to this because Vadim, I give the example a lot of like I sympathize. I know people who have family in Gaza that were killed by Israel. Okay, like I understand their line of reasoning of like, wow, it's very hard for me to hold my nose and go say, yeah, the person who helped that happen, I'm going to go vote for you. But it's our job as content creators and politicians as well, especially so, to say, hey, just because this thing is happening and is awful, there are more things that are going to happen. And because both of you acknowledge Trump is just demonstrably worse, we need to do everything we can to stop that. It doesn't matter
if you won the election. There's no scenario.
No, wait. I agree with that. Wait. I agree. Wait.
Can any of these people, can any of these fucking assholes like Vadim or Ogre Boy, can they just please admit that had Kamala Harris decided to do an arms embargo on Israel after they've just like a year and a half or 2 years after they've just had like 2024 October 7th. It was a year. It was 1 year after. It was 1 year after the worst attack on Jewish life since the fucking Holocaust from Hamas in Gaza, that America should have done an arms embargo on Israel and just said, yeah, stop fighting. Doesn't matter what Hamas says. Doesn't matter what they're doing. Just stop fighting. Just give it back to them. Just let them try again, as they're saying. Like that, they would have only gained voters from that decision. Really, they would have lost anyone.
Agree with your take that the Gaza issue didn't swing the election. That's why I think it's so ridiculous sometimes for people to claim credit that, if they had just, to Hutch's point, if they had just listened to us, they would have won the election. I think that the loss had to do more with prices or whatever. But that's not what people are pointing at and why they're upset. yeah, this quote tweet isn't directly responsive to the issue related to whatever, the 7 representatives who I condemned for their vote, including whatever, Glusen Perez, etc. What people are upset about isn't...
I love how for these people, like, America is the fucking imperial core, the home of white supremacy and manifest destiny and racism and destabilizing the Middle East and George Bush, but also this is also the same country where you can save an election campaign by shitting on Israel. Like, it's so fucking stupid, man.
We know they would have had a statistical effect on the election. It is the priorities of these people and what they view as the existential nature of the threat. Or that
Israel would find arms somewhere else. Not only that, Israel would just use worse arms. They would use dumber fucking weapons. Like we know that they've got entire fucking warehouses full of dumb. Like, one of the problems with the post-October 7th world was that there was a shortage. There was an international shortage of like JDAMs, like guided munitions, and that's what a large part of what Israel was getting from America. Because Israel's weapons funds from America, it does include some, it includes 2,000-pound bombs and 500-pound bombs and the planes to drop those bombs from. But it also includes precision munitions that are rare on the international market, and it includes the Iron Dome, and it includes surveillance technology, it includes defensive stuff as well. It's like, but you just want to get rid of all, like, it's so dumb, man. Unironically, if America did an arms embargo on Israel and decided that their position was going to be, we're going to force you to ceasefire and withdraw unilaterally, dude, you would see more dead Arabs, you would see more dead Palestinians easily. Because the only group in Israel that gets emboldened by that position from the United States is the right wing. And we know this because Netanyahu fucking said it. Like, the last time Netanyahu spoke about Biden wasn't even that long ago. Netanyahu, Biden, and interestingly, because Biden froze the shipment of 2,000-pound bombs, 17 or 1,800 of them, the last time Netanyahu spoke about Biden was him accusing Biden of an arms embargo. And he used it to bolster his fairly years-long project now of trying to expand, of trying to reduce Israel's dependence on other countries. These are the people who get emboldened by America turning their back on Israel. Only it would be a billion-fold if there was an arms embargo and a call for a unilateral withdrawal. That's the last time Netanyahu spoke about Biden. He accused him of fucking arms embargo and blamed Biden for fucking dead Israeli soldiers. Like, yeah, cunt. But unfortunately, if you're Israeli, and I know these people don't care about what Israelis think or what's in their heads, even though they want to change the way Israelis behave about everything, Israelis hear two things at all times. There are two voices. One voice is Vadim saying, listen, you're doing a genocide. Fuck you. You're racist. You're a colonizer. We're going to stop giving you arms. Don't defend yourselves. Just withdraw from Gaza and assume the entire population of Gaza and the West Bank into your civic national democracy with equal rights. And then the other side, on the other ear, they've got Hamas saying, yeah, if you do that, we're just going to rebuild and fight you again. Good luck. Who do you think they're going to listen to? Bob.
Trump imposes the fact that we are all on this plane together and we're all going to fucking die if we don't gather forces and do what it takes for the benefit not just of ourselves, but for millions of other people in other places, including the people being slaughtered in Gaza. And on every score of that, there's a frustration not to be lectured to by these people. I'm not saying that it's directly responsive to what these people are saying, but you should at least understand where it's coming from. It's being sick of it. It's being sick of this kind of talking down to people who wouldn't even do the bare minimum.
No,
no.
Okay, go ahead. Ogre Boy has
There's a couple different things here, and the first one is essentially one of the arguments, or at least the attempt to try to make this make sense, is that it's not a matter of what we as a group or the people sitting on Politics Nerd Island that spend all day reading and listening to commentators and public speakers and all this different shit. It was an attempt to try to like get some kind of message across to normies and have normies hear what comes out of the candidate's specific mouth to say what they were willing to do. She had the opportunity sitting across from Dana Bash to say, what are you going to do different? And she said that she wasn't going to do anything different.
But play it out, Ogre. Can I just say, play it out? Man. So for example, let's say that we're in your world of political sort of analysis. Kamala Harris says, you know what? I'm going to announce for the first time here, Jake, whoever's doing the fucking debate, what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. And I'm immediately resigning. Because that's what she would have to do, wouldn't she? That's what she would have to do if she were the vice president of an administration that is a party to a genocide in that respect. The way you're saying is she can't be a party to it. She has to resign.
The only way they get out of this is they're going to have to rewrite. They're going to have to pretend that they were not demanding the impossible, and that actually even the things they were asking for wouldn't have satisfied them. But okay.
Fuck, can she declare it as a genocide from her position as vice president, part of that administration?
I'm not.
Talk me through it, Ogre.
It's not.
What should she have done then that she didn't do?
You're picking the maximalist position in the other direction to try to turn it into
so you don't hold it. You don't hold it
hyperbolic
against her.
scenario.
You're right. So you don't hold it against her. So now let's play another.
All she had to do.
Let's just do the other scenarios.
Can we fucking talk? What's happening here? Only thing that she had to do was say yes. Under my administration, if evidence comes across my desk that the Leahy Act or the Foreign Assistance Act 620I, I believe, that when and if these things are being violated, I'll look into it. That's it.
Yeah. Are you fucking serious? You lying, disgusting, fucking cowardly worm piece of shit. If Kamala had said, yeah, we'll look into it if they're violating the Leahy law, if they're violating international law to the point that it triggers the Leahy law, we're going to, we'll deal with it. We're going to look into it. That is what would have satisfied. Are you fucking serious, man? How do you expect anyone on this good earth, in this life or the next, to believe that? Are you serious? You know that the State Department did look into Israel and effectively said that they were not triggering the Leahy Act, right? I think there were occasionally warnings. There were some people who were within a USAID or people like that who said that there was evidence of war crimes. And again, that's partly what triggered the freezing of 2,000-pound bombs. But saying that they reached such a level, such a threshold as to mean that they need to be embargoed, the State Department's official line of that was that they hadn't done this. They'd already done this. Again, it's funny that my dialogue with Ogre Boy basically begins and ends at him struggling to understand articles from that one event in October in 2024. Because in 2024, on October, there was that aid blockage in the north that Harris was one of the people, and the State Department wrote a letter to Israel saying that they were going to review their arms arrangements if Israel didn't start sending aid in. And then the conclusion from the end of it was basically they have all these demands. Israel barely met most of them, but then the State Department basically said, yeah, well, they've done enough. They didn't do every demand, but they did enough for us to not do an arms embargo. That's generally the State Department's position. I wonder if I can find it. I think there was something in 2024 where they talk about the State Department's actual position. I wonder if, I think it was mid-2024. I was reading it not that long ago. Yeah. Let's see.
So this is
that would have been enough to get a lot of the grassroots activists. Why would you ask me if that's what I feel is necessary when I'm telling you what I think is necessary?
Okay, so what you've just produced, right, is you're saying, I'm not asking her for the sun and moon. I just want some sort of token gesture that she would look into her boss and everyone that she works with for violations of the Leahy Act. Okay, but that's
the person that
and then what's the ogre? Let me finish. What is the next question after she says, I think that we should look into violations of the Leahy Act? What's the next question? You produce it. What's the next question? Go.
Why hasn't Biden done that?
That's a great question.
Do you feel, or how about number two? Do you feel the Leahy Act has been violated under administration?
Can you let me talk for 5 fucking seconds? This is so exhausting.
Maybe our administration is violating its obligations with respect to genocides, and so.
So if we go back to what I actually said,
that's a good political strategy.
Can I go back to what I actually said as opposed to what you tried to make me say? I said all she had to say was essentially, if information comes across my desk that there's violations of the Leahy Act and the Foreign Assistance Act, I'm willing to look into it.
That would have appeased a lot of the leftovers.
The fact that he's expecting anyone to believe that is so fucking funny. Good on them for seeing through that.
Fine. Here, let me ask this, because this is one of the things that I wanted to get at. Do you guys even fucking continue to read articles or stay up to date on any news whatsoever to any of this shit?
He's about to mischaracterize the fuck out of whatever article he's going to bring up. Nice one.
Why is that? Hang on. So first of all, why did you just bring that up?
Why did I just bring that up?
Yeah. Because so you're like, are you studying your Gaza? Yeah. No. So and why is that relevant exactly?
Because there was two articles that came out in November specifically about how the Biden administration knew in December of 2023 that they were already committing war crimes in Gaza.
No. You're getting into the substance.
In November 2024, Biden administration, 2024 war crimes, 2023. Sorry. War crimes, Gaza. Again, just committing war crimes, my understanding, is not enough to trigger the Leahy Act, because the Leahy Act would obviously be like, imagine that. Imagine if you got like a foreign assistance deal with a country, and then like one commander like orders the murder of a fucking couple, like a family. Like, really, you're gonna change the relations with the entire fucking country. It would depend on how you prosecute war crimes within, or whether or not it's happening from the top down and systemic and all that shit. But 2023. The thing is, I don't even know why I'm looking this up. I know it was said. I think I'm almost 100% sure they would have said that there was a risk, not that. Or it's like a memo, one of millions of fucking memos that get passed through where like people have opinions, but it's not an official State Department position. I think this is what he's referring to. This is like it's like a memo. Hang on. I'm trying to find something that I saw from 2024. Let's see. When did they go into Gaza? Like with the ground invasion? Would have been at the end of October or early November. I think it was end of October though. Oh, it's here. It's from a press briefing. Fuck, why is it? Oh God, it's fucking archived. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh no, it's here. It's here. It's here. Here. Right. I think it was here where the State Department's official position was basically April 2024, so a few months before the election. They were effectively defending their position on Israel and the Leahy Act and everything else. The secretary said 10 days ago that a determination on the Leahy front with Israel had been made and that we would see results. So I'm wondering if the determination that he made 10 days ago is this determination that you guys are now making public, or if that changed due to engagement with Israelis. What we were talking about was the gross violations of human rights, and it relates to one particular unit. I will say that this process continues to be ongoing. Given this additional information, we're engaging with the government of Israel consistent with the memorandum of understanding that we have with them. Yeah, this was when there was that unit in the West Bank. I don't think it was even in Gaza, wasn't it? The unit. This is from the right time, isn't it? April 2024, yeah. We have a careful and very deliberate process when it comes to implementing the Leahy Law. I want to reiterate what you've heard me, the Secretary, Matt, and others say before, which is that the same standards when it comes to the same standard of application of this law applies to every country. What I can say in terms of where the process is right now is that after a careful process, we found 5 Israeli units responsible for individual incidents of gross violations of human rights. All of these were incidents much before October 7th, and none took place in Gaza. 4 of these units have effectively remediated these violations, which is what we expect partners to do. It is consistent with what we expect all countries whom we have a security relationship with. That is a fucked sentence, but well done. For a remaining unit, we continue to be in consultations and engagement with the government of Israel. They have submitted additional information as it pertains to that unit, and we are continuing to have those conversations consistent with the memorandum of understanding that we have with the government of Israel that was entered into in 2021. They're basically saying that the Leahy Act is being considered, and they have been looking into it. But they found units that had committed crimes, but they were before October 7th and not in Gaza, and they were being dealt with. This was their position in April 2024. The election was what, November? So, okay. That was the State Department's official position, but Ogerboy's saying that if they said they were going to look into the Leahy Act, they were going to look into the Leahy Act. Well, that's going to be enough. Okay, that would get you to vote and cheerlead. It's nice.
You're getting into the substance of the argument. That's not what we're talking about.
I haven't forbidden. I didn't touch on substance.
But you know that's not what we're talking about. Do you want us to actually have a conversation about whether or not they have violated the Leahy Act, or whether they're not? Is that what you think we're talking about, Ogre?
I'm talking about a failure on their behalf to do what's right in order to actually.
You don't think we're talking about the Leahy Act, do you?
Not only
the thing Ogerboy will be clinging on to is that within the State Department, and especially USAID, there were people who were dissenting and were recommending to embargo Israel. I mean, maybe like a few dozen, or maybe I think there's like up to 100 people within the departments, but these are employees. This is not the official department's position. It seemed like there was a divide of opinion, but it never became. This doesn't mean that they were just ignoring it. So as far as Ogerboy's threshold is, it seems that they looked into it. Some people thought that it would trigger the Leahy Law. The final decision was not to, though, after looking into it.
on the right side of history, but to also simultaneously save the potential for the fucking election. Yes.
Okay, let me jump in here. Let me jump in. There's a couple things I want to point out. Okay. There have been multiple independent organizations that have done their own estimates about the projected death toll from USAID cuts globally over the. You can Jesus Christ. Don't moralize to me about Gaza. No. Don't moralize to me about Gaza and imply that I don't give a fuck about like people dying or whatever. If you're gonna poo-poo and hand wave the current
you, all right? Relative primacy fallacy. Nice one.
You don't even think it's genocide.
Don't speak. You told him to speak. Fuck you. The current projections.
Hutch. I muted them. Start over, and then
the current projections right now. And I'm gonna make my other point. The current projections now are that 200,000 kids on the low end of the estimate have died just in the last year from USAID cuts. That number is expected to swell to over 1 million. So you have no leg to stand on. You have no leg to stand on moralizing as though your red line of Gaza was some kind of justification to allow the Trump administration to come in and do what he did. I want to make my second point that I think is much broader, which is that you guys need to stop treating.
I hate the fact that these dipshits will bring up Israel-Palestine knowing they can just go off vibes because most people on the panel don't know that much. Yeah, it does seem like there's a blind spot, but that's why. It is no accident that both of these people have all the time in the world to talk to these four, but not to me. Just saying. Okay, I will be conceited because I know, and they know that I know. They know that I know more. They know that I know their talking points. They know that I've read the articles that they've pretended to read. Like, fuck. Whatever, though, you know. Maybe I should dumb myself down, you know, just make myself look like an easier target.
These elections like it's a fucking game that don't have real consequences, okay? These are real. People are living and dying because of these things. The outcome of the election is so
oh my God,
enormous.
A week ago, listening to both
you don't get to tell me. You don't get to tell me that it's. Hold on, let me. I wasn't quite done. I wasn't quite done. Stop using the threat of helping Republicans win.
Stop.
Listen to me. Stop using a strategy of I'm going to help Republicans win. This is pathetic. Vadim, this is pathetic. Don't ask your soldier boy to jump in and take over for you and then jump in with this belligerent nonsense. Do I look scared, Ogre Boy? Do you two intimidate me?
Okay, wait, Hutch, let him respond.
No, I was not done. Let me make my last point. You guys, can you mute that for a second? Mute that for a second. I'm serious. This belligerent clown.
Let him respond.
Let him respond. He cut me off, bro. He's been screaming the whole time. It is
because I'm fucking
Vadim.
Careful, Vadim. Yeah, your energy reserves, they're limited. You're going to crash. Oh, no.
By what you're saying, and I need to.
You told Overboy to jump in because you don't know how to collect your thoughts, and then I start speaking, and you jump in and start yelling. No, you don't.
I know exactly what I want to say.
I'm muting all three of you. Okay, Hutch.
Wow.
I think your point was almost done. But you did make a lot of points there, and clearly Vadim wants to have a little response to this. So let's let Vadim get a word in, then Ogre Boy can respond, and then you can all scream at each other again. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah. Okay. So it's my turn now. Is that what's
happening?
Speak!
Go ahead and respond.
Jesus Christ.
Bro, you are far more to fucking blame for this situation. So you're someone who every step of the way has denied that there is in fact a fucking genocide going on to begin with. So like I'm not like going to be like lectured by someone.
What the fuck does that mean, bro? Like I'm sorry. Why do you think your American elections revolve this much around your fucking opinions on Gaza? You fucking self-righteous cunt, man. Oh god, he's so stupid. Does that mean Bernie's to blame as well? How long did it take Bernie to call it genocide, bub?
Who actively helped create a status quo with the situation that is the reason why we lost the election because fucking the Dems and principally Biden and Harris did not do not only what was a moral imperative, but what was an imperative to get people out to vote, to create a groundswell of like just like a feeling.
A groundswell of college kids and kafiyas talking about globalizing the Intifada. You know, because that's really, you know, the heart of the American, that's really getting the soul of the American voter captured to turn an election result. Nice one.
That they were going to actively be different than Biden and you have to start from like in order for me to like vaguely respect anything you're fucking saying, you have to like actually acknowledge all of the experts and like
all the experts,
a massive amount of data that we
yes,
have.
yes, I understand. Lots of reports that you haven't read. Nice one, thank you.
That points to it actually being a genocide before you try and guilt trip us about this bullshit.
Did you
go ahead, guys.
Did you see the exit polls, Vadim? Like that issue was nowhere near the top of why people voted.
Well, there are
I've already put in front of Hutch before, like a aggregate of 34 different polls that show that it would have meant winning in the swing states for Kamala. And the first name on that list that put the first poll was Laksha Jain, your guys' fucking polling boy. Like the information.
Our polling boy.
Polling boy.
The guy we had on for podcast is our polling boy. So
that you guys blaze. That's your boy. Hutch is your boy. This is your poll.
There's an aggregate of 14. Okay, and it's saying that Gaza would have turned the election for Harris. Even as, okay, first of all, for what position? What position would she have had to take? Because she's trying to appease people who are unappeasable, remember? Like, okay. I think maybe Michigan, but like, we're going to say that Pennsylvania, like these places they would have been outcome determinative if Harris had taken this uncommitted movement position on Gaza. Ugh. So dumb.
Boy, what
it was inflation and immigration. Inflation and immigration.
I'm not talking
and
about
you're right,
nationwide. I'm talking about in the swing states, which she lost. Wait, wasn't it all? It was all of them, right? Right. So
yeah. Wait.
What poll is he talking about? I can't see it.
Wait. Just pause right there. Why did you say? Oh, it was all of them, right? Are you like trying to dunk on the fact that she lost? Like, wow, like you're happy she lost? That's what it seemed like. But you can dispel that, right?
No, my name isn't Cenk.
Why did you? Wait, no, but why did you do that there, right there? You were like, all of them, right? All of them?
Because
like you're trying to twist the knife? Why are you trying to twist the knife? I'm asking, are you trying to twist the knife when you do that?
Because there's also an absolute refusal to learn any fucking lessons from this whatsoever and blindly, reflexively defend people that didn't want to win.
Okay. Can I jump?
She left. She absolutely explicitly left votes on the table. And the real bitch of this is I actually brought like a full 2 pages of fucking notes, clips. I got shit that I was going to use to make my fucking case.
Those analyses.
Substantive that was going to happen.
Read theory. I brought 2 pages of notes.
Conversation. I had a conversation with Prime about this stuff, and those analyses they only do like one part of it, which is like how many votes you would have gained. But you don't do the calculation of how many votes you would have lost.
Hey.
And that's what's so insane about this entire thing. You know,
any that's kind my of point. You guys, listen. This is actually, to me, this is actually really important. There's an element here that you guys, in Hutch specifically, which the whole point of this was like, Vadim and Ogre Boy confront Hutch. There's a whole cross-section of this information that you guys never present to your audience whatsoever. There's a half of this story that's completely missing, and then maybe they could come to the conclusion.
This is bullshit, Ogre, because you know I get a lot of shit because I am someone who thinks that like we shouldn't be doing this kind of like pivot to mansion or whatever the fuck it is. I get a lot of shit for that kind of stuff. And when I say I don't think lefties cost them, Kamala the election, I'm basically saying that by and large, the left came through for Kamala. That's my empirical conclusion based on the data that we have.
And they're saying, yeah, no, we did actually. We did lose you the election, and we'll do it again, bitch.
What you're suggesting is the left did cost Kamala the election. That is what you are suggesting.
Right.
No. So I'll ask you now. Did the left cost Kamala the election?
No.
What? Why not?
You're missing
virtue of what?
In virtue of what? The whole point was the loss in the swing states. It was the loss of the normies, the ones that don't pay attention to politics the way that we fucking do.
They cared about Kamala's position. So the ones who are not read in on Israel-Palestine, those are the ones she lost.
Off of the bare minimum information that they have the ability to even pull their heads up from their lives and take a look at on a daily basis.
And they knew enough to know that Kamala.
And then when Kamala has the opportunity to go on a national stage and say what the fuck she's going to do different, including Gaza, was basically she's not going to separate herself. Which
I really thought you were going to get normie non-voters to get off their asses and feel inspired to vote because Kamala takes the most fringe, far left, student middle class dipshit position on Gaza. Really? That's gonna get fucking Uncle Cletus McNine-millimeter off of his fucking porch and into fucking vote, dude.
Understand how insane
lied about during her book tour.
You're suggesting that the least informed among us,
guys. She could have just fucking lied. Politicians do it all the time. She could have just lied, and
she had her people
deeply
and say what? And say what?
Dangerously
unserious. She was going to implement an arms embargo or force a ceasefire. She could.
All right. What's the question, Vadim? First of all, that's not going to be. People are going to be upset that she lied or whatever.
I don't want her to lie, but I'm just saying to
Imagine she said this. Imagine she says this. I believe that there should be an arms embargo on Israel.
Yeah.
What do you think is the problem with the sitting vice?
what was this again? This was I think this is the same. This is him talking to Talib about it. I guess Hutch is watching that for context. Is this the T-shirt that said Gaza is the graveyard of the occupier? He has a few of them. I just think that's kind of interesting. You know, it's like this is the fucking finger on the pulse. That phrase, by the way, is a Hamas phrase. The earliest iteration I've ever heard of that phrase was a documentary that Hamas made after Cast Lead, because they were so proud of how their tunnel system had choked off and thwarted the efforts of the Israeli ground invasion. You know, all the booby trap buildings and all the fucking tunnels and all the hiding stuff under UN schools and shit like that really gave those IDF forces a run for their money. I think that's what it says. Yeah, it's like Gaza is the cemetery of the occupier. Bad shit. That's the people we should have been listening to. That would have really got our fingers on the pulse of the average American voter. Fuck's sake. I need to find the documentary. It's probably going to be on Al-Qassam, but I saw it on the forum. Let me see. Where am I going to find it? Oh, I know where to get it. Okay.
Vice president coming out and saying that.
I don't know.
This is the kind of thing that ChatGPT can find. What's the oldest iteration?
Right thing for her to do.
It undercuts Biden.
Gaza was where Israel lost its international standing. Yeah, and it's not going to do fucking dick for the Palestinians. Israel's lost its international standing. They've also just expanded control over the West Bank through their cabinet to a greater degree than they ever have since 1967. They did that like last week, dude. Goes to show, if you don't know shit, you don't get shit. Okay. Where is...
In the course of the negotiations that they're actually having, where he was actually trying to push for a ceasefire near the end.
Yeah, and
his vice president over there talking genocide, talking arms embargo, talking all that stuff. These are sensitive international conversations, just so you're aware.
People wanted there to be they were getting sick as fuck as Biden, and so they wanted a departure.
And number two, I just want to finish. And number two, she looks weak. It'll make her look weak. So I'm not saying that I don't agree with the policy. I don't think that we should be. I don't think we should be giving funds to Israel. But the political, no. It makes her look weak. It makes her look weak.
It does not make her look weak. Otherwise, there's nothing strong about capitulating to like your boss. Just asserting yourself and doing something different, which the whole country wanted her to do, would have protected strength.
Can I agree with you, Vadim, and just say briefly, I agree with you that Kamala did not do a good enough job separating herself from Biden and showing how she would be different. I don't think it would have mattered on the issue of Gaza. I think it had way more to do with inflation and what she would do for this country to make people's lives better.
Well, hold on. Okay, well, to be fair, can I play off that for just a moment?
Go for it.
So, first of all, no, that wasn't the singular thing, but it would have been an indicator that she was willing to start branching off in a different direction or
I think it's here. This is from 2008. Yeah, this is where I first saw it. It's you can download this because it's fucking 2008. But yeah, it was a film. Wait, this is before Cast Lead. Cast Lead was the end of 2008. No, 2008, 2009. This is before. Dedicated to the heroes of the air defense units in the Izz-ad-Din al-Qassam brigades and the soul of the martyred fighter Ibrahim Samir al-Absi. Maybe he's in my spreadsheet. Is he in my spreadsheet? Al-Qassam Brigade's data with archives. Spelling might be fucked, but let's see. Ibrahim. Wait. Samir Absi would probably be the one to find there. It's the least common name. Ibrahim Samir al-Absi. Died in 2008. So that documentary is about this guy. Wait, fill the gold chat. There's only one more. The fuck? This guy. Oh, maybe this video is two martyrs. That's probably going to be different. What happened to this guy? What's his story? It's got quite a long one. Average length, I guess. Born in 85. Would have died quite young then. Education. School for refugees in Rafah. Attended the mosque regularly, Muslim Brotherhood groups. Joined the ranks of the Al-Qassam brigades. Valiant heroes. He joined the air defense unit, where he distinguished himself. Said his father says he was very secretive about his jihadist activities and never spoke to anyone about military operations, not even his closest confidants. He was extremely careful with his weapons and military equipment at home. Shit. These are what History Speaks calls the non-militarized homes. Hiding them thoroughly. When he wanted to go out at night to guard the front lines, and he would leave the house quickly and quietly without anyone noticing, and he was very careful not to be seen. Patient, forbearing. Why is this particular phrase dedicated to him, though? Oh, here's one of the stories. One of his brothers who accompanied him in jihad recounted that one day, while working on a specific jihadist task, he went with his brothers to the beach. There, a Zionist boat approached the shore unexpectedly, and he insisted that his brothers fire at it with a heavy machine gun. He joined them despite the danger and gunfire from the boat. He then returned to his neighborhood and went out that night to stand guard. He was part of the air defense unit and engaged Zionist helicopters that same night. He then went to his university, having only slept 2 hours like a dynamo working tirelessly. This must be, would this have been to do with Gilad Shalit if this was 2008? Like a special forces op? I don't know. Or just surveillance, maybe. His father recounts that he noticed his son fasting frequently in the final days and spending little time at home due to his heavy workload. His father gently chided him through about his studies, fearing he might fall behind. Ibrahim replied, "Don't worry about my studies, I will live up to your expectations." His father responded, "I don't see you much anymore, I have sold you to God." Ibrahim left the house laughing. A profitable sale, a profitable sale. His father continues, "In final days, whenever I saw him, I would gaze intently at him from head to toe without knowing why. I didn't realize I was saying goodbye." He adds that on the day of his martyrdom, Ibrahim was fasting. He broke his fast, prayed Isha at the mosque, greeted his friends, and went out to work that night. Ibrahim remained a fighter until his last moments. Everyone heard the sound of airstrikes, and his mother, father, and grandmother felt a strange premonition. Then came the glad tidings of his martyrdom, and everyone prepared for the martyr's wedding. His pure blood emanated from the fragrance of musk, and his face shone with a light like the full moon. He departed, leaving behind a rose planted in the hearts of all those who knew him. So I don't know why the particular phrase would be to do with him, but it was, I guess it was the name of the documentary. Was this the name? Is this maybe the doc? I wonder. I've never been able to find the actual doc. Apparently it was aired on Al-Aqsa TV, but what can you do? 2008. Whoa. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. Okay.
تنتهي ذاتها لا تطويها رحى النسيان. هي فيض من نور الحق يمضي رحل عزائم. هي أرض مباركات من رب
What's his name
السماوات.
again? Well, Ibrahim Samir Al-Absi.
أرض
Kino
عطشة
editing.
للحرية.
Hell yeah.
حبلى بالشهداء متجدد على شرفاتها. تتنسم رحيق الماء كل ذرة عبقي بعراقته وأصالته وثباته. وري في ثراها.
Oh, little rockets.
البطولات والتضحيات.
Interestingly, this is probably what your sugar rockets would have looked like. This is what your sugar rockets would have looked like. Because I think this was first generation Al-Qassam. They would have been propelled by sugar and potassium nitrate fertilizer. Maybe this is too late for that.
عناوين ليست جديدة منذ أول حجر في الانتفاضة الأولى.
Can you translate this into English, please? I heard Intifada and Israel, which means Israel. Sorry, I'm not good enough to translate this shit, sorry. Anyway, that's the guy. Okay, whatever. Tangent.
Slightly different direction from Biden. That you're correct in that. It wasn't the only thing, but there would have been enough there to, I think, especially if it had happened earlier, that could have gotten a lot more grassroots attention and pushed her campaign far.
Why is this person always... Who the fuck is this? Hello, who are you?
Could have gotten a lot more grassroots attention and pushed her campaign far.
Why is this person always... Hello, who are you?
Okay. Do you hear me?
If you got me muted, you need to mute me on the stream. Yeah, I can hear you though.
You hear me?
Yeah.
And I hear you. That's amazing. Right.
What's your story?
So, yeah. Happy to reach you. I wanted to debate or ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How much time do you have?
Depends on how interesting your question is.
Okay.
5 minutes? An hour? I don't know.
Okay, I see. So I guess we can start, or let's reduce it to two main questions. First question would be, you are not so happy with the left right now? Do I understand you correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. And what do you think? Which political ideology dominated the last 20 to 30 years?
Probably social democracy, or probably liberal democracy, not social democracy. At least in my countries.
Correct. I mean, I think we could say the US was dominated by liberalism.
Yeah.
And Europe was dominated by social democracy.
Well, probably more liberalism in the last 30 years, because obviously a lot of social democracy has been backrolled a little bit.
Agree. So what I was wondering, if you see maybe some weakness in liberalism that led to this situation, because right now I would say the world is dominated by populism and right-wing ideology.
Yeah. I think some of those weaknesses, unfortunately, just lie in liberalism's own strengths or its success. Like, one thing about liberalism is it does allow a lot of opposition because of free speech and everything else, and free markets, whatever else. So it does mean that opposition can build and ferment over time without much check and balance, until it eventually dominates. And I think the other problem is that the successes of liberalism have probably lasted for so long in so many of these countries that they're taken for granted, to the point that people don't really understand how much they depend on the system being the way it is. So people talk about not trusting the system anymore, even though they literally trust systems all day, every day, when they use their bank cards, or when they use technology, or when they log into an account or anything else. Or when they drive a car, or when they use the roads, or when they use mail delivery systems, healthcare systems. But at the end of the day, it's succeeded for so long that people just take it for granted. So it becomes very easy for people to launch attacks against it. And the other problem as well is that, like, people just don't really know that much about the system as it is, which means populists like MAGA can kind of break a lot of these norms without anyone even realizing that norms are being broken. Like Trump directing the DOJ, but then people thinking, oh, isn't that just what everyone does? Well, no, it's not. But people don't know because they don't have to think about it. Yeah.
I don't think that I agree with you completely.
Okay.
Because in Europe, especially, I think there is at least some regulation on free speech and political activism. And I think one reason that you didn't point out is that a lot of the right-wing populists are supported by strong financial supporters. You might say the same is true for liberal and even social democratic parties and organizations.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's a huge money behind machines like, let's say, what was this guy who was shot? Oh, damn it! What was his name? From Turning Point USA.
Charlie Kirk.
What was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a lot of money behind him and a lot of connection. And you could at least in Europe, try to fight them as much as maybe let's say left-wing extremism or even Islamic extremism was fought. Do you understand my or do you
I'm not sure.
Point? At least in Europe, not maybe in the US, because it's different there. Sure.
Well, if you're talking about for funding and regulation, I guess the issue though is that as far as I know that Hillary's campaign outspent Trump's, and Harris's campaign, I think, outspent Trump's as well, actually. I know she was fundraising in the lead, but obviously throughout the rest of the 4 years, there is so much devoted to promoting populist ideology, whereas I feel like, there's not really any, it doesn't feel like there's any infrastructure out there for promoting the ideology of liberalism. It feels like liberalism just promotes itself by succeeding and winning, right? In the material sense. But then the problem is that eventually no one's going to believe in it. That is a problem, I think. And also, I'm actually starting to really get maybe a little bit too sold on blaming foreign powers as well, like Russia, and the amount of, because I guess like however much influence they have, it's like it feels like we only know the tip of the iceberg. But I really do.
That's actually one other point that I would say is true, because for sure there's a lot of social engineering from 100% from Russia, probably also from China, Iran, and a lot of different other countries.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you could argue that there's not so much ambition to fight those influences. And I don't even want to say if that's good or bad, but I'm just pointing out that I think, at least in Europe, probably not in the US, there was much more emphasis in fighting left-wing ideology than right-wing ideology. At least when I grew up here in Europe.
I'm not sure which example particularly would be that. I mean, maybe with the UK, I guess we did it with Corbyn and Keir Starmer, for sure. But what example are you talking about?
At least in Germany, the KPD, the Communist Party of Germany, was forbidden or banned. The same is not true for the NPD, the National Party for Germany. That's the right-wing Nazi party. It's actually historically it is a continuation next to the CDU of National Socialists activists after the war. And you can see that at least in Germany there are a lot of connections between the AfD and NPD, and a lot of old money and so on and so forth. And there are a lot of right-wing newspapers always bashing left or even liberal ideas. And I don't see, and I can, for instance, I can give you an example in Japan. At least I read once that there was a red purge.
Right.
So after the war, there was big support for left ideologies in Japan, and right-wing Japanese organizations or forces, with the help of the US, fought those left-wing ideas. And I can imagine that you had similar situations in Europe, where there was a strong emphasis in trying to prevent the expansion of the Soviet Union. And I wonder if this, because you pointed out liberalism allows to promote any ideology in its framework, if that's really true, or was really true for Europe at least. And you could also argue for the US, because in the McCarthy era, there was a big fight on communist influence, and later also in the Reagan era and in the Thatcher era, there was like they would let slip right-wing ideology more than they would allow left-wing ideology. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Cold War probably made sense because their big adversary was communist parties. But I don't know German civics that well, but my understanding is that in Germany, it was West Germany when they banned the KPD, right, in the 50s.
Yes. Right.
Did they still have the same constitution that was the same constitution from West Germany in place in Germany as a whole in 2013 when the AfD was formed?
Oh, basically, yeah. They did
Okay.
not change the constitution.
Okay.
And also the NPD was founded also in the 40s or 50s, late 40s or early 50s.
Yeah, because I'm reading here that the KPD was banned a couple of years after they had already banned the SRP, which was the Nazi party, the neo-Nazi party from post-war. So I'm guessing maybe this was because it was a different time, like post-Cold War, like they're just out of the, or post-war, they're just out of World War II and they're into the Cold War. So they're seeing these threats of like Nazism, definitely we're going to ban that, and also KPD stuff. But like I get the sentiment, like if you're going to keep communist parties banned, even if it's back from the 50s, then you should probably ban the AfD as well. Wait, is there I'm just looking at this now because I don't know about this. Is there a new KPD from the 90s in Germany?
There's the left, and there's the MLPD and some other fringe parties.
I'm just seeing this here that it seems like in 1990 there was a KPD that was exempt from the 56 ban because of a provision in the Reunification Treaty. Which I think it's because this was a former GDR party, and that's why they were allowed to continue.
Yeah. But they merged with another left wing party, and
DKP,
they formed the Die Linke, and the Die Linke, the left party is just basically called left. Those are not really, they are far left, but they are not really communist. They are not even socialist.
Okay, so it seems like the point I'm making is that a KPD was able to emerge in this same environment. So I don't know, but again, like in terms of banning, it seems like they banned a communist party and a Nazi party in the 50s, and then new parties that emerged that were basically spin-offs of these ones or like similar to them, but they were allowed to stay because of technicalities. So I don't know, like that. This is just from reading about it for like 2 minutes as you were talking. So but my general position would be that if you are going to ban parties that are communist because they're anti-liberal, then I think that for me would take a very high threshold. But if you're going to do that, you would need to ban like right-wing equivalents. I don't know if Germany did that in this case, because it seems that the KPD from the GDR actually survived in the 90s. But
they survive. That's true. But the original KPD was banned, and at least that what I saw is that back in the days after the war, there was when you read a little bit into it, there was a lot of nonchalant treatment of right-wing figures. For instance, the CDU was full of ex-Nazi party members, and it's the same party that rules right now. They were able to keep up. There are a lot of the traditions from the Nazi time that does still uphold to this day in the
but I just to get to your central, it sounds like your central point is that one of the reasons that right-wing populism is on the rise is because people spend too much time fighting the left. Is that what you're saying? Is that the gist?
At least I'm not sure with what you said that the liberalism is hurting right now because it allows fringe ideologies to survive or to work in its framework. And I'm not sure if that's always true, because at least at some extent in Europe, in the US, in Japan, left-wing ideology was fought. Right-wing ideology to some extent too. and that's why I'm not sure if that's true what you said. Do you know what I mean? Because if that would have been true, then there wouldn't be any oppression of fringe parties or something like this.
Okay. So I guess at
least you would be trying to fight each side as at the same rate or a force or whatever. You would kick out any ex-Nazi member, maybe from the CDU or whatever, as you kick out left-wing extremists or radicals or whatever.
Yeah. Okay. So
and I think they always had a blind eye on the right, and that's why I don't think that I can. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they fought the right as much as they fought the left in the West in times of the Cold War. But at least at this point of time, with my information, I cannot probably agree with you. And I have also to say that probably to some extent, you are probably right that liberalism allows ideologies to work inside of it, even if they are not liberal. But and that's probably the fault of the left, that right-wing ideologies have a lot of supporters. And I'm not only talking about money that is spent on the campaigns or whatever. I'm talking also about activists, and I think right-wing ideology has a lot of supporters by very successful people, or at least rich people with money, like Fox News is a big, how do you say, media house or whatever, and is able to spread their propaganda or information or worldview, however you want to call it, and they are therefore able to promote those ideas, while left-wing ideology has to, I don't know, rely on Soros and I don't know, grassroots activists or whatever.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'll just do a little quick summary and then I'll move on. So I think what you're saying was almost definitely true during the Cold War. I'm not disputing that. With America, I think what I said is completely true, because Democrats, for the overwhelming majority of their time, are attacking MAGA. You're actually hard pressed to find Democrats who spend any time at all attacking left wingers. That's why it's always like the common enemies are what Ethan Klein, Destiny, Hutch. They actually kowtow to leftists quite a lot. They acquiesce to leftists quite a lot. At the end of the day, like, if it is the case that there is any country, like say Germany or Cold War, where they are attacking the left too much in comparison to the right, then I think they should keep attacking the left, but just attack the right more, because both of these groups are anti-liberal at the end of the day, and if they're anti-liberal, then they need to be defeated in one way or the other. They shouldn't be.
So you would say it's a big weakness of liberalism that it allows to foster its enemies.
Yeah, but I don't know how you get around that, because obviously if you ban them all, then you're kind of, at what point do you stop being a liberal society, right?
I think that's a contradiction of liberalism, and that's why I do not support liberalism as it is.
What do you support?
It's complex. It's right wing, left wing, populism, anti-populism. Basically, it's. So, for instance, I think I'm a big supporter of free speech, but I don't think there should be social media. That's one example. It's a little bit contradicting. I wouldn't allow social media as it is, and I wouldn't allow also media as it is. I would say I would form, for instance, a platform where you get like a media platform, let's say, for instance, in the field of news, where raw information is posted, and then people who are not anonymous, at least not as much as they are right now, can form their opinion and give context to this information. And I would build this platform in a way that it makes it impossible to fabricate or at least fake information as they do right now. Let's say AI generated information. I would fingerprint every thing that would be generated by AI. I wouldn't also allow AI to be provided by private companies or something like this, or self-hosted AI, so that you can, how do you say, you can see where this information was created or how it was created. The same for information that is posted by private people or people who, let's say, work in this field. That's in some way, in my opinion, anti-liberal and also liberal at the same time, because information would be publicly available, would be technically, you would know where it came from, even if someone tries to fake the information, you would have some trace on it to understand where it came from and to reconstruct how this information was produced. If you maybe you get what I mean.
Yeah.
And at the same time, there is no Fox News or CNN or Disney or whatever, or in your country, what was the name of this? The Sun or something like this. This wouldn't exist in this form. You would maybe have a collective or something like this that calls itself the Sun as a newspaper, and you have then authors who give their opinion pieces or share the information that they gather, but you would see what information they are using, where it came from, how much factuality is to it. I would also implement a cross-reference system, so you cannot claim anything without, or you can claim things, but you would immediately see if this is backed or not. I think X has a feature where you can see where there's a fact-checking system, where false information is flagged or is or there's given context to. I think, or ground news or whatever, like that, things like that. I don't think that it is good that media or information is spread in an uncontrolled and not verified way. This is, I think, one thing that makes my understanding, at least in the field of news, illiberal, but also liberal at the same time. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah,
because you can say whatever you want, but you cannot claim facts, or at least I don't like the word facts, verifiable information.
Yeah.
Because you can verify information and you cannot verify information, and things that cannot be verified are up to the air if true or not. If you have a strong foundation, you can solidify your opinion, and at least in theory that should give more transparency. Yeah, transparency is a big thing for me too. In a liberal society, you could how do you say, you could argue that you don't have to be transparent because it's my liberty to hide my personal information or my sources or whatever, but I'm not a huge supporter of that. I would maybe allow to, how do you say, to anonymize the source, so it is not for third persons easy to understand, to reconstruct who this information, where it came from, but that it is at least inside the system verifiable where it came from.
Okay.
Let's say, like when the CIA hides the information about their informants or something like that, they themselves have the information, but you cannot see it as someone who stands outside of the system. That's one thing that is different, I guess.
Okay, interesting. Listen, I appreciate the conversation. I'm gonna.
I had another question that was far more important to me.
Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. I
Can
need
I
to go
ask
into.
that,
No, I don't have time. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm sorry. I've got quite a bit of a tight schedule today.
Okay.
Next time though. All right.
Okay.
All right, take care, sir. Bye
Bye.
I don't know what Maruzi was about to say, but I didn't. Okay. I need to go to the bathroom. Fuck. Pissing myself. All right. Ugh. Fucking liberalism, man. We're gonna have to save it somehow. Good luck with that for the next few fucking 10 years. Ooh! When you say exposed, can people see us with
yes,
like?
They see you and they now asking themselves who this guy.
Yeah.
Is it the Maronite who ran away in the 80s? He's wanted or not? You know.
They're not the first people to say that, right? Binge Bale's where they fought that really hard battle in 2006, right? Binge Bale, yeah.
Yeah. You see, all these homes are serving Hezbollah as intelligence bases, deceiving people, saying like they gave money from 2006 war, after 2006, to build these homes in the slopes close to the border in order to collect intelligence on our side, under civilian cover. All those homes were not there before 2006. So, just for you to know. Okay, last week all this region was on fire.
I think it's better to.
Yeah. That was my other question: is can we go down? Oh god.
Let's go now before it's too dangerous for us.
Because the other lady we spoke to, she was showing us pictures of guys with binoculars.
Yes.
In those areas. God.
Finish?
Yeah.
You got the point?
What's with the big ass cup though? What's with the cup?
It stores more water, and I need water.
Part time. Finished. All right. Okay, what's your thoughts on the debate yesterday?
Okay, let's go.
Farther than what it had, and I still, like I said,
why are we even fucking? Can I ask? Why are we even talking about this? This is a deflection because the difference is we are willing to acknowledge that there were mistakes. Let me finish. We are willing to acknowledge, and Harris herself is willing to acknowledge there were mistakes in the campaign. What you guys crucially are unable to acknowledge is that every voter who stayed home because of Gaza did a disservice to this country and should be ashamed of themselves, including you, Ogre. You tried to slide and say, "Well, I told other people to vote." You did not vote for Harris, and so you have to reconcile with your own shame, which you have not.
She won my state. God, you're such a fucking fanny. Fucking cunt.
Done. You should have shame. You should have shame. You should have shame.
Because she also, the other half I was going to say to IRI's point was that she lied about knowing the importance of separating herself. After the election, her people went on Pod Save America and said that they knew they needed to, but they didn't know a way. She goes on her book tour in front of the fucking View and says, I didn't understand that it was that important to even do it. All of this, so much of this shit is fucking cope. It's insane.
That's not contradictory, you fucking retard.
We have had so many conversations on this podcast about how Kamala Harris could have run a better campaign. To my knowledge, liberals do not shy away from these kinds of conversations.
She had 107 days. That's really fucking untreaded territory. Of course they didn't fucking... God!
They happen all the time. So that's fine. We can dive into that topic if we want to. I want to dive into something different. I want to respond to something specifically that Vadim said. You said, or implied, right? And tell me if I got you wrong, that Kamala had a moral imperative is the word that you used. A moral imperative to do everything she could to get out the vote to beat Trump, right? You said that. I said that.
I said that she had a moral imperative to. I actually didn't say moral imperative in relation to her, but
yes, you did.
No, I didn't. But I'll go ahead and kind of say that I think she did. Yes, I think that any candidate should have a moral imperative to.
Okay, all right. So she had a moral imperative, right?
Get our funding out of the fucking genocide. Yes.
No. I'm saying she had a moral imperative to do everything she could to beat Donald Trump. Do you agree with that?
Vadim's saying that Biden, yes,
she would have.
I understand that. You keep going to that topic. I'm just asking you in generalities.
Yes,
you know,
he said yes. He said yes.
The moral imperative that performing this action would have won her the election. I believe that, and I can explain why.
No, I'm past. Okay, listen. Why did she have a moral imperative to beat Donald Trump, specifically Donald Trump?
Dude, I don't know where you're going with this. This is
just walk with me.
Just answer the fucking question. Are you afraid? Oh God, is he doing that thing? He's afraid that if he says yes to one thing, it's going to imply yes to another thing, and that's like a streamer debate bro sophistry, debate bro gamer tactics.
You're in this moment, you're kind of acting as though.
Why won't you answer my question, bro? Come on, what are you doing here? I'm just asking a simple question. Why did she? Why did
she like fucking mind games? And you're not accepting the simple fact that.
Okay, let me jump to the point. I just spare me, please. I just want to get. I've been very patient. You guys have been speaking. You're not, but you're not.
I'm taking something from that. Who's that guy? Haviv Retic Gur. I don't agree with him on quite a few things, especially God. He glazes the fuck out of Trump. But there is this thing to be said for don't try to Socratic method these people, right? They because they'll just they don't connect with anything. Like you're not trying to persuade them. Just fucking out grandstand them. That's what you have to do with these people. Out woke them. I do it as well to a fault. It's not a good idea. Never works.
Hey, you're not engaging with me in good faith. I'm asking you good faith questions.
Just let him go.
You're not engaging with my questions. You don't want to do it. Fine. I'll just arrive at the point. You did say that she had a moral imperative to do everything that she could to beat Donald Trump. Yes. I agree. I think the reason why she had a moral imperative was because Donald Trump is uniquely dangerous, and him ascending to the office of the presidency was inevitably going to lead to mass suffering. Okay. What I put to you right now is that it's not the moral imperative does not just rest with politicians. We are a democracy. We have a vote. And people with positions of influence, like politicians or even influencers, they also have a
voters.
They also have a moral imperative, if they care about these issues and can see Trump for what he is, to do everything that they could to prevent that from happening. I put that same moral. You only want to talk about the moral imperative of Kamala Harris, and you don't want to put any responsibility on people that are in a democracy and have a vote and have a say. The second point that I want to make. Shut up, bro.
Wait.
Talking. Stop.
Dude,
wait. I gotta be both of you because this is what was going to happen. You're talking about each other. Hutch, your analogy of the thing of they're not helping build the wall, right? Wait, Hutch, please, Hutch. I want you to listen to me, please, Hutch. The idea that tell me if this is wrong with Vadim and Ogre Boy is that they're saying, hey, you need to build this wall out of concrete, and you stack. If I help you stack up mud, it's not going to matter. And then they didn't build it out of concrete, and then the fucking ocean destroyed the village or whatever, right? So, can you engage with they think this is the only thing that would have won the election? I don't agree with this, but you're talking past both of them.
I don't need you to translate for them and be like an intermediary, okay? He's a big boy. He's an adult. He's a grown-up, okay? You say that I was responsible, going back to what you said, you say that I was responsible for Israel's genocide because you said that I was partly responsible for Israel's genocide because I talked about the issue on my stream and expressed skepticism about particular language. You think that I am complicit in genocide? You said directly, you said I am directly complicit in genocide, but you don't think Rashida Tlaib was directly complicit in Donald Trump winning because she refused to endorse? What is that logic? How does that make any sense, bro?
And he has made too many points for me to effectively hit, okay?
Is the idea supposed to be
what?
As long as the party...
Shut the fuck up, dude.
I made 2 points. How can you not keep that in your mind? I understand if you're tired. I made 2 points, bro.
Oh, no, he's tired. Oh, no, he's tired. Oh, shit. He ran out of steam. He raised his voice too many times. Fuck. He emptied his load. Oh, shit. He's drained. Fuck.
Keep that in your mind.
Ogre Boy, go ahead.
Is the idea supposed to be that if the party just waits out the person that's wanting the concession, that they can go ahead and do
No, that's not the point.
Anyway?
No, that's not the point. The point is on Vadim's view, if it's the case that Hutch is morally responsible for a genocide, that on that same view, right, someone like, for example, Rashida Tlaib, or for example, Zoran Mamdani, by the way, I don't even grant this view, but if that is your view, by your own logic, they're responsible for Trump in some sense. And I even see you guys claiming responsibility in a causal sense, given that you think that it was a but-for sort of condition to her losing.
Well, if you believe that, then everyone who didn't vote for Harris has their share of the responsibility for the USAID funding getting cut. And yes, actually, hundreds of thousands of people dying because of it, because they depended on that aid. It's not even like, oh, we project this or estimates or this. No, it's that these people depended on that aid, and we knew that they were not going to get replaced anytime soon because of this sheer volume of USAID. They were just going to be left in the lurch. And they were.
And so that's the point. The point is an inconsistent standard that you only apply to like Hutch for the genocide.
Guys,
that's wild.
No. I need to explain what I am saying. That like because I don't really like if I'm gonna like really play the blame game, I'm gonna be talking about the shit that both Biden and Kamala did primarily. But if we are going to do some sort of hierarchy of blame, then absolutely I am going to blame people like Hutch, who never took the idea that there even was a genocide seriously in the first place, ignored the statements of so many human rights organizations.
So it was the left's fault then, right?
And historians.
So it was the left's fault then, right? That's what you're saying?
If she would have rescinded her lack
it is you more than anybody else inside that situation.
But the left could have prevented Trump from winning, but they didn't because of the genocide. That's what you're saying, right?
No. What I'm saying is that if the wishes of okay.
I wish I could be this fucking arrogant about and fucking high and mighty about my positions. God damn it. I wish I could take it to the polls one day. Imagine if the Iran protests were happening under Harris and I was able to take it to people being like, listen, if you don't give all the condemnation in the world, if you don't say that it's actually 40,000 protesters killed in this genocide of Iranians by the Iranian regime, well then it's your fault that Trump wins. Like, imagine if fuck me, man. Miserable.
Okay, I need to kind of like...
Kind of disgusting, really. It's that whole thing again. Palestinian graves only really exist so that fucking white colonizers like Vadim can grandstand on them. Soapbox.
Still,
take a break.
To kind of
take a breath
properly.
Maybe take a walk. Ask Overboy jump in.
Can I just say,
he's struggling.
Can I just say, while you gather your thoughts, there's nothing Kamala could have said or done that would have been sufficient. The goalposts are on wheels.
True.
No, it doesn't matter what she said. It does.
And our graves don't even exist. What, Israeli graves? Excuse me. Who? What? Where? When? In this conversation. You mean Nazi graves? Whoa!
Doesn't matter what she said. She could have said it's a genocide. To hell with Israel. I'm going to wipe them off the map if I get in there. It would have never, ever been good enough.
Yep.
Did you watch Biden's farewell tour?
Come on.
Yep.
Did you watch Biden's farewell tour?
What does that? Yeah, no, yeah.
These guys want to abolish Israel. They want Israel destroyed. They don't give a fuck. I love the other thing where it's like, oh yeah, we'll let you off if we stop funding Israel, because that's our problem. We should stop funding Israel. Dude, do you think these guys, Duckbringer's trying to say it as well, do you sincerely think that these people would stop caring about Israel and America's role in it if America just stopped funding them? Are you fucking serious? One, what does that say about them? How morally fucking decrepit would these people have to be to say, oh yeah, we've preached about Israel-Palestine for 2 years now, it's been our biggest special interest, but America's not funding them anymore? Yeah, not our problem. Now it's just become something that just happens over there. It's another Sudan. Just a bunch of sand N-words throwing fucking sand at each other. I don't fucking throwing in the towels.
Some of it. Why?
One of his final comments when he talked about the secret to his success was saying that sometimes you have to know like the thing that's worth losing for. Like there's always going to be something that it's like, well, we can't do that because we might lose. Well, they lost anyway and still didn't do the thing that was probably worth standing on the right side.
We don't grant that. We don't grant that. But what we're examining right now is the culpability, the relative culpabilities. And by this logic, I think you guys have to grant that Bernie Sanders is culpable for genocide because he didn't call it a genocide until September 2025.
He's also
I'm just going to ask the question. So I'm just going to ask the question. So I'm just going to ask the question. So I'm just going to ask the question on the view that Hutch is culpable for the genocide. Bernie Sanders is correct.
No. This is where I disagree from Vadim, but I think his mentality is very indicative of
he can speak for himself,
why we're fucked as a country.
Wait, Vadim, do you think it's bad that Ogre Boy has a genocide enabler poster behind him?
It's bad, yeah. I mean, he's enabling genocide.
His refusal to use a specific piece of language, to be certain, he is still farther into the correct category of withholding arms to Israel, speaking out about what's happening over there, and he finally got on a page that not even Hutch is willing to get on.
Yeah, like Ethan Klein is. Eh? Hey, let's go. Bernie didn't call it genocide until like late 2025, dude. Like, the death rate had plummeted by then compared to the first few months of the war, but I don't know. Whatever. What was Dustin Bordelius saying about this?
There have been multiple independent organizations that have done their own estimates about the projected death toll from USAID cuts.
Don't care. Gotta be Jews. No Jews, no news. Who cares about USAID, bro?
There was nothing in Project 2025.
No. Don't moralize to me about Gaza and imply that I don't give a fuck.
Oh, I think we're probably about to get to this session. That sounds like it flows quite well from here. We haven't missed that, have we?
And so
I think that if you are willing to use dead Palestinians in a political debate in the cynical way that you guys do, I question if you actually give a fuck about those people, to be honest with you.
True.
Yeah,
True.
I just think that this is like.
I don't think you actually care about them.
This is just manipulation, dude. You're the one.
I don't think you care about them. I think you use them as pawns in political debates.
Wait, let him respond.
No, hang on. These two constantly accused me of being complicit in a genocide. It is a disgusting smear. I spent my stream talking about how Israel was very likely committing international war crimes with respect to proportionality. I never co-signed the total blanket bombing campaign that they embarked on.
Yeah, but more
Vadim, people like you, people like Vadim, people like Vadim, get on there and then smear me and lie and accuse me of supporting genocide. You couldn't possibly do that if you actually gave a fuck about those.
You do not have to.
They
make
are pawns in your political fight. It's virtue signaling nonsense.
Here's
a political fight and ending weapon support.
No, his virtue signaling. It's nonsense.
I know, but let him respond to that, though.
Yeah, who said this, Hutch? You do not have to make absurd comparisons to Dachau in order to make the case that Palestinians in Gaza are suffering. Regardless, if Biden was actually wanting to genocide that population, he's currently doing a really terrible job of it.
I was speaking to the death count compared to the birth.
That's all true, you fucking retard. What is false about that? Really, the death rate in Gaza is not comparable to anything that happened in the Holocaust, for one. Two, yes, if Biden did want to actually make those numbers, he would do it. Yeah, what? He would do more. He would do a lot more. What's wrong with that statement, you fucking retard? God, I hate this person so much. God, he's such a fucking slime. Should I DM him right now and call him a fucking cunt? Actually, let's be nice. Because he still talks to me for some reason. He won't come on stream, but he still bites every now and then. Hey, just wondered. Actually, let's hear if he answers it.
Birth rate. If we're talking about the proposition that Israel, if we're talking about the proposition that Israel was trying to exterminate Palestinians entirely from Gaza, then they were. That's going to take a pretty long time at the current rate. Was my point.
Okay.
And it is absurd to compare it to Dachau. Yes, it's absurd.
You know what? This is actually. I'm glad that we're at this moment.
Yeah, we got to the point where you get to moralize and virtue signal like you actually give a fuck about these people.
Very important thing to bring up here. Okay, so. I came out, came here to have this conversation. I'm not monetizing this. I'm not even streaming it. I went out of my way to do this. And I would like you, as a gesture of
I told you he was going to do this. So I told him.
Of course I am.
I told
you. You watched Chris Kunzler and Overzealous.
Are you doing like a tag team thing?
And what's that?
Are you doing like a tag team thing?
No, he thinks you're going to like Sam Cedar him.
He is. I told you he was going to do this.
Oh.
I told you. I told you he was going to do this. I don't know this person. I don't know this person. If they want to talk on like a Discord, a call or something, that's fine. I fucking told you he was going to do this. He's such a silly person.
Wait. You guys kicked me out? What the hell?
No. It looked like you just left.
So of course I'm going to do this. Of course I'm going to do this. You watched their podcast. You strawman them. You said all sorts of bullshit facts. And no, you did. And in order to continue having this conversation that we're having right now.
Get to the point. You can say it in like 5 words, man.
Okay, he's not answering the question. He's not saying why that statement from Hutch was so bad. Okay, I asked him. I just said, hey, I just wondered. You quoted Hutch saying Gaza isn't comparable to Dachau, and that if Biden wanted to make them comparable, he's doing a bad job of it. What's the issue with that statement? I'm just asking because he brought it up like he got some fucking enormous dunk on the guy, but whatever.
Will you or won't you have a conversation with Chris Kunzler, who you have talked about, who you have strawmanned?
I don't remember. Who is this person?
He's the
you watched
Vadim on what though?
No Politic Here. He's the co-host of the No Politic Here podcast, and you watch.
Is this what you do? Is this what you do?
Israel?
And he asked you.
Vadim, do you go on debates and then say, "Oh, here's my friend"?
You are coping.
This is what you do.
Right now.
That's literally what you're doing. I don't know this person. What am I supposed to be afraid of, bro? I have no idea.
You pussy.
Vadim, what are you proposing?
Who is this person?
You're proposing a conversation between this person and Hutch on Israel and whether it's a genocide. Is that the conversation you want to propose?
I would like a conversation both on whatever Kunzler would like to talk
Why
about.
don't you show up to debates prepared to debate? Why do you always have to tag people in?
did
What
show
is this?
up
No,
and
you didn't. You
debate.
defaulted to some guy who wrote propaganda, and you asked Overboy to jump in when you feel overwhelmed, and now you're doing this weird thing.
This is how these people should be treated. Yes, ridicule the fuck out of them. They have nothing. They have no information. Yeah, Vadim is, again, Vadim is exceptionally slow and lacking. Okay, that's fine. But he's not actually, like, in terms of his arguments and his general stances, he's not actually all that different from the average, like, educated communist or, like, socialist, whatever the fuck, or whatever camp these guys throw themselves into these days. Why doesn't Vadim comment on my 4-hour debate with with Chris Kunzler? Why? Or the half-hour one. The half-hour one was fucking bang. Man, why doesn't Hutch watch that, eh, for his prep? The fucking dude, the first debate with Kunzler was fucking amazing. I understand that he probably that he redeemed himself in the second one. He was much more chill. But my God, isn't it ableist to dunk on Vadim? I hope so. Where if Hutch had to debate Kunzler or the other guy, I can't remember his name, he would have to prepare because they do know a lot. It's questionable how much of what they know is true, but like, yeah, they do know a lot. You'd have to be prepped. And I think with Hutch, he does sometimes sound like he's still kind of figuring his way around the whole Israel-Palestine conflict. He's smart enough to know that it's actually quite complicated.
You said you were going to do.
This is so embarrassing. Just, you're not going to do
For
it.
me?
You're a pussy.
Wait. Is it the conversation about whatever he wants to have a conversation about?
No,
I don't understand how.
I think it would one be over the clip that Hutch watched, which he.
I just told Hutch that if he reacts to my Kunzler debate with Vadim side by side, that would be giga content.
I'll tell you what, I will debate. I will have a conversation with this person. I will have a conversation with this person if you agree to go on H3H3's podcast.
Absolutely, sure.
Okay.
Oh wait, H3 is not going to say yes to that though, is he? Fuck, Hutch, send it my way. Fuck. Wait, fuck you. I don't think H3 wants to talk to Vadim, but you should send him my way in exchange for you talking to Kunzler. Boom. We're being resourceful now. Okay, good.
But I
tell him to reach out to me. When you do that, I'll have a conversation with this person.
Okay. I am going to be working on a.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with what we're talking about? None of this has anything to do with what we're talking about. I thought that what we're talking about.
I don't care.
Okay.
No. The reason why it has something to do with what.
Or even put him against Destiny. That would be funny as well. Just give him a dealer's choice if he doesn't want to talk to me.
Talking about is because he started making certain talking about things having to do with Gaza and the genocide and whatnot that I know that Chris Kunzler would be so much more capable of handling. And
he's accused you of not caring about it. He said this is just a virtue signal. You don't really care about the lives of the Palestinians. I'm interested in your response to that.
I mean, I don't really think that it's like it's sort of like when Hutch was watching JD Vance interviewed about like he was talking about fucking Hasan and
Kunzler doesn't know shit. Why is he using him as a trophy? Well, I'm sorry to be that guy, but Chris Kunzler does know things. Like he's clearly read about the conflict. You can argue with his sources or whatever, but again, it's slim pickings online, okay? And if someone knows how to read and write, and you can tell they've read some things. That's good. That sets them apart, makes them exceptional in this old world.
And the Collargate thing, Hutch said the most absurd fucking thing. One, he did not hold JD Vance.
2 ton on steroids. True.
Wait.
What does this have to do with?
I'm lost. Wait, the Collargate stuff. I just want. Can you repeat that again? Sorry, I'm genuinely lost. What is the Collargate and JD Vance? I missed it.
I'm saying that, like, in that situation where he was watching JD Vance talk about Collargate, JD Vance said the most ridiculous things about
this is the thing about Vadim, right? Like, that's what I mean about the fucking Valley Girl shit. Like, he's a drama frog. He's always been like just a little fucking drama queen. He is being challenged on the fact that he doesn't care about Palestinians and just kind of uses them as a bludgeon against liberals. And he's pivoted to Collargate because that's more interesting to him. Like.
said
he's
like,
more confident on that territory.
This is the type of thing that serial killers do. And Hutch's reaction there was like, why didn't you address his points? And the reason for that is that like why you shouldn't is because they're just bad faith arguments. They're bullshit. Sometimes you don't want.
So you're going to come on the podcast and not engage in the stuff that I asked you?
Wait, Hutch, did you say serial killers use the electro collars?
I probably said some bullshit. I don't know.
JD Vance said that.
JD Vance said that. Well, what does this have to do with anything, Vadim?
Nothing. It has nothing to do with anything.
That was a situation in which he thought that Hasan should be obligated to speak to a manipulative like tactic, and I feel the same way here. I just I don't feel like I have to prove that I care about Palestine.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. I would prefer us not have the conversation about genuineness, but like I would rather just get to the issue. It just does feel like it's an inconsistent standard to like blame Hutch substantively for genocide.
What I'm saying is not that he.
You say if you say Vadim doesn't care about Palestinians because of his conduct, that's bad faith. But if we're saying that Hutch is responsible for genocide, that's the good faith attacks. That's just straight facts.
Never go out of my way to blame him, but if I'm going to create some sort of hierarchy of blame,
I get more blame for the genocide than Rashida Tlaib gets for Kamala losing.
Yes, because of the fact that you manufactured consent. That
consent.
You contributed to the.
Go. I did some rightist. I mean, sorry. Let's go. I've moved Slop o'clock. I've moved the button. It's not going to make that mistake again, hopefully.
To a culture that did not take it seriously.
Really?
On that view, you're responsible for the election too, right? I mean, on that view, you guys manufactured a consent for a situation which you think is directly related to the reason that Kamala lost the election and the reason we're in this place.
When you're telling people to still go vote for Kamala anyway.
Wait a second.
Boy,
that's not what happened.
Would you vote for Kamala if you could do it after 1 year of Trump and what you've seen?
Don't take it back now. You already said you changed your mind.
What is this fucking hesitation? Jesus Christ! Again, that hesitation means that they are not your friend. That means they're an enemy. Trump is a fascist. He's a fucking fascist. And you're like, I don't know.
I appreciate if you take it back. I mean, I think that's good. Like, I want to make sure that there's like a common understanding.
Can we see Sev talk to Vadim? Does he want to? Don't know.
Like, he told me that you convinced him that he should have voted for Kamala, and now he's like heditating because he's afraid of getting gotcha. I don't know what it is.
Wait, hold on. Say that again, because you got cut off.
Dude, now that you've seen 1 year of Trump,
shut up. Hutch specifically, what the fuck did you just say?
You told me that Pisco convinced you that you should have voted for Kamala, and then IRI asked you, should you have voted for Kamala, or do you wish you would have? And now you're like hesitating. Why?
No, I said yes after 1 year. Sure. Yeah.
So, no,
he's hesitating because I think he's hesitating because like we're all of us are like attacking them. So I mean, I understand. I just think you should own it. I think you should just own it, Ogre Boy, and I think that's fine to do.
But that's not the argument. That's not the argument.
What do you mean?
There's this overwhelming urge to try to put it off on anybody but the fucking candidate. Everybody else has.
But the whole point is,
oh my God, mute the fuck out of me into oblivion, or I'm going to finish my fucking statement.
All right, finish. Sorry.
This constant thing, and especially this was one of the, like, I don't have a big interest, believe it or not, and everybody across the internet and lib circles is about to scoff. I don't have some big desire to necessarily defend Hasan when it comes to the specific argument that you, Soypill, tried to make a couple of weeks ago. This notion that like he should be doing everything in his power to get her elected, when my argument is, and on another night, maybe with somebody else, I could maybe have this conversation, is that she didn't do everything in her power to get fucking elected. That is always going to be my point. And the thing I want to see is a fucking Democrat that's actually going to try to do everything in their power to get fucking elected.
Ogre Boy, I'm the most on your side of being able to steelman your argument that you think that if she had done this, she would have got more votes. But Hasan is completely aware. He's a big boy and can say, hey, she's not going to change. It's 2 days before the election. I should tell millions of people to go vote for her.
But at that point, what good does that do? At that point, what the fuck does that do?
What good does it do? It gets to fucking vote for her. What do you mean?
After that much time, hold on, no.
Yes.
After that much time of watching the candidate, after that much time of watching the candidate.
How does this make sense? They don't care about Palestine, but you guys doing it with excusing Israeli war crimes. I don't know what that means. I might need to rephrase your question. Sorry.
Not respond to things that everybody else can see with their fucking eyes if they're being good faith. Then suddenly they're just going to go, fuck it, let's do it anyway, after that they've been ignored on so many different options?
That's not okay. Ogre, you understand that's not a good thing to say.
If you really think that Hasan not telling his people to go vote for Kamala would not have done anything, then I guess why even bother listening to him about anything? For over a fucking
year, he said that Trump was going to be worse. He educated his audience about the fucking the effects of the Abraham Accords. He pointed out what was in 2025 in regards...
This is not enough.
It's not enough.
Yeah, it's like, all right,
I can't even get this. He did more to educate about the dangers of Trump than your fucking bald ass did.
You got to take your hat off. Take your hat off. Take his hat. Tell him to take his hat off, or he gets kicked off.
Hold on,
It's like, man, he's taking the prize away from Gremlo, calling other people short. What the fuck? Why?
Let's not do it. Hang on.
No, come on. Take your hat off, bro. Take it off. Take it off, bro.
Call Hutchbald, I think you have to take that off.
Take the hat off.
No, I'm good.
Wow.
I don't hate your audience.
Let's not do this. Let's put the bullshit aside. Listen. I think that the question is like, is there blame for the candidate? Absolutely. Everyone has their pet critique of Kamala.
This goes so proper.
We've had entire conversations about it. Is there blame for people who did not support the candidate? There has to be, right? Of course there is. How can there not be? And we just want to see a consistent approach. And
did I miss that? Sorry. I'm gonna finish this.
Talk about like people dying or whatever. If you're gonna poo-poo and hand.
Oh no, I have seen this.
Relative privacy fallacy. Oh my god.
You don't even think it's a genocide. Hold on. You don't even don't speak. You told him to speak. Fuck you.
Did IRI alt yet? No, I don't think so.
You're doing this.
Hutch. I have muted them. Start over, and then
the current projections right now, and I'm gonna make my other point.
Censorship.
The current projections now are that 200,000 kids on the low end of the estimate have died just in the last year from USAID.
Was he the dude that made the weird song about you? I did not know someone made a song about me. What the fuck? Who made a song about me? I'm not aware of this. Who made a fucking song about me? What the fuck? I didn't know this?
ID cuts. That number is expected to swell to over 1 million. So you have no leg to stand on. You have no leg to stand on. Moralizing
doesn't have a leg to stand on.
Your red line of Gaza was some kind of justification to allow the Trump administration to come in and do what he did. I want to make my second point that I think is much broader, which is that you guys need to stop treating these elections like it's a fucking game. They don't have real consequences, okay? These are real. People are living and dying because of these things. The outcome of the election is so enormous.
You don't even believe in a genocide, and you're trying to pretend like elections matter?
You don't get to tell me that it's... Hold on, let me... I wasn't quite done. I wasn't quite done. Stop using the threat of helping Republicans win. Stop. Listen to me.
He had a mustache and a keffiyeh. Who? I don't recall. Huh. I have no idea.
Stop using a strategy of I'm going to help Republicans win. This is pathetic. This is Vadim. This is pathetic. Don't ask your soldier boy to jump in and take over for you and then jump in with this belligerent nonsense. Do I look scared, Ogre Boy? Do you two intimidate me?
Wait, Hutch, let me respond.
No, I was not. Let me make my last point. You guys.
I was tuned out when he was saying that.
Can you mute that for a second? Mute for a second. I'm serious. This belligerent clown.
Let him respond.
Let him respond. He cut me off, bro. He's been screaming the whole time. It is
because I'm fucking disgusted by what you're saying, and I need to.
You told
the battle of the virtue signal.
Because you don't have to collect your thoughts, and then I start speaking, and you jump in and start yelling. No, you don't.
Exactly what I want to say.
I'm muting all three of you.
He didn't die. Why?
Wow. I think your point was almost done. You did make a lot of points there, and clearly Vadim wants to have a little response to this, so let's let Vadim get a word in, then Ogre Boy can respond, and then you can all scream at each other again. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, okay, so it's my turn now? Is that what's
go ahead.
Speak!
Go ahead and respond.
Jesus Christ!
Bro, you are far more to fucking blame for this situation. So you're someone who every step of the way has denied that there is in fact a fucking genocide going on to...
He can go through that?
So like, I'm not like going to be like lectured by someone
Why am I
who actively helped
watching this fucking
create a
clip?
status
He's just playing video games.
Well, with the situation that is the reason why we lost the election, because fucking
always actively, remember.
The Dems.
Okay. That was useless. Thank you so much.
I don't think that the left cost Kamala the election. That's my view based on the data. I don't think that I'm not convinced that it was this withholding of vote. I think it has to do with what IRI said. It's people perception of Biden's age. It's the prices. It's the fucking economy, stupid. It's that kind of shit. All right. That's my view. But the anger comes when certain people try to like moralize and talk down who never ever signaled that they were going to vote for Kamala or said that they ought to vote for Kamala. That gets people upset.
I think it comes down to... I think it comes down to
you're vote shaming.
Let's shiny. Hold on. Let's shiny.
That would be fine. Wait. That's fine. Yeah, we're vote shaming. But what's wrong with vote shaming? If you voted for Trump, like we would vote shame, right?
Yeah, but in a situation in which people are actively doing something,
actively.
I mean, like again, if they had actually responded in this way, she would have won. I can explain why I think that. It's not because of the fact that I think that like that issue alone necessarily would have like enthused everybody to go to the polls, but it's like I said before, they wanted to see some like huge assertion of her individuality to separate herself from fucking Biden, and doing something that like that one would have like created a lot more like
we agree with her.
momentum.
We've with this already. This whole podcast agrees that she could have done better.
You would have had lots of people who are influencers who would be like genuinely excited, rather than like saying like, oh, you know, like I know things suck right now, and
what does it matter? What does it matter if influencers?
Pretty please, no, pretty please. Instead of that, you
don't need to use that tone. You don't need to go pretty please. All you you can very simply just accurately. No. I've never asked for that. No, all I ask is that people tell the truth, Vadim. Just tell the truth. Donald Trump is uniquely.
They did that.
Vadim is Donald.
Rashida Tlaib did that.
Vadim is Donald Trump. Let's go down this thread one more time here.
That he didn't is bullshit.
I did let you speak. Let's go down. Let's go down this thread again. Let's go down this thread again. Is Donald Trump a fascist, and is MAGA a nascent, emergent fascist movement in this country?
Absolutely, which is why she had an imperative.
All right. You made your point. Let me try to make my point. Okay. What does that word mean to you? So, like, what is the threat of fascism in America? What's the worst that could play out?
This is just going to end the same way that it always does.
Why don't you just answer my questions?
To do this thing, we saw.
We're gonna pass.
And we knew the way to avoid it.
I'm done.
What would it take? Can I ask a question then? What would it take?
Oh, it was Dan Simpson. I did not know he wrote a song about me. I know he wrote a song. I don't think he wrote a song about me. Yeah, that guy's a fucking lunatic. Is he still streaming?
For y'all to regret the posture here, or what would it take for y'all to be on our side? Like, if it were the case that Trump, for example, as he's planning to do, starts a full blown, or at least some people say he's planning to do a full scale war with Iran. If Trump, for example, really is able to institute an authoritarian state fully, such that there's no more elections, at what point, what amount of bad would it take for you to be like, maybe this?
What am I supposed to have done different?
Is there any
ridiculous other than what I've already admitted to?
How is this a ridiculous question?
All right, wait. So
how is this a ridiculous question?
It's a ridiculous question because I obviously do not. I don't. It kind of presupposes that
people have a responsibility.
That I'm not.
It presupposes that people have a responsibility to do everything in their power to stop.
Oh God, we had this as well.
Should the Israeli government completely dissolve its border?
I did not. This is like so like going all over the place.
Bro, I'm asking you what the solution is. Do you want the government?
Fucking Mutahar started fighting with
in the beginning where
he sat in this call for like 4 hours, getting softened up for Mutahar to come in at the end when he's this deflated, emaciated. It's like a fucking animal dies in the wild, and then at the last minute, Mutahar comes swooping in to pick up this exhausted fucking carcass.
Like just a well, maybe like I understand the. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little like a little cracked out here. Sorry, I'm But my point is that it is. There's nothing.
Any sense? You brought up the river to the sea, right? Like, yeah, sure. Obviously, one could.
I'm saying that's one thing where, and actually,
well, okay. Well, let's focus on that one thing. Let's just focus on that one thing really quickly, okay? From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Now, I have personally never been against the freedom of Palestinians. In fact, if you ask me, I think that as Hamas is a designated terror organization, and I believe they should be, as should the IDF. As a Canadian, I don't know why we don't designate both of them. That makes no sense to me. The IDF has done far more in aggression to the Palestinian people in this response to whatever they want to call it, counterterrorism or fighting against the Hamas individuals. It makes no sense to me. But let's be real. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Where does this chant originate? Who is kind of pushing this, right? If we're looking at the broader context. No. If we're looking at the broader context,
Avi Schleim, Jewish Voice for Peace, basically what you're doing.
He's just naming every Jew he can think of. It says it.
But hold on. I let you speak. I let you speak. Let me speak.
Deploy the Jews.
I let you speak. What does this phrase mean? Does it mean the complete disestablishment of the Israeli people? Where are those Jews going to go? What's going to happen to them?
It means that from the river to the sea, that Palestine will be free. That's free for everybody. That's that's like.
Now, what about the history of Jews in that area? Middle Eastern Jews. How about that? How have they been dealing? How have they been dealt with in Islamic countries? Have they felt the same freedoms?
Look. this conversation is the exact same as like white just like.
By the way, this is a phrase that even Norm Finkelstein was
who have a
criticizing.
problem with Black Lives Matter, thinking that,
I don't have a problem
Black
with Black
Lives Matter
Matter.
is it's exactly that, and
It's not even equivalent at all. We're not looking at the broader context of anything. We're not looking at the broader context of
what
this.
you're doing.
If you dissolve the Jewish people,
who is of Palestine, people who are voices, just who is
central this conversation
and who is. So what you are doing is that you are saying all of these people trying to like pretty much the entire the entire sorry,
is Nicholas D'Orio going to pop out of the woodwork next?
It's like where my brain is. Movement is
No. Do you think that the people online on like the Hasan side are the entire movement? Do you think like anytime we criticize people for having shitty?
I'm saying like if you you will not.
What is your end goal with this? What is your perfect goal? What do you want to happen? Should the Israeli government completely dissolve its borders?
I did not. This is like so like going all over the place. I thought that you were.
Bro, I'm asking you what the solution is. Do you want the government to be dissolved in Israel? Do you want their borders to be gone, the government gone, all of it just suddenly become Palestine? Do you want that to be?
I want whatever elements of the Israeli government that kind of. Whatever elements of the Israeli government that kind of enforce.
I remember
you know what,
now.
dude? Like, you got to understand. Like, I have.
If you again, I'm sorry. Like, you should have a one state solution. I want them to have a democracy for two groups. Like, this is how you shut Vadim up. If you're going to shut Vadim up, ask him what he wants to happen in the Middle East. That's it. What happens to Israel and Palestine in your ideal scenario? That'll shut him up. That'll put him to bed. You want to wake him up? Talk about Hasan shocking his dog.
How many wars has Israel went against with Arab countries in the area? What picked up the conversation? You're not your solution.
I'm not like
I can answer my solution. My solution is I government.
Dude, this is serious, okay?
Dude.
I know it's serious. There's people dying.
Okay.
The internet
Fuck made that. What an epic moment. God.
Stop fascists from winning.
Yeah,
because if you understand the word fascism,
what they did,
because if you understand what the word fascism means and what the historical examples of it wrought upon this planet, then you would have to agree that people do have an individual responsibility to do everything in their power to try to prevent that from happening. And you undercut the label of fascism. I don't think you actually believe he's a fascist, because if you did, you would do anything to stop him from winning, right?
You will not accept that I believe that by holding out for concessions, they were actually actively doing something.
Donald Trump won. Great.
As important as voting.
And Donald Trump won. Great.
Yeah. That happens sometimes when you hold out.
Well, that happens sometimes. Fascism happens sometimes.
Wait.
Fascism, no, wait, hold on. Fascism happens sometimes. Is this like a normal thing that just happens sometimes?
No. Fascism.
So this was extraordinary. So this was extraordinary, right?
Morons like your.
Okay.
Yourself did not take the fact that we were engaging in a genocide seriously. You still to this day don't take it seriously.
Another pathetic deflection.
You, my friend.
That's why I say you don't care about these people. They're an ornament to you.
to
their dead bodies are an ornament to you.
We are in. You contributed far more to the position that we are in than those who like.
But no one's disagreeing that we can't hold our politicians' feet to the fire and say, hey, you guys really need to change up on that. Like, let's say you were right. Let's say Gaza would have won the election. We can say, hey, I can see the wave coming. You guys have to acknowledge this, or you're not going to win. But you got to understand that we can criticize these things and also say, okay,
but
go ahead.
There's a difference when you spend 24/7 with a scope purely on Twitter leftists versus pointing out the failures of the.
No, he's talking about me right now. The difference here is we have talked at great length on this podcast and me on my own stream about all the myriad ways that I think Kamala Harris could have done a better job in that campaign.
Podcast.
That's the difference. No, it goes way beyond that.
That's bad faith encapsulation.
Then he can correct. Then let Hutch correct me. He's a big boy. We
have gone down this road many times. Okay. The difference between you and me is like, I'm willing to have that conversation about Kamala. Anytime I talk about individual responsibility on the part of politicians like Rashida Tlaib or influencers like Hasan Piker, you guys want to deflect the conversation. Yes. You want to deflect the conversation to Kamala, and you don't want to engage in that. In your minds, they have no responsibility, even though in your own words, we face a fascist threat.
He was doing a responsible thing by taking the tactic that he did. That
was responsible. That was responsible.
From here, I've said this a million times. We're just going in circles.
I need you to know that the plushie comment was a joke. Don't be mad at me. What did you say about plushies that I would get mad at? What? Did you call me a plushie rapist? What the fuck did you say? I don't know.
And you guys are trying to
you think, but just to clarify, you think
I'm not mad.
Just to clarify,
him a lot today, and
you are so fucking pathetic, bro. You are so pathetic. This is so pathetic. No, come on, bro. Don't baby him. Every time you get overwhelmed, you defend somebody else. It is the saddest thing I have ever seen in all of my years covering politics.
Can you go like 5 minutes without trying to bait?
I'm not baiting anything, bro. I am not baiting anything. If you tell me that we face a fascist threat, it is totally incoherent.
You're a coward. You can't even.
Okay, great. Yes.
You cannot even.
Yes. I get it. Okay.
Wait. He just agreed. No. Wait. He agreed to talk to him, conditioned on you doing the thing with Ethan.
All right. That's fine. That's fine.
But you act as though he's unwilling. He gave you the condition, and you said that was okay, and you guys agreed to it. So you're going back to it.
You're right. Okay. I rescind the. Okay, but let me ask one more question.
I mean, I was making a point, and then you just decided to interject.
Recently, you made another.
Okay, guys, I'm trying to make things happen here. I'm trying to. I've told Hutch and Vadim now that a good stepping stone would be for him and Hutch to live react to my concert debate. I know they're not going to do it, but it's just the thought of it makes me happy.
Video about Collargate, and you and I had a back and forth where you said that I was insane for thinking that Hasan did not, in fact, shock. So I want to ask you, what happened literally 3 minutes after the point that you say that he shocked Kaya? What happened?
I don't know.
Kaya got up and walked out of the fucking room.
What?
And?
That's crazy.
And
that changes everything. Never mind. I take it back.
No,
he didn't tape up the back of his collar.
I'm sorry. Do you really think that he would?
That's a smoking gun, bro. You got it.
And then just let her go the next. It makes no sense.
Sure.
Why? No.
He's fucking yelping.
Wait. Come on. You know the response to that. You know the response to that, Vadim, which is regardless of whether or not you think it's responsible to shock or buzz.
Well, the last time I shocked her for moving, she yelped. So I'll just shock her again in front of my fucking audience. Like, what the fuck? How stupid, bro.
As he did.
No, he didn't.
It's okay. We're in Vadim's comfort zone now, at least. Okay, this is Vadim at his best. We've gotten away from the difficult questions. What do you want happening in Gaza? What do you want Palestine to look like at the end of the day with Israel? Fuck that. We're talking about the shot caller.
The reason.
Oh, they're talking about a different instance. Oh, did he accuse it of being another shot? Okay.
So there are multiple reasons why he might not, in virtue of the of her walking off and let her go off. One is because he realized that he had already done it in a very obvious way and didn't want to attract more attention to it. Another is he didn't realize that he was walking off. There are multiple plausible reasons, but you have to contend, I think, with the video evidence.
Bro, are you like seriously, Pisco? Are you just like trying to
No, listen, I haven't made a single video about Collargate. No, stop, this is crazy.
Are you knowingly lawyering me right now?
No.
Oh God, it was here.
Talk to me, because like you're just taking a really, compared to the bullshit that you put out on the internet, the sort
what is the most popular Palestinian faction that says from the river to the sea? What is the most popular faction that says that? Tell me. What is the most popular faction in the Middle East, in Palestine, that says from the river to the sea?
About this shit when I am like
no. If you should have a basic understanding, I'm a fucking computer engineer, you gotta still know what is the most popular faction in Palestine that says from the river to the sea. Tell me right fucking now. What is the most popular?
I told you.
What is the most popular faction?
Asshole.
This is because he keeps trying to say it's like a benign call for peace. So yeah, Mutahar asks like, okay, what's the all right?
It's a simple answer. Okay, we're going down a name calling. Great. Okay, I'm the asshole, but I'm asking you a simple question. What is it?
I told you. I went.
His argument here is also dumb. I'm pretty sure I was on stream sending this argument to Mutahar. I think I was typing it and speaking it out loud. No, it's not. It's a perfect question. He keeps saying that Rivers of the Sea is a benign call for peace and civic equality in a single state for both groups. Meanwhile, it's worth asking, okay, so what did the Palestinians generally mean? Like, what's the most popular Palestinian group that says we want from the Rivers of the Sea? What do they mean when they say it? Because that's kind of important, isn't it? Like, yeah, fuck.
You idiot.
Bro, do you not know the most basic answer?
I went into this saying that I had already reached a point of kind of exhaustion, and the thing is that like that's a real thing with me because
I have to work for a living. You think I'm not exhausted either? What the
dude?
What is the most popular?
To be fair, he did he did jump in when the team had been pretty brutally softened up for 4 hours. I think I spoke to him before this.
Palestinian faction that says from the river to the sea.
Can you just terminate this so I can explain? Like, if you want to talk another
terminate
time,
terminate this Muslim.
To you, but it has to be at a time when I'm like,
bro, you can't answer the most basic questions. What the f you think I want to waste my time talking to you?
When I am someone who has like
it's Hamas, by the way. It's Hamas, by the way. That's the answer. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I haven't heard.
So what does Hamas mean when they say it?
Hutch. What
you've seen their flag?
Can you please terminate this?
I'm asking a basic.
Listen, I don't want to force the conversation if it doesn't. If both parties don't want to do it. But
I'm more than happy to talk to you another time, Mutahar. But the thing is that I have to do it when like I have.
Where did he say?
All right. Let's redo it. Let's bring it on. Okay. What is the most popular Palestinian faction currently that says from the river to the sea?
Okay, it is not Hamas. It like Hamas, like people all over the earth say that. And like so look, this is
well,
what
I asked who there's just something very poetic about how he answered that. I don't think Vadim realizes just how much insight he gave me by giving that answer. He was asked who is the most popular Palestinian faction who says from the river to the sea, and Vadim's response is it's not Hamas because people all over the world say it. Dude, you're trying to influence the outcome in this region, the outcome of this conflict. The people who matter the most are the ones who live there, the ones in Palestine who are saying it. He's effectively just said, like, yeah, Israelis, we want you, because he wants Israel to give up their state, to create a single state for all people in the region. That's what he wants. And he's saying, like, yeah, we want from the river to the sea. And then they're like, yeah, but the ones that you want to share the state with us they mean river to the sea isn't like to kill us or to get rid of us. And he's saying, no, don't worry about it, people in Netherlands don't mean that. Okay. The people in fucking Canada don't mean that. The people in New York don't mean that. Well, most of them don't, I assume. Hopefully. Mamdani doesn't mean that. Dude. He just captures the problem so fucking well. He's basically said, yeah, because it's this like river to the sea, equal rights, both people share the land. Don't listen to the people next door to you. Don't listen to them and their leaders. Don't listen to their leaders when they say, yeah, if you give us that, we're just going to kill you. Fuck you. They're saying, just listen to us in fucking Columbia University. Fuck. Twitter.com. Anyway, I'm glad I sifted around for that. My favorite video game streamer. Hello. Shit.
Oh no, I don't believe you actually believe it.
No, you can't accuse me. So
you're backing up your boy.
Are you serious?
No. You don't watch the podcast if you think
this is such horseshit. Like, so my very last stream, my very last stream, I was calling out people for I think misstating what Hasan said in a podcast with Ethan and about settler babies or whatever, and I still hold to that. I want to be clear about that. And so any notion that I'm doing this to curry favor with Hutch is so laughable if you look at the communities and how much conversations we have. And all I'm talking about here is
Hutch is your boy, though, right? Hutch is your boy.
No, yeah, he's my
yes or no?
Hodges, your boy.
Then this is a rare L for you, where you're just like completely not seeing the forest for the trees. It's like it's just like, I mean, is it within the realm of possibility that it? But it's just no. It's.
Doesn't he take lessons with it? Doesn't he do this for? Why are you granting that it would be a bad thing if he buzzed him? Like, I don't even understand. Like, what is the problem if he's taking lessons to do this kind of training, which I think he's admitted he did? What would be wrong with that? Why would you say that? Oh, he didn't do it in this instance, especially when it looks like he did.
What lessons are we talking about here? Training? Did I miss something?
Well, it is terrible reasoning. Just because all that we saw was he just like reached over for a second at the same exact moment that she happened to move around.
Let me ask you a question.
The dog. Okay, sorry.
The fucking things.
Okay, let me ask you.
People reach out for.
Hold on, wait. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. I'm so serious right now because I have a theory that a lot of the people that were backing up Hasan kind of went out of their way to not look at some of the other videos that were uncovered. Are you aware that there's like a supercut video where there's like it's like a Brady bunch, like 9 different boxes of other instances of Hasan like reaching for something and then Kaya like getting back on the mat? Have you seen this? Yeah. So like you don't find that
all this fucking diversion, man. It's just again it's so obvious that he doctored that fucking collar. Like you can just look at the picture, any frame of it. He's clearly fucked with it somehow and like there are so many indications that he was lying about that instance. Even Teuton was aware of that. Ugh, damn.
All like a little bit suspicious.
DGGers, when you have like a billion DGGers rifling through or searching through every hour,
you're dodging the point. You don't
looking specifically for those things. You're gonna find lots of moments where that just happens to happen in like fucking.
Can somebody help me find that video and we can put it up? Actually, can somebody help me find it? There's a video. There's a video where it's like a bunch of.
You know what we don't have? Curiously, we don't have any other situations where Kaya is yelping like she did that one time. Why doesn't she yelp any?
Can you guys help me find the video? Stream chat. There's a video like a supercut where.
Wait, Vadim, what do you think happened? I mean, you don't doubt that he has a collar, which would make that possible, right? And
look, why is there electrical tape on the collar, Vadim?
You guys
why is there tape on the collar?
Kind of going to something else. I'm talking about this.
You brought up collar day, bro.
You did. You brought it up.
But I'm trying to keep it on this one specific time that you swore up.
I want to talk about all the other times that he reached from the side of his desk and the dog got back on the mat.
He's going to go through the trouble of supposedly shocking her in order.
Okay, but can we cut through it then? Can we cut through it? Do you think it's?
And then 3 minutes later.
No, I didn't react to Pisco watching the Settler Baby stuff. It's like someone litigating something. Maybe people want me to watch it, but I can't be fucked. I don't go. No, wait. No, I did. Yeah, I didn't watch it on stream. Yeah, sorry. I just remembered I actually did watch it. I was watching him live, watching it because I couldn't sleep. But then I dozed off as Pisco was talking to me. I don't know if he actually wanted us to talk about that, but I asked him. We'll see. I don't know if he still wants to have a conversation about it. But yeah, I did watch. Yeah. I sent him some. Because the thing is, like, if I watch that kind of stuff, I feel like I'm just imposing myself. But I sent him some links. I don't know. Because they were asking the whole question about, like, are settlers even fucking civilians or not and all that shit. But yeah.
It's just fine for her to get around.
Okay. Can we get past this? So do you think it's an unreasonable position that someone would have looking at it? Do you think it would be unreasonable for someone to conclude based on that it's a good chance that he shot the collar or buzzed it? Is it unreasonable to conclude that?
In the one piece of video that I saw where she yelps, she also simultaneously her paw goes limp, and I've seen like if you see
it does not. Go limp.
No, it's not. If you watch the super version of it, it goes limp.
The question is this: is it like? Do you think that the reason we believe this? Because I believe it too, and I'm not even like a mega Hasan hater like some people. All right, I think it looks like it's conclusive. Are we being unreasonable, or are we being controlled by like
haters? Is this like haters?
I think that the point where it gets unreasonable is if you are actually.
They're going to refuse to watch it without donos. Well, listen. There's always a price. There's always a price, but there is a new goal, and no one's contributed to it, so fuck you guys. There is a price, but you guys ain't paying it. Pieces of shit.
The
we're stuck with this for another hour.
That there is genuine abuse going on inside.
That's not no. That's making it broader, right? Because the question was there abuse going on in the dynamic? The question is simply and only did he shock or buzz the dog in that context? The question before you is would someone necessarily be unreasonable for looking at that and thinking that there was a shock?
This conversation predictably went to like Alex Jones Collargate.
You brought it up.
You brought it up. Wait,
I was speaking about it in terms of this. Why can't you guys speak to this one situation and admit that
Pisco gave you alternatives as to like why that could be the case.
Yeah. Okay. I'll respond. So I'm going to list them so you can respond to them individually.
God, it sounds like, okay, so based on what Vadim's saying, is it sounds like there's one instance where Hutch maybe thought it was a shock, but it wasn't. That is so. Now Vadim is saying, can you not admit this one situation? Well, then it's like, okay, well, guarantee if Hutch admits that, then what are you going to admit to on the other end? Anything? No? What the fuck? Really? He's such a fucking weasel, man. He's such a manipulative bastard. Like, why was he? Because, okay, yeah, if Hutch admits that, let's assume that Hutch said that one of the clips was a shock, but it wasn't, and Hutch admits that. Would Vadim admit that Hasan taped up his collar? Would we admit that? Would we admit that the shape of the collar looks a lot more like a shock collar than the vibrate one, as in like 1-to-1? Probably not, no. Thanks for the 15 shekels. What? Don't worry, it's not important. No one cares about your fucking conflict, Mr. Shekels, Middle East. We're talking about shock collars now and dogs.
Is it possible or plausible that perhaps he didn't go to shock the dog because he realized that she had yelped already and he noticed it would have looked bad? Is that a plausible explanation for why he would refrain from shocking the second time?
No,
is it an unreasonable thing?
Hold on. I didn't even want to fucking participate in this aspect of it, but I'll say this. He said later on that he felt bad for how that played out and that it was like 5 minutes later he went back to check on Kaya. So the idea that he knew that he gave her the fucking jolt of a lifetime and then didn't want to give a second fucking zapparoonie is kind of silly under those circumstances.
Wait, no, that's assuming. Wait, no, that's begging the question. The whole question is that he zapped first, right? So you're begging the question by assuming he didn't, right? The question is, does it disprove that he shocked the fact that she walked away the second time? And the answer is no. And the answer is there are other plausible explanations.
I think you're a little confused about the what's going on here. I'm not talking about the infamous one time that like she yelped. I'm talking about recently, a few weeks ago, after everything died down.
He did that shit again.
Another video where he insisted that
he did it again, dude. He did. I wouldn't bet my life on it.
This is a separate thing. Is this a separate thing?
He did it again, bro. I don't know what to tell you. He did.
I don't know. I don't know.
No, let's put it up. Let's put the video. Let's put the video.
You're saying I did it again.
What is the price? What, to watch the Pisco Settler Babies video? I mean, how long is it? Isn't it quite long? Say $200. Let's be modest. This is why Hutch is responsible for genocide. True.
Video. And the situation.
No. So wait, no. So I don't. So wait. So Vadim is right. So hang on. So Vadim is right. I thought you were talking about the first instance. So is there like a second instance that you're talking about?
Yes. Here. Put it up on the screen.
Why? Who the fuck cares about this shit? Oh my god!
He brought it up. Put that up. Do it. Show that video. Show that video.
All right.
Show that video.
I'm putting it on screen. We're watching.
What does this look like to you guys? IRI and Pisco. What does it look like?
Well, I'm not seeing it.
I know. Hold on. Yeah.
Settler fairs that are taking place in the synagogue are actually the bad ones.
Back up a little bit.
God, I can't believe the protesters that are protesting against settler fairs.
Yeah, that looks like he pauses his stream of thought to reach for something and get her back onto the thing.
What's he doing there, guys?
Yeah, and then
that look kind of funny.
And then 3 minutes later, he just allows the dog.
What did that look like to you?
Why didn't he do it a second time when she got up?
What did that look like to you?
Holy fuck! She responds to being told place. It was an expectation of probably being told to get back on the spot that she was on.
Why is he reaching his arm? Why is he reaching his arm in the same way that he was doing before, bro?
Motherfucker! Why did you blank your camera to act like you were jerking off to soy pill the other day?
I was jerking off
because he was jerking off.
Who knows it?
For me, I just want to say, I think it's possible he's reaching for something else. For me, it's not as conclusive as the first time. It looks like he's doing place training, right? He's doing place training or something. And I just don't understand, why is there this like back and forth about these equivocal videos about did he or did he not? Why is this so important to you, Vadim, that shows Hutch's, I don't know what's going on with Hutch.
That Hutch is just so like,
I'm a big poo caca pee head, right?
I mean, let's be real about this. He needs to kind of talk about shit like this because he doesn't have anything like really substantial of real.
His idea was that
that people take seriously when it comes. Yeah, absolutely.
Do you need Ogre Boy to finish this thought too? We were going to get ready. Ogre Boy, get ready. He's going to tag you in soon.
This was supposed
to let me talk.
Be ready, Ogre Boy. He's going to.
Yeah, Ogre Boy, go ahead.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Go ahead, Ogre.
No. Okay. All right. I was just joshing, but if you're gonna walk right into that, all right, go ahead. Let's go.
I feel so bad for Ogre Boy right now. The fact that he has to deal with this debate partner, and Ogre Boy's not even a very clever person. Oh God.
Said before, when it comes down to it, there's a lot that you can't touch when it comes to him having something more of an aspirational message and you telling people specifically, lower your expectations, expect less, good things are not possible.
Unironically, I mean, not that last part. I mean, we can get it. Like, I wanted to say this.
Do you want to play clips? I have that clip.
No,
the bottom line is, when it comes down to it, you need to do something to do some manner of like character assassination and milk shit for that long to try to tell people in turn not to listen to Hasan about Gaza, not to listen to Hasan about Medicare for all, not to listen to Hasan about a number of political issues, because your political takes, by and large, everybody that has any rationale to them whatsoever knows you're like politically wrong for a living, basically.
Really? Was it not just like 3 weeks ago that Hasan predicted that Trump would not invade Venezuela, and then Trump invaded Venezuela like hours later? Wasn't that just like 3 weeks
even
ago?
broken clock wrong twice a day.
Really?
Broken clock?
Broken clock wrong every time.
Hasan's a broken clock?
You got
it. Sorry.
It's something that I wanted to say, and I'll be brief about this. And I just want to explain like my philosophical difference
broken
between.
Clock is wrong twice a day. Actually, a broken clock is wrong for most of the day, but I don't. Okay. What? Fuck's sake.
With you guys, with Vadim, with Ogre Boy, with Hasan, your first order kind of principle seems to be to change the Democratic Party into a more leftist kind of thing.
No,
and that seems to be like the highest. Well, I'll just speak for Hasan. That's my perspective of him. And below that, he prioritizes beating Republicans. He only opines and throws his weight behind candidates who he personally likes.
So we're finally at the heart of something that's important.
Hang on, I'm almost done. He is not interested in actually like building out a coalition that is best positioned to take majorities away from Republicans and beat them in elections.
It is wrong 12 times. It is wrong twice a day. It's just that both times last for 12 hours. Yeah, true. Almost 12 hours, just a bit under.
He is only interested, and he talked about this on his stream just like yesterday. I reacted to a clip from it earlier today. He's very open about like what he wants. Me and him are not, we don't have the same priorities. To me, when I say, when Vadim says fascism, I agree. I think Donald Trump and his movement represent a fascist threat. When I think of fascism, I think of the historical examples of fascism. It's not terribly difficult for me to imagine that potentially happening in the United States. And so to me, that represents such a profound danger that I have to, in order to focus on like triage, I have to prioritize just building out the biggest coalition possible. And yes, that includes like throwing my weight behind center-left politicians in competitive districts.
Hold on, holy shit, holy fuck, no. The issue with what you're doing. The issue with what you're doing is because you're putting the fucking cart before the horse. You constantly point back to FDR, but the reality is FDR had a bold vision. We don't have the bold candidate. We don't have the bold vision. You want to start from the place of already conceding to right-wing Democrats. You want to create a permission structure. Yes, you do. That's the reason that you said the shit about segregationists. It's the reason that you said even in red states that already have really good abortion laws on the books.
You missed the point of it entirely.
I'm not even done. The idea
point
is,
of it, the Ezra thing, he was not making.
Holy shit!
You jump in and tell me to let them finish.
Just let him finish. You can respond.
The bottom line is, when it comes down to it, you are mad. You are mad in your soul that fucking Manchin got bullied. You in turn want the party to create a permission structure to put their arms around right-wing Democrats because you think that just inflates the numbers. But you don't have the bold candidate. You don't have the bold policy. You just want to create the same sort of fucking roadblocks that we have on the SCOTUS,
even if you grant
Senate and in the House.
Even if you grant
the Democrats had a 50-50 split in the Senate. Yeah, they kind of, beggars can't be choosers, unfortunately. The country is very split. It's very divided. Fuck you. What the fuck? What was FDR's majority? He won like 4 terms. Then they have to introduce term limits just because of him. Like, dude, how many? This guy has like 400 plus electoral votes, putting his opponents into the double digits. Yeah, this guy's got a bit more freedom for a bold vision. Yeah? This is not the same. The fuck, man. Oh, but listen, Democrats would have this if they listened to Hasan Piker, right? Medicare for all would absolutely turn Wyoming blue. What's Vermont getting up to? Yeah, also, America was in the Great Depression. You kind of needed... and the Second World War. Even the New... Because remember, the New Deal was nothing compared to the amount of government intervention that went into Second World War. That was kind of like where the big government involvement came in. Yeah, you had the Great Depression and World War II. And having 400 plus electoral votes. Okay. If only they listened to Hasan Biker though, they'd have had every state, not just 46 of them.
To that, even if you granted that, right? Let's just grant that he wants to make these kinds of political alliances because he views it's more electorally feasible. Even if you granted that with the right wing, isn't that no more or less than what you're proposing? You're basically saying that you should walk arm and foot. I don't know what the fucking phrase is. That we should walk with more left wing candidates, and that's more politically feasible. And so, I don't think you can attack him.
No. I want decent fucking public servants that are going to listen to what the fuck their people and their constituency actually want, and then move forward with that. That's it. That's that simple.
What if what they want is a fucking right-wing Democrat? What if what they want is either Joe Manchin or a Republican? Because that's what West Virginia is. They don't want what you want, retard.
Hutch doesn't, right? And you think Hutch doesn't? And you think Hutch doesn't?
No,
you think Hutch doesn't?
No. He doesn't care about the policy. He just wants to make sure that there's more people, even if it is a fucking Republican that
it's not true that I don't care
Monday,
about policy.
You've already said this.
No.
You've already said this on your stream.
You're misunderstanding.
Around and said
you did say you would vote for Epstein. You did say you would vote for Epstein.
I did, and I stand by that. But you're wrong. You're wrong.
Mike from PA responded to me. He's like, Hutch said he would vote for Epstein. I'm like, what? And then I remember he did.
Re-registered on a Monday. And on Wednesday, registered as a Democrat, changed none of his positions whatsoever, and still would have ended up being a obstructionist element. Would you support that?
Who are these people? Who are these Democrats who are literally just Democrat in name? Because it's not Manchin. Manchin voted with Biden a lot more than he voted with Republicans. A lot more. So what are we talking about? Who are these people? Who are these Democrats that just register Democrat and then vote Republican for the entire 4 years? Who are they? They don't exist. Doesn't make any sense.
Person by virtue of the fact that they're a Democrat, and you said yes.
Ogre, you can't get mad at Hutch saying that you are.
Now you're interrupting me. It's fine.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Whatever. Everybody can just fucking punch down on me. Just bald.
No, I was going to defend you.
Listen, the context means everything right now. When I say that I would welcome even a center-right Democrat, I'm obviously talking about in districts that would make them competitive. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying
political pressure to be able to be applied to those candidates. Yes or no?
Hang on. I'm not saying that we should replace the entire party with Joe Manchin's. It's so dishonest.
In front of your face.
Ogre, let him.
What are you talking about? It's so dishonest to suggest that my ultimate vision is to turn the Democratic Party into a conservative party. First of all, the Democratic Party of today is wildly to the left of the Democratic Party that existed when I was growing up. Any kind of suggestion that they've
God, fucking hell, none of the. Have you heard of the ratchet effect?
moved right. It's just nonsense. And going back to your previous point, you keep bringing up FDR. You always ignore the fact that FDR was able to do what he was able to do because he was springboarding off of a Great Depression. And he had super majorities in Congress. And a third of those super majorities were racist segregationists. Yeah, according to you, though, my current electoral strategy is evil. So I assume
that's true. They were segregationists. And actually oh God, bring up MLK. MLK canceled and delayed protests in Birmingham because he wanted to help the less bad segregationist win against Bull Connor for the mayorship. There's a mayoral election and MLK paused his protests because he didn't want to disrupt the chances of this softer segregationist from winning. Literally did that. It's in the letter to Birmingham jail. Letter from Birmingham jail. Hang on. Oh God, if he brings it up, yeah, was MLK being a right winger for doing that? It occurred to us that Birmingham's mayoral election was coming up in March, and we speedily decided to postpone action until after election day. When we discovered that the Commissioner of Public Safety, Eugene Bull Connor, had piled up enough votes to be in the runoff, we decided again to postpone action until the day after the runoff, so that the demonstrations could not be used to cloud the issues. Like many others, we waited to see Mr. Connor defeated, and to this end, we endured postponement after postponement. Having aided in this community need, we felt that a direct action program could be delayed no longer. They called getting Bull Connor out of office was a community need. The interesting thing is that the opposition, Albert Boutwell, who was against Bull Connor, was a segregationist, by MLK's own words. This motherfucker, MLK, he paused protests because he believed it was a community need to get a softer segregationist elected to mayor.
Opposed FDR forming a coalition with those segregationists.
What did I say 5 minutes ago? I said you're lacking the bold, bold president is willing to move forward. You're rephrasing something I didn't say.
But you're comparing FDR, who had like 85% control of the Congress, to Joe Biden, who had a
wrong direction.
The Senate, bro. It's not an appropriate comparison. It doesn't make any sense.
Vadim, you raised your hand when Hutch said that this wasn't the most left the Democrats have been. I think that's true. So do you disagree?
I have two things. Yes, I disagree. But I really, more than anything, I haven't
actually looked into the ground zero of this segregationist clip, whatever, from Hutch. I'm guessing in this analogy, if there's a Democrat segregationist, then the Republican is probably just a worse segregationist, right? We're not really. Are we envisioning a world where the Democrats are running segregationists, but the Republicans are running people who support the Civil Rights Act? Is that where we're at now? Is that what that hypothetical is? IRI is charging up. I hope so. He's said fuck all. Lazy fuck.
Point out that, Hutch, you are not an ally of the little guy. You identify yourself as an abundance liberal. Abundance is overwhelmingly funded by Koch brothers.
Yes, tell us how bad abundance is, Vadim. Tell us why the economics of abundance is wrong. Not who funds it. Tell us why it's wrong.
Affiliated.
What is abundance? What does it mean to you?
What do you mean? What is
the philosophy of abundance?
It's also they are fundamentally.
What is abundance?
Dude, let me speak, okay? Abundance is also the people who fund it are also overwhelmingly anti-union.
No, we don't. He didn't ask you who funds it. What is it? That's. Oh, come on, man. What is the?
And lastly, just recently, Barry Weiss
funded abundance.
When she
funded abundance. What are you talking about?
When Barry Weiss recently appointed 18 new bullshit artists for to CBS, I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about the way that she has completely wrecked CBS. She chose not Ezra Klein, but I forget his name, Derek Thompson. He is joining all of these like COVID deniers and like just like the absolute not COVID deniers. I'm sorry, vaccine deniers and whatnot. And like that's
kind of a guilt by association argument.
Derek Thompson, the whole book is about how much he likes COVID vaccines, right? Like he thought it was amazing.
Yeah, there was a whole section.
Yeah. His chapter specifically. By the way, Derek Thompson's chapter specifically were about
you is the kiss of death. There is no.
Wait, hold on, Vadim. Did you read it? Did you read the book?
I'm not going to go into.
Did you read the book?
I have
just say no, you cowardly fucking retard. Oh, everyone knows you didn't. Just say you didn't.
What are you not going to go into that? Did you read
Derek Thompson's chapters? Derek Thompson's chapters.
Listened to a lot.
There's nothing wrong. I haven't read Abundance. I don't give a fuck about it. It sounds like American shit. My understanding of Abundance, it sounds like they're basically saying that all the opportunities for more like equity and fucking like increased living standards is already there in America. It's just that on the one end you've got like roadblocks like fucking NIMBYs and all this kind of shit, and then maybe progressive voters who are like limiting growth opportunities in other places because of like some like that's. It didn't even sound like it's that. It sounds kind of boring. Fuck me. I know there's a whole thing about like fucking zoning and what the real obstacle to housing isn't so much like the developers, but it's actually the NIMBYs, because actually they obstruct development or whatever. Yeah, I can see that. NIMBYs are fucking weird. Mina, thanks for the tier 4. Really appreciate it. Wow.
People who I think are far more.
Why don't you read the book before opining on it?
Expecting it than you. And by the way,
you're deflecting to other people again. By the way,
you should.
Other people can make your arguments for you. Apparently,
you call into. I'm not an abundance expert, so I'm not going to go into.
Stop talking about it.
You brought it up. You brought it up, Vadim. I don't think you should even. You don't even have to read the book to critique the theory, or just get the spark notes of it. Just read an article about it and understand the concept.
If you're going to call it, because I consider myself pro-abundance, if you say abundance is like, oh, we're not for the little guy, I mean, like, I think the arguments are pretty salient, and to say that we somehow are like anti-small people because, but you haven't, like, you don't understand what the arguments of abundance are.
I think that you are attaching yourself to a movement that
you don't even know what the movement is. You really don't. What is abundance? What is it all about?
Dude, I'm not going to get into.
What is abundance? If you're saying it's bad, what is it?
The very sensible fact.
You're saying it's bad. What is it? What is abundance?
Not just the kiss of death. It's the kiss of oblivion to be funded.
No. I mean, that's not true. Hang on.
To be funded, but anyway, I have another point that is more.
I want to address this because there's some interesting things you brought out. Some of which is true. Yes, it's true that there are some sort of like people who are pushing abundance, and who are like, wow, that's a good idea. Who are like unsavory people. Who
are we against UBI now because Silicon Valley likes it because it originates from the right wing, because right wingers used to push UBI. Really? Are we against UBI now? Is that the kiss of death, Vadim? The fuck? Business time, like the tier 2 sub.
Just deregulation bros. I mean, that's true. But, and we don't deny that at all. But there's just like a need to drill down on specifically what aspects of the perspectives that you disagree with. So for Derek Thompson's chapter specifically, he emphasizes how awesome it was for the COVID vaccine as a way to sort of stress the importance of public funding for new technologies, et cetera, et cetera. And that seems like a good idea.
I think I understand why people like to watch political debates online. It is the same as a sports game, your team versus their team. No? No.
That seems like totally in line with an AOC type vision, with a socialist type vision to put public dollars, for research and that kind of stuff.
Some things inside of it that are
correct
in there too.
I know. So you started this. So wait, let me just finish. This will be the last thing. The last sentence, I'll let you talk. Last sentence, I'll let you talk. You started this whole thing about thought terminating cliches, and I'm like, I don't like thought terminating cliches. One thought terminating cliche is abundance. Oh, just fucking Koch brothers. I think that's a thought terminating cliche.
It is. Yeah. It's very thought terminating.
That's fine. I think that what I brought up is more than understandable to like just kind of as like a huge red flag. How about this, guys? Since I do not feel at all competent to talk about this, I could write Sam Cedar, right? Like we
100%. No, I love that.
I wanted to talk about it.
I would love
we
that.
talked to Sam about abundance. I saw his stuff that's fine, but I guess the point is, I don't like if you call Hutch or me, because I am an abundance person for the most part, to say like we don't care about the little guy when it's like.
I think that you are. I mean, I think probably you very much think that you're helping the little guy, but I think you're attaching yourself to a movement that, at the end of the day,
you can't even tell me what the movement is, Vadim. You don't know what it is.
I didn't say it in order to have.
What do you mean?
Oh my God, Ogre! What the fuck?
About?
Wait, that's the stupidest response I've heard all day, Ogre. You're like, the problem with the book is no one knows what it's about.
Well, by and large, any interview that Klein's done on it, the idea of trying to drill down on a boogeyman across the board about what the movement is trying to attack, he's never specific on.
Well, no, it's not.
There's no boogeyman. How fucking brain dead. What? Oh, because there's no landlords in it. It's not like, oh, fuck the landlords. We're gonna blame everything on the landlords, the developers. Oh, there's no. What the fuck? You want a boogeyman? Why would you admit to that? Why would you admit that I want a goodie and a baddie? Like, what the fuck?
It's not a policy book.
Exactly.
No, but it's not trying to be. It's not trying to be a policy prescription.
There's enough people that are trying to treat it like it is a policy prescription and overall movement. It is the thing that I'm the more concerned about more than anything else is the idea of the deregulation piece, because it always seems to go in one direction.
Well, listen, I have my critique. I'm not full on abundance bill. I'm like 70% on some of the stuff. Like, I don't agree, for example, some of the critiques of the BEAD funding that was done in some of these interviews afterwards. I think some of these are unfair critiques at Biden. And I think that I'm skeptical of some of the anti-environmental regulations on some fronts, especially in a world where Trump, it doesn't have many guardrails. I'm concerned sometimes that the streamlining might have a negative consequence when it comes to authoritarianism. So there are some critiques I have of it. And
the real problem with the book is that I haven't read it and I don't know what it's about. Yeah, but again, these two I don't think are even all that exceptional for this. I think a lot of them are like this.
Okay, but in general, I don't think it's enough, and I don't think it's good analysis to just be like guilt by association. That would be like saying you have to dismiss everything Hasan says because he has some like insane friends who say some insane shit, and you wouldn't accept that. You shouldn't accept this either.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. I think it's salient and good to be skeptical of like why would the Koch brothers fund this, and it could be because of some malicious Machiavellian plan to destroy like the left wing, but it also could be because they would make money off of housing, which is I don't like that the Koch brothers make money off of that, but I'm fine if it means that more people get more affordable housing. And
if you need to build houses for it to be more affordable, and developers are the ones who would benefit from building more houses, and what gets in their way is sometimes middle class homeowners like NIMBY. So it's not. But again, they don't like that because it doesn't melt very cleanly into their proletariat and bourgeoisie narrative. Like, it has to be the big developers and the big billionaires. Otherwise, fuck.
You think that is a condition of something that would happen? And just to be clear, like as someone who lives in the Bay Area, like I don't like the idea of regulations just being stripped away willy-nilly, but there's definitely a problem of over-regulation to the degree that it doesn't allow us to build housing in San Francisco, and it sucks, and I wish we had a way around it.
The issue with that becomes it really is something that needs to be judged on a case-by-case basis. There isn't a single
right, like Mamdani is citing abundance too. Mamdani's abundance bill. Yeah, okay, cool.
But in the number.
Oh shit, what the fuck? I accidentally pressed a button that I shouldn't have. At least they said Mamdani. Whoa, how far did we get? Oh shit. Oh, it didn't catch pilled. Fuck. Dude. It's not gonna have Mamdani. Shit. That's a thought terminating cliche.
Just fucking Koch brothers. I think that's a thought terminating cliche.
Oh wait. Oh yeah, okay.
Well, listen, I have my critique. I'm not full on abundance bill. I'm like 70% on some of the stuff. Like I don't agree, for example, some of the Donnie's abundance bill. Yeah, okay, cool.
But in the number one salesman of the abundance mindset, the one big debate that he had with Sam, when you pause the video and actually look into each one, and yes, I am psychotic enough to have done that. He misrepresented every single.
No. Ezra had some big fuck ups when he was critiquing Biden. And I actually think Sam Cedar.
No, hold on. No, before you go down that road, that's not what I'm talking about at all. All of the different examples where he was talking.
This is where Ogre Boy thinks he's debunked me on the fucking humanitarian aid debacle between Harris and the Biden administration and Israel in 2024. He can't read. He can't process the information that he's looking at. It's so stupid. Like Ogre Boy is the kind of person who will just mental gymnastics in his way into just like he will read any article and just make it whatever he wants it to be. Like he's just got that ability. It's very fucking disturbing.
Exception of one, which he still misrepresented, but the different examples where he was talking about the Sunshine Movement suing to stop solar panels in Maine. Well, there was a story behind that too. They wanted to make the project take a little bit longer to make sure that the deforestation that was going to happen actually was what was required for the moment, that it wasn't something that was bigger than what it needed to be. A lot of these circumstances actually have a story behind it, but the idea of vilifying all of it across the board is really fucking stupid. When the overarching backbone of how it's pitched is to try to make sure that developers can get the most profit out of something,
well, what do you make of
something that's going to throw up a red flag.
So what do you make of the China glazing from so many people in the online left space? I'm just curious. Do you think it's appropriate to like glaze them for their infrastructure?
I mean, there's always something that we can take away from other people. That's one of the reasons that this country is supposed to be great, right?
Well, why do you think they can do all that infrastructure?
They take away what? One specific thing. What things should they take away from China?
Sounds like you're more open to fucking Chinese, great whatever theories as opposed to abundance. Like you're more like, we can take this and that and then whatever. And
I think the over reliance on like public-private partnerships and the willingness to just step forward and say fuck it and we're going to build something even if it's by the government themselves, I think is fine.
Wait, but Ezra says in abundance that he wants. One of the examples he uses is these situations where it's pure public funding. You would hope that those would be like the best examples of government. So it's not the case that he wants to abandon public funded projects. In fact, it's the opposite, at least if you read the book.
And also, I don't know how much I haven't investigated this deeply, but my understanding is that Chinese regulations are way more relaxed than ours, and that's why you see a lot of fucking buildings collapse over there and stuff like that. No, I don't want to be that much like China. So I think that we don't have to be as strict as we are.
I want something that works for us, but it's not to say that the principal factor needs to be something where we put the concerns about profits for developers first and foremost. That's not the overall.
I'm so glad you said
the message of abundance.
I also love it that they're asked about the China glazing, and then they're just saying, "Oh yeah, I think we could take things from other countries. Yeah, why not? Really? So if I just actually glazed Israel like all these people say I do, or if I glazed Israel like Hasan glazes China, they'd be okay with it because we should take some things from them. Their Iron Dome technology, that was pretty cool. They've they got a good tech industry. We like that. Yeah. What the fuck?
Is to sell the idea of the book.
One of the things that he points to is China's abilities. And so when you say, there's some things that we could look to China for, Ezra agrees with that. In fact, the fact that like they price in fraud or some amount of, people who are going to take advantage into the overall scheme is something that someone like Ezra would say, that's worth it if it gets to the actual goal. So the whole point, I think, of bringing up the China example, maybe this was Hutch's point, was to how you frame who you look to, whether it's China or whether it's abundance, is doing a lot in terms of how sympathetic you are to hearing the argument out. And I think that is a little bit telling. It's telling that the association seems to be doing a lot of the work here.
I'm just going off of the examples that Klein himself gave. When he turns around and says that I don't like it if people's apartments give them asthma, but I do need people to have apartments, it's a virtue signal to basically say that like we should be considering the desires of the profitability of developers over the little guys' actual needs.
He's not at all implying that it's like, well, if they get asthma, it's fine as long as they have housing. Like, that's
a direct quote. That's a direct quote.
No, I know, but the implication of that quote is not, I guess asthma is fine. He's saying there are obviously concerns on either end of this, and yes, we have to consider the health of people, but if you have all of these regulations and everyone's stepping over each other to be like, well, the steps need to be this high, and you can't hurt this bird nest, unfortunately, projects never get created, so you have to look, and he's talking about not stripping regulation completely, but going through with a comb and saying which of these things are absolutely necessary and which of these things are actually preventing housing from being built. I think last year, like halfway through the year, 15 new homes were built in San Francisco. It was fucking atrocious, and that's the reason no one can afford anything anywhere.
Mamdani talks about this shit when he is going on the street and saying, "Isn't this crazy that these fucking people who are selling halal food, whatever, right?" He has a bunch of these examples. Like Mamdani, I think, has been brilliant in terms of his rhetoric and how he frames it, but there's nothing inherently wrong with it. And what I hate is a kind of reflexive, let's just dismiss it because it's Hasan, or let's just dismiss it because it's Mamdani, or let's just dismiss it because it's Ezra Klein. And crucially, that's what I try not to do. when I see Hasan giving a take, when I see, you know, a centrist giving a take, I do try to hit it for its merits. But sometimes it really does feel that the left, some people on the left, which I consider myself part of the left, will see who is making the statement and reflexively reject it. But yeah, no, that's
what I'm doing. I started from a position of looking into each one of the claims that he made in numerous of the conversations that he's had about this, and they don't pan out the way that he's presenting it. That's my issue. So it's not like it's not. I'm sorry. Last thing. Let Vadim talk. I apologize, but that's where I'm coming from. It's the point of view of here's why these things matter. This is why it's important. Here's the examples I'm going to use. And when you take the time to go through each fucking example, it doesn't pan out the way you're saying. So as long as it's like you say that the protections for the little guy are actually protected, things of that nature, cool, I'm fine with it. But that's my fear, is that it's a Trojan horse for like Reagan style deregulation.
Sure, that's healthy skepticism.
I guess I was just going to say that I agree with you that sometimes just if it comes from a bad source, that it shouldn't be dismissed out of hand for that reason.
That was your only argument, to be clear, Mr. Vadim. That was your only argument. You don't even know what abundance is. You literally have nothing. You are a blank slate on abundance, other than some people who I don't like it.
The reason why I brought up the points that I did is because I think that it speaks volumes when you see who in positions of power are funding a certain thing, and who in positions of power who you know have awful reputations and have an agenda, like Barry Weiss with CBS, are partnering with those who are architects of the movement that you're part of. I think it should.
Well, we hate Barry Weiss.
Well, it might not, and that alone, I'm not saying that alone is like a, you know, it's not any sort of
what
like
is IRI cooking in the background there. He looks like he's, oh god, is he just charging up? Is that all he's doing? He better be fucking explosive. I'm gonna be really mad otherwise.
Death shot, or you know, you get what I'm saying. But I think that it's a plausible red flag at the very least.
Sure, I mean, it could plausibly create skepticism. That's fine, but surely you would agree that sometimes you can have overlapping interests between people that you align with and maybe some right wingers, right? Like, for example, like how do you feel broadly about the Cato Institute?
Most of the time, if I'm getting, you know what, I know that I've heard the name.
The right wing think tank.
They're like a right wing. They're like a right wing libertarian think tank, but they're also like
they're probably bad news.
Okay, but they're also like super pro immigration, right? So that's overlap with like the leftist position that we should be.
No, it's not. Leftists will do this thing where they will easily embrace anti-immigration rhetoric because they will just frame it through protectionism. They'll just say immigration is just capitalists trying to exploit people with lower wages. Like that's what they'll say. They'll never accept the Cato or anything but that.
Massively increasing our immigration. So it's fine to be skeptical, but you seem to be closing yourself off to the possibility that sometimes good policy that has good outcomes could overlap with, like, you know, people that you find to be unsavory, right?
I mean, Kamala said the wall was a good idea, so you know we do need to be open to.
Oh my God!
Why are you doing this? See, like the thing is, it's not just that you disagree in terms of Kamala's position. It's that you're so fucking smug about it, Ogre. Like you're basically suggesting, yes, he is. In that moment, what is he doing there? You're trying to twist the knife and you're trying to be like, haha, Kamala lost. What a fucking joke. Like. It doesn't sound like someone who's turning a new leaf and realize how horrible things are and that he should have voted. It sounds like you're trying to twist the knife.
It's a silly point too, by the way, because Democrats have never opposed like any structures or fencing. That's been the standard Democratic position for decades. Donald Trump's proposed border wall was a border wall that stretched along the entire southern border, which is like 2,000 miles and completely unworkable in many locations because there's like mountain ranges, there's eminent domain issues with people's property. But the Democrats have never opposed.
I think this is because she supported the bipartisan deal, the Langford bill. But in 2016 and 2020, she said that the wall was a waste of money and was stupid and was medieval. So,
like any kind of structure. And what
the Langford bill would have only entailed building up parts of the wall, probably for like relating to entry points, but okay.
In that bipartisan border bill was funding that was appropriated by the Congress in 2019. And it was just assurances that that money would be spent on border wall. And it was pushed out to like 2028.
I watched you watch this video this week. You went out of your way before she ever got to the statement to try to defend it reflexively. The optics.
Are you going to respond to what I just said?
Suicide.
Are you going to respond to what I just said? Are you going to respond to what I just said?
He's saying you do that all the time.
He's not, but you're not responding to what I just said. Like the idea that Kamala Harris supported Donald Trump's border wall is not true. It is false.
She said.
That said, I think there's a way you can phrase a critique, which I would accept. I just want to give Ogre what he wants. There are ways in which you can phrase a critique, which I would accept, which are Democrats have been much too accepting of the framing and rhetoric on immigration. That's even something Hasan has said, which I agree with. But how you say it, I think this is the kind of thing that sometimes you guys do. How you phrase it is so fucking annoying. Like, yeah, you can just say they shouldn't have voted for Lake and Riley Act. You shouldn't have made this policy position. That's all well and good, but go for it.
Anderson Cooper specifically said that you've been talking against this wall for the last 8 years, calling it a narcissistic monument to a bigoted.
Yeah, he was wrong to frame it that way.
And she in turn said, I'm not going to turn down a good idea regardless of who it comes from. She was specifically talking about the wall. That was a moment.
She is obviously,
she was talking about the Langford bill. She was talking about the bill, which, holy fuck. Really? Wait, hang on. How would that make sense, that response? That wouldn't make any sense. Is she talking about the bill in that context or just the wall? Because the bill obviously would have entailed, like they said, allocating funding that's already been appropriated by the Congress. As in, like, we're going to spend this money that's already been decided that is going to be spent on these areas. The fuck?
Obviously,
you can tell, like Ogreboy can't read. He's like really stupid.
That was a moment. That was a moment in time when a lot of people that she was trying to appeal to by going on tour with Liz Cheney, that she was trying to appeal to, that they looked at what she was saying and saying, "This, she doesn't mean anything. She's not being serious. There's no convictions."
Come on.
Are we going back to the Kamala?
She lost a lot of the purchasing power that she had in trying to appeal to those moderate independents in the first place.
But when I asked you, and I hope you have a better answer for me, and I would actually, you know what, Vadim, let me ask you a question, and it's not a gotcha. I just want to know. Let's say
I don't believe you. Go on.
Can I just say I agree with Vadim there. I don't believe you either, Hutch.
I just want to say quickly, the January 6th, the team up with Liz Cheney was over January 6th.
Okay, wait,
Vadim, I want to confer with my tag team partner here for just a moment. What he's about to ask you is,
all right. Oh God!
Is how do you dig yourself out of a hole that you yourself created in the first place by putting a major issue on the back burner? Take it away, Hutch.
No. Okay. What I'm asking you is, when AOC, let's say she runs, when AOC is on the debate stage and she's up against her Democratic primary opponents, and the moderator asks her, and they're going to ask her this question. They're going to say, the border got really chaotic under Biden. The public largely turned on the Biden administration. It was the number 2 issue. People were very concerned about border security. Many people voted for Donald Trump because they wanted more border security. Do you think that Biden handled that well? And if not, what would you do differently? What would be your policy that you would implement if 800,000 people per month start showing up at the border?
Honestly, I think that's like a little out of my depth. I'd have to kind of do some research to really. But I will say one thing quickly, which is just that I believe that we need to continue to, like, I'm not sure if this would have been the right thing for him to say in the moment, but I support creating more paths to
position.
And also,
True.
I think that.
Wait, would you grant that was Kamala's position?
That was Kamala's position, right?
Yeah,
and I also think that they actively needed to, in a very, very substantial way, to speak against the propaganda that they ended up supporting in a lot of their. I mean, there's
that's what Harris did as well. Yeah, she was pretty fucking sharp on making fun of Trump for the Haitian dog and cat eaters. But okay.
No.
What propaganda? What propaganda did Kamala support?
Well, I mean, I'm talking about that, for instance, that ad that where she was. You know what? I'm like so fried.
I'm talking about that she was for
it's such a fucking unbeatable strategy for this guy, man. If he wants to be like, well, you said this thing that relates to this person, or like this person got funded by this person, and you support this policy, but this policy came from this person who's friends with this person, he'll do that all fucking day. But 1 minute, Vadim, what do you want to do on the border? What do you think we should do on the border? And he shuts the fuck up. And then he gets fried. Then he gets tired. Then he suddenly remembers that he can't sleep. Like, what the fuck?
And then she had to distance herself from the promoting
trans surgeries.
Trans surgeries.
You know what, guys? I'm really fading fast. I have certain limits. 3 hours is a lot for me, and I'm just not
able.
Get
back to the shot caller. He'll wake up in no time.
20 minutes is a lot for you.
Hey, no, hang on. What's it?
It is a lot.
Fuck him.
Wait.
He's been so out of line this whole time, and I'm going to throw a jab at him, and you're going to clutch your pearls.
No.
You've been belligerent against me the whole time, bro.
Come on.
That's fair. You can do that. Like I grant you that. But I will say that, like, I mean, I don't think you like just maybe after we talk, this is over. Talk with Soy Pill about like my medical issues. They're not that it's not bullshit. Like it is not bullshit.
No,
at all.
I understand that they're not bullshit. It's that you fucking deploy them at every moment where you're out of your depth. Conveniently enough, as soon as we get into some drama, fucking cringe slop that you care a lot about, or some guilt by association, Valley Girl fucking politics drama, then you are animated and you're shouting all that. But as soon as you are asked, "What's your policy on immigration?" as a left winger, then suddenly you get tired. Yeah, that is bullshit. Yeah, fuck that. People shouldn't fall for that.
A fucking prick, like one of the side effects of your condition?
No, but that's not what he's talking about. What he's talking about has to do with his stamina for doing it, not about him being a prick earlier. I mean, that's different.
It's really it's very much about that. I'm okay with sticking around for maybe like another 10-15 minutes. I do have one point that I want to make, which is outside of all this, which I don't think is going to provoke a very long conversation. So at some point I want the ability to say that.
Hit it.
But I would okay, we could, but I would like, if it's cool, I would like to, because I feel like I talked over Ogre Boy more than I should have.
We're so far past whatever I was
we're good. It's good. Yeah, just
go ahead.
Let's do the last point.
Are you sure? I'd like to open it up to, okay, that's fine if that's how Ogre Boy feels. I just want to say this because I know, Hutch, I know you're going to rewatch this and kind of give your 2 cents on all this, which will undeniably be a whole bunch of bullshit. But I wanted to specifically to speak to, you asked me to reach out to Ethan Klein. I will in the future when I'm working on a video that's probably going to be a little while before it's up. I want to make sure that you know that. But the other thing that is even more important that I wanted to convey here is that just so you know, there's this like misconception that I dodged Ethan. And I don't know if that is kind of like where you were coming from with asking me to talk with him. Like basically,
as far as I know, that's not what happened. I think Vadim tried to reschedule. And then Ethan was like, fuck this. He thought it was wasting his time. That's how that went.
On the show, he presented it like I was dodging him. He refused to, like, he cropped out our messages in order to make it look like I was ducking him, and I absolutely was not. So I just want you to know that when you are discussing it, so that you're not basically like spreading some BS, like this guy is calling me a pussy, but he wouldn't talk to Ethan. That's not the case. So
tell Ethan to stop dodging me, Hutch. Tell Ethan to stop dodging me. That's more important.
Got him.
Well, I don't know why didn't you go on the show if he invited you?
He invited me. He told me that I could come on anytime that I wanted, and I made the thinking about it, just remembering the details. I made the date with them, and then something came up on my end. I wrote them and said that I couldn't make it, and then literally 1 minute after that, I wrote like, but I want to reschedule as soon as possible. Give me a list of dates, like something like that. It's on like Donkey
He won't talk to Lonerbox. It's okay. I'm a terrifying presence. What can you say?
Kong, and they cropped it right at the point. Like literally, you can see if you look at the full picture, because it's like Twitter, and you can see the like timestamps. You can see that 1 minute after the first message that I sent came the other, and they showed it like in a misleading fashion. And then on top of that, Ethan couldn't even make it himself. They didn't end up doing a show that day. So it's just kind of ridiculous in all sorts of ways. I was not ducking him. If anything, it's the other way around. I made it very clear. I also messaged Dan, you know, the one of the crew guys, saying like, have me on. So that is the actual story with that, just so everyone knows.
That's good.
That was the thing that you wanted to close out on?
Yeah. I wanted to make sure that you knew that. I mean, I guess I could say more substantially that it's my belief with all of the vote discussion that we had that that I think that by shaming those who took a principled stand inside that situation, it's my belief that you guys are actually creating more voter apathy by creating this, contributing to this feel of it being
I hate like people who the people who don't vote. The most, in proportion to how politically loud they are to how often they vote, people saying, "Oh, look what you made me do. You made me so disinterested in voting."
Like we're, it's our club. You're in. You guys are out. And I wouldn't feel that way. I wouldn't feel that way if I didn't think that those people were actually doing something active to create a necessary change that they felt like they had to do. Like again, like I don't think that they worked against the endeavor for Kamala to win. I think that they actively did something to like help the situation and
fucking
that's
actively.
That's the way.
Listen,
Vadim, I don't even shame necessarily Trump supporters in general. I think they deserve it, but like a lot of the times you can embrace these people with empathy and like have them admit they made a mistake. The problem is when these people who chose to do what you say, take a principled stance, then come out and talk shit about the Democrats, like, wow, look how awful this is, and this should have happened. It's like, well, what did you do? And the answer is, in my opinion, not enough. So it's not people that everyone on vote shaming. It's specifically the shit talkers.
I go on the Vanguard. I go talk to lefty people. I go on fucking Crystal and Kyle. I interface with these people in good faith, and I don't at every opportunity say, you know what, Crystal Ball, you really should have endorsed Kamala Harris. I don't do that shit. But it's when people come with this attitude and start talking shit, that's bullshit, and I'm gonna call that out.
Yeah, I respect that. I respect that. But that's like why I'm here talking about this in the first place.
Well,
Hutch
guys. Hutch is trying to talk.
Thank you. Wow. Taking initiative on that one. I don't dispute that people like Hasan and people that are kind of in the circles that you guys prefer that have good intentions. Like I don't dispute that they want good outcomes for people. I don't think they're evil people in service of some kind of evil agenda. I just find
both like we're using dead Palestinian children as an ornament.
Yeah,
I find your tactics. I firmly believe that. I find your tactics.
Okay, then spare me the bullshit.
I find your tactics to be completely incoherent. I don't know what principle you're upholding by taking some kind of action to materially assist Republicans winning elections. I don't think that gets you anywhere closer to your goal. And kind of expanding on that a little bit, I don't think it positions you guys to actually extract more concessions in the future, because if the party apparatus views your particular wing of like left-wing politics, or supposedly the Democratic Party coalition, if they view you guys to be unreliable members of the coalition, I don't know why they would prioritize trying to curry favor with you guys over pivoting to the center. I'm saying that you can push politicians when they're in office, and I think Biden is a really fucking good example of this. Like he was pushed left on a number of
you had an open door with Biden. You had an open door, but not on everything, not on Gaza, perhaps, not on everything. But now, where are the protests against the Trump administration?
That way.
After he won, he invited the left wing to be in the discussions about what should go in the ARP. And no, they didn't get every provision. And yes, people like Manchin and Sinema blocked some provisions.
His domestic policy was influenced a lot by Bernie.
Yes,
it was.
And Warren and like a lot of the activist groups. You have that opportunity to get those concessions after they win. If you guys continue to do this strategy of we're going to threaten to help Republicans win, I don't know what choice you give the Republican Party, but to pivot to the center.
This is the victory. This is the victory of the Bernie side of the victory of the Bernie wing in 2016 and 2020 manifested itself in Biden's administration domestically, and you don't want to take credit for it, even though it was the most left-wing domestic policy that we've seen in decades, perhaps ever. And so that's what I don't understand. Like Bernie did something incredible to the Democratic Party.
Bernie did something incredible by hanging on to the last minute in order to get as much concessions as humanly possible.
When did I thought Bernie dropped out and wait. When did Bernie drop out 2020? Bernie dropped out. He did the March 15th debate. When did he drop out? It was April 2020, after Super Tuesday. So he had months. It was several months. Like, what, 6 months? More than 6 months? Yeah, he dropped out in 2020, April. Yeah. So that's more than 6 months before the election. Okay, yeah, Ogre Boy's really, he's not even necessarily dumb. He's more just like, he's so motivated in his reasoning. Like, and he's just such a fucking mental gymnast. Like his brain will just remember things like that because it's convenient for him.
He endorsed Hillary Clinton.
He endorsed both Hillary. He endorsed Joe Biden, and it's a great accomplishment.
Endorsed the shit out of them.
Specifically blamed Bernie for staying into the races for as long as he did.
I think
he
cost her. No, well, we can debate that, but I think he cost her 2016. I do think he cost her that. Yeah, but he took a different approach in 2020. Do you realize that?
Yeah,
as soon as it became obvious that he did not have a path, he dropped out very immediately after Super Tuesday and endorsed Biden. That was the correct thing to do.
It wasn't immediately after Super Tuesday, but it was obvious.
It was April 8th. I'm just looking at it right now. Bernie Sanders drops out. When was Super Tuesday? Maybe Super Tuesday was in like March. Let's say April 8th. Super Super Tuesday 2020. Is there a date for this? Holy fuck. It was in March, so what, a month later? But 6 months plus before the election? Like, come on.
It was right
COVID,
after.
It was around the time that I believe Wisconsin, if nothing else. There were several.
You might be right. I say right after. I mean, like
several
within
more primaries
a reasonable
after
amount of
that,
time.
and ultimately he did drop out. But it was after the idea of the risk associated with making people stand in lines during COVID and the sort of health toll that was going to take on people.
Well, either which way, that was the correct move to do. And he got a lot of criticism from the left flank for endorsing Biden. A lot of people viewed that to be a betrayal. But I think that itself kind of shows you that people that have that kind of view, I really don't think that they're seriously gaming out the dynamics. And I think it's misguided. I don't think they're evil. I don't think Hasan's evil. I don't think you guys are evil. But philosophically, I don't understand the principle that you uphold by allowing Donald Trump to win or by not doing everything you can.
Do you actually think in your heart of hearts that the shit that Mamdani did by listening to people a year out, asking what is it your main concern about living in this city, and then making his campaign...
He's getting Netanyahu arrested. Yeah, I mean, he focused mostly on cost of living, which was clever. It was very clever. But okay.
Pillars, exactly that. Do you actually think that that's left?
But you don't want that, Ogre Boy. Mamdani did that in the bluest of blue areas when his opponent was a disgraced former Democrat who ended up getting fucking endorsed by Trump. That's not going to be the same situation for West Virginia or for most other parts of the United States.
Or lefty shit or Marxism.
No, I think that's just I think that's just
what
smart.
I want. But you've
no,
said
but
time and
look,
time again.
No, but look what he's doing. But look what he's doing when he has power.
Alex Kanchan, thanks to Tier 1.
Please.
I'm trying to simultaneously agree with you, but make something that's a very important point. You have said time and time in the past that wouldn't work in other cities, in other states, because it's too blue, it's too lefty. It's not something you can do anywhere else. Yes, you have. You sure as fuck have.
No.
And the idea also, one of the
it depends on which cities. Affordability was a big thing in lots of America, but yeah, generally, like the extent of left politics of Mamdani, yeah, that's not generally going to fly in a lot of these more purple states or more split states.
Sure, fuck it. If you want to disagree with that, that's fine. But you certainly fucking have.
No, I said people should adopt Mamdani's approach and take whatever. Yes, of course. In any kind of race, I think
the same campaign.
That's what I was saying. You can't copy paste his policy prescription necessarily, but you should definitely look to him for lessons in terms of interfacing with the public.
What do you guys think? Anything good comes from tonight that we can shake hands on is you turning around and saying that people should adopt Mamdani's approach nationwide. Fuck yeah.
In terms of interfacing.
What do you fucking think of Mamdani endorsing Hochul, you fucks?
It was probably a little too soon.
Both of you, answer that. I don't give a shit. I'm out of here after this. I don't give a fuck about this conversation. What do you think about Mamdani endorsing Hochul?
I am undecided. I think that
that's what I thought.
I think that the arguments that I've heard on both sides are compelling to me, and
He's not suffering this at all, is he?
Seen like the Cliff Notes version, so I'd want to engage with it more before I said any more than that. What about you?
What kind of answer is that?
Now you need to read the Cliff Notes, but not for abundance or for genocide or anything like that. Fuck me, man. Fuck.
Probably a little too soon.
It's an honest answer.
So I have a response to that, Vadim, because I fucking was incredibly incensed at Hochul when she decided not to initiate any kind of action against Adams in response to like one of the most corrupt DOJ actions that we've ever seen. However, even though I was incensed and I said I will never abide by any support of like Hochul, I won't do it. I am not going to in this moment say Mamdani I'm going to throw him to the trash because he decided to endorse Hochul, because there's a pragmatism about me, which is if I want Mamdani to achieve his goals, then I understand that there's a window of space and tolerance that I'm going to grant there. And so I have no problem. And I think that should be the attitude, is that we're harm reductionists. And if you want Mamdani to succeed, he needs to have the support of Albany. And so I don't understand why it's the case that this becomes an issue. It's like a lot of lefties, not necessarily you guys, are immune to power and immune to what it takes. And that's one of the things I think could be learned.
Okay, I know you said not you guys, but by and large, we're not the other people that you're arguing with at the moment.
But you're hurting Mamdani.
What you just said, he endorsed her too soon, so that is who he's
arguing. You're hurting Mamdani by not getting behind him and not finding a reason to support his decisions. Even Mamdani's not good enough.
Why is it that blind support for public?
It's not blind support.
No one's talking blind support. No one's talking blind.
So why are you assuming I don't support him?
Because you're critical of it.
You just
said
critical
of it.
How is that? Okay, I have an opinion that it was probably a little too soon, much in the same way that
this is the problem.
That the Democrats should have waited maybe another week before they fucking gave in and
endorsed too soon. Is Hochul, who's the governor of New York State, is she running for re-election, or how long? Another week? I don't know the timeline here. Antonio Delgado drops Democratic primary run against Hochul today. She had a 60-point lead. Okay. So who's trying to primary her? Wait. Was Delgado? Is he like a more lefty dude? What's wrong with Hochul? Why do they not like her? Oh, wait. See, why can't we get Lorna to be this interested in British politics? One day. I just feel like when I've been out of it, it takes a while to go back in.
Oh my God. There's no consistency and no through line.
I hereby declare Mamdani belongs to the liberals now. He's ours, okay? Because you guys will turn on him fully at some point. I promise you. I promise you. A certain Turkish American streamer, who I will not name, was today. Hold on.
Like turning on politicians.
A certain Turkish American streamer, who I will not name, said today that Mamdani cannot yet be be a betrayer. That's what he said. Okay. So I feel like
also
that
said he's
day,
part of the regime, which was that day, insane.
That day
is the regime. Fuck. Oh, it was because Delgado was to the left of Hochul. Okay, and this Delgado guy just withdrew today apparently. I see.
Coming where they fully abandon him, and I have been so impressed with Mamdani this whole time. The problem with the Hochul race is that the primary challenger is 50 points behind Hochul. Hochul is plus 15 in the state of New York. Okay, she has the leverage in this spot. He needs her more than she needs him. That's the reality. But I feel like you guys just want to fight every single.
Hochul apparently said that black people don't know what computers are. There's no way. Hang on. What are you talking about? I don't know anything about this person. Hochul. Black people, computers. Give me that. If that's real.
That what is happening, the power of supercomputing right now is in the hands of the large private companies. What if we created a consortium that opened up all the potential of AI to larger groups, such as college campuses? Right now we have, young black kids growing up in the Bronx who don't even know what the word computer is. They don't know. They don't know these things. And I want the world open up to all of them, because when you have their diverse voices innovating solutions through technology, then you're really addressing society's broader challenges.
Wow. Cooked. She literally did just say that, didn't she? Fuck me. Okay. Mamdani, eh? What a guy. So what, he supported the more base candidate is what you're saying? I'm joking.
Single fight, and you call it principle.
What the fuck were you doing? I didn't
All right. Let's give the Demon Ogre Boy the final word. Guys, give your thoughts on the whole conversation. Tell us where people can find you. What's coming up.
You gotta have a sense of humor in politics, don't you? Surely.
For you, Vadim, you go first.
I am to be found at Hey It's Vadim on.
Did you find out that Vadim's 1 point against abundance, Derek Thompson being hired by Barry Weiss, was wrong? He was a contributor for years at CBS before she took over. Oh, that's not surprising.
Most things, Twitter and YouTube. I'll have my first video in a long ass time, way too long, in a few weeks. And I think you'll hear about it, whether or not you go and subscribe. If I'd really like just to say that, thanks for having me on. Really, I don't have anything to kind of wrap this up. I feel like my brain is evaporating in real time right now, but I would like to, maybe Ogre doesn't want to take the opportunity, but I feel like there is a thought or two that he didn't get to say over the course of the evening. So I'd like to just give it over to him, and he can take all the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Hey, Ogre Boy, final thoughts and where people can find you.
My socials are at the bottom of the screen. Basically tonight I really over-prepared, obviously. I have pages of notes and links and clips and articles, and all of that proved to be nothing. I wanted to have a substantive conversation.
2 pages. He said 2 pages, dude.
About the responsibilities of the candidate versus the voting populace, or especially normies, and instead we did this, and it was what it was. Also, I have to piss like a fucking racehorse, so just glad that this is coming.
Boy, if you want the research, just come to me, okay? We'll do all your research. I've got 2 pages. I've got loads of 2 pages on stuff that you're interested in. 2 pages coming out my ass. Let's go. He won't do it, coward. Dipshit.
To a screeching end.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on, guys. I think what I'll do is I'll remove you two, and then you guys can also then everyone else can plug their stuff. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you, guys.
I'll see you guys later.
Later.
Appreciate y'all. Yep. Peace out.
Bye.
All right. Well, that was the longest Live and Learn episode
ever
done. Oh, what a fun times. All right. What's going on with you this week?
Nothing exciting. I just want to say the reason why I freaked out on them is because it's this just constant cynicism that they can't get behind anything and get positive about anything. And it's this like death spiral that they're constantly in that will prevent them from getting power and just drags down the left. And this is why I don't engage with these kind of people. And I just leave them to their own misery. The goalposts have wheels. You can never win them over. Even Mamdani's not good enough for them. And it's just, they've got to figure it out, man. They've got to figure it out.
Dude, as Netanyahu visited New York since Mamdani became mayor, that's going to be rough.
I think one of the saving graces of Bernie not winning, because I did want him to win, is that he didn't win and have everyone turn on him. And even now they are, when it's like, oh, like, how dare you endorse Biden? How dare you like vote for this bill in Israel? And it's like, fuck, like this is the best we have for what our views are. It is very frustrating. Hutch, what's going on with you this week?
Hold on, just real quickly. Finally, I just want to say, you have to go out of your way to find reasons to like candidates. They're never going to check off all the boxes. Never. I voted for Bernie in 2016. I voted for Bernie in 2020. I was happy to vote for Hillary, happy to vote for Biden. I went out of my way to find reasons to support them, just like all the Democrats. They're never going to be perfect. You have to find reasons to support them and put out positivity. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. Hutch.
I think if everybody on the left had IRI's perspective, we would literally have like flying cars and med beds by now. we would be living in the meme of like, the earth if blah, blah, blah happened. But, so I always appreciate your perspective. I'm glad that you're part of this podcast.
Yeah.
And, I want to hear you speak more next time. I feel bad that you were sitting there
he was charging up. He was charging up, shut the fuck up for like 3 hours and he finally let it out. That was,
he snapped. I've never heard of
release. Yeah.
I got nothing in particular going on this week. It's just regular streams starting. They're supposed to start at 8:30 a.m. Pacific, but I've been sleeping in a little bit. I'll be live for the rest of the week through Friday and then again on Sunday.
All right, Pisco, what's going on with you?
Pisco, I was going to say, bro, that energy was crazy tonight, bro. I've never seen it. That was like...
You've never seen me... this is what's so annoying.
I'm usually on the receiving end of that. And so
no. With Lefty specific, this is the exact energy I brought to Prime Kai. Anytime I hear these same kinds of arguments, which isn't what we were talking about with respect to, for example, the Vanguard, we brought them on. It was like, how can Biden improve to enact Biden's agenda? Very different conversation than the kind of deflections that we saw tonight. And I've never been one to not be very passionate and excited when those, like, I think, bad faith deflections rear their heads. And so
all he's saying is it's like when Vegeta finally stopped punching Goku and then punched the cell with him. And it's like, oh my God.
The difference is it's not like I decide cynically when to turn on.
I love it that he fucking toured with them as well. He went to this total shit show of a gig as well, didn't he? In Woodstock 99. I didn't even know this. That he was on stage at this fucking trash fire. There's a whole documentary about how bad this festival was for the people going there. Amazing. What a guy.
Now he's getting
the stage is a fucking mess as well. Yeah, this festival was fucking horrible. It was just such a disaster for management and everything else. It resulted in quite a few riots, didn't it? Like, they trashed the place. Look at this stage, man. Pretty fly. That's in 1999, man. Can't believe you had a cameo in Rat Race. He did. The fucking boy. Okay. Ugh. Oh yeah, we do have a bit of this. Maybe I'll do more of this tomorrow. Apparently, because Denims took her little fight to Emaru, she has become victim of the Clippers. The Clippers have been out, and she's streamed for a long time, so there's a lot of it. What's Ethan saying?
Emaru.
Actually, no, I'll do that tomorrow. I'll just watch the clips. The clips are good. The clips are banging.
Incest is weird and a little gross, but ethically completely fine if it's in between consenting adults and there's no power creep relations. And the people in those relationships are not having children. I think if you remove those three factors, there's nothing ethically wrong with two consenting adults.
What is going on with you? What are you talking about?
Base?
She used to be so she used to be so real. What happened? Well, the reaction be a segment. She was such a destiny orbiter. Oh yeah, I know, yeah.
Everyone on the left is so socially woke that they feel like
it's fucking amazing. Man.
They can't possibly be wrong. Point in case Hasan. Like if Hasan thinks he's morally more virtuous than someone else, he just like flames them. I'm forgetting the word I wanted to use, but he just flames them. Like he doesn't actually make any genuine good faith arguments towards other people. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't like give people any amount of benefit of the doubt. He just starts railing on people. One of the things that really frustrates me is that people on the left will they adopt all left ideologies. So it's all just like, well, I accept this and this and this and this, and there's no like form of questioning, I guess, which is very frustrating for me. Everyone on the left is so.
Know how you feel, buddy?
I'm sorry I don't have any mustard. I actually really like the way mustard tastes. And I used to drink entire ketchup bottles when I was younger, but we don't have any ketchup at home right now, so we set.
You know, people change their minds, right? That is true. People do change their minds, but it's harder when what she's saying here is true, completely true. She's saying that when Hasan sees people he disagrees with, he just defames, like he flames them. He just defames them. He doesn't actually engage in good faith. That's exactly what he does. The only thing that's changed really is that she does the same thing now. Wow, well, god damn. Still pretty based. What a queen. Anyway, let's get a streak of 2, guys. We'll get a streak back. Oh, spokesperson. Okay. Show, tiresome. Interview, convention, outtakes, trailer, exposition, fair, DJ, hubbub, MC, commentary, rimshot, KO. Okay, so MC, OK, DJ, KO. Abbreviations spelled out, yeah. Initialisms. Okay. You can have, if you've got a film, it can have outtakes, it can have commentary, it can have a trailer, and would it have an interview, would you say? Or an exposition or a convention or a show? Fuck! I don't know. Too many. Rim shot is what you do on a drum. But I can't see anything else there that would go with drums. There's also, there's rim, there's tire. Is hub part of that? I think, spokes. These are wheels. Wheels. You got spokes, tires, rims, hub. Is there? I don't know. Fuck. Wait, let's do the rest. Not fair. Not convent. No. Shut. No. Out. No. Exposit. No. Trail. Is trail maybe? I don't actually know. Comment. No. It's either hubbub or trail. Would it be trail, or I don't know if hub is supposed to be to do with tires or wheels. Is it hub? Let's try hub. Otherwise, I'm fucked. Good. Okay. Starring with parts of a wheel. Nice. Okay. So it's going to be something to do with films. And what's the other? Oh, a fair, a show, a convention, and an exposition. The rest is all part of a film, to do with a film. Promoting a film. Hey, let's go. Get fucked. DVD bonus features. Okay. 2 current streak. Well done, guys. Well done. Hub is part of Rambles. I don't drive. It's like watching old clips of Sneeko. Yeah. Great reaction to the debate. Thanks, guys. Great chatting. All right. I am going to get food and probably sleep early. That's the ideal. Did you get a haircut? No. I've just been shedding. It's been a rough time. Let's go. Okay. Right. Get me out of here. Will I raid out? God, I'm so sleepy. Ooh. No more Silk Song, eh? That's crazy. We might do TBC. Who knows? Think about it. Redirect. Go Hutch. Take care, guys. Bye-bye. Subscribe, you fucking assholes. I mean, sorry.